causing so much trouble for Team Unique.
Yeah, remember, we're in the first circle here. You don't really need to take the fight. One of the teams that we see usually takes the fights are XQF, but right now, this is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, this close to the final day, 6 games left, I think we're gonna see a lot of teams poke at each other, say, stay out of my area, this is my compound, this is my region on the map, and not want to go too hard on the forcing the fight in the first one. But if you're in the bottom, I think it's time to go crazy and go crazy now.
Yeah, I mean, there's different playstyles, of course, and one thing you could do is you could go for the fights early because the circle is so big, all the teams are spread out. You have the opportunity to actually make flanks around the teams, make plays going, and get those kills going.
Looks like we're seeing a little bit of tag. Justice did get a knock over on Team Soul, but I think he will be resable. Kind of like that grenade we just saw come out from Bigatron. Unique ran away, wasn't interested in mixing it up.
Is going to be
so we're trouble at 69. Sort of warning fire, but there we go. PLM is going to be in some trouble at 69. The fights are starting to break out on the map right now. We'll get to those in a minute as PLM is making a big transition. Elite Gaming sees Team Queso, opens fire. Beizai putting in some nice work. He can try to advance on this. Queso is out of position. Ayala's not really in a support location. He's going to queue up the grenade. There's the cook. There's the toss. Will it be in the right spot? Not quite long enough. Mystic does manage to get up, but he gets hit from the opposite side. Beizai trying to move around. Bronco gets a knock on Marco. And elsewhere, more fights all over the place. So Queso and ELG in a bit of a standoff. Nobody's been lost just yet, but a lot of down.
Team Unique is coming in behind from Elite Gaming here as well, so they gotta be careful. This fight right now, it's getting a little bit dragged out. Unique, they're getting the information and they wanna go for it.
You can see Elite Gaming up to the left side on top of the hill as they look for the flank, but time runs thin. Third parties and Sandhawk, name a better duo. You've gotta get out of these fights as fast as humanly possible. Meanwhile, a quick update for you guys. Nawin for PLM has been knocked out, dropping them to 3, and we lost always from Soul as well. So Soul running with 3. Let's jump back into Elite Gaming as they try to deal with Unique now, who's coming up over the top. So ELG now stuck in a bit of a cheese sandwich as Queso on the downside and Unique up on the top.
All right, we also see Queso. Looks like they're trying to fall back here. They don't want to commit to this fight. They know that Elite Gaming is actually fighting against Unique out there, though.
And that's it. So, like, if you are in a position where you've got advantage and you know that they're going to have to fight and Unique wants the third party, sure, that's the right play. Tuck in and say, you deal with this, Elite Gaming. It's not my job, especially since Elite Gaming is currently in 2nd place. It's good news for everyone if they get in trouble at this point.
Do you want to get them in trouble, though? That's the question, because we know that they are deadly. So
that's true.
You might not want to take the fight against them right now.
And looking at the map, you can see it seems like Unique is considering their options. You can see the rotation path that Bronco took getting here. They ran away from XQF to try and get this high ground position above the quarry. Queso using a low ground rotation to counter them, and Unique very nearby. The problem is Queso may actually run into XQuest and get caught from behind if they're not careful. Everyone jockeying for position right now.
Oh yeah, and Queso, they got a beautiful compound to work with there. They also got the road, which will save them from a team like Elite Gaming, because if they need to cross to get to Queso, you got the upper hand to just shoot them in the open.
As we watch this develop, looks like PLM has also lost CZ, bringing them down to just Zooms and Jasper as they struggle to find their way into the circle from the long outside. Let's go back to Old Boy as he utilizes that lean mechanic to try and get some vision on ELG. He gets the knock. Beautifully done. Down he goes. Old Boy, the superstar from yesterday, gets another one. Beizai is down now. Old Boy's pushing, yanks out the AK. High damage, lots of action. Ming is down. Kitsune puts in work from the flank. Yasha ducks, but here comes Old Boy. Cues the nade, gets it ready, tosses it up. ELG is about to get burned as Unique is collapsing from 2 different sides. The nade didn't kill, but it's setting him on zone. Old Boy cues up another one. Looks like he's going to throw that out as they have a chance to really push. Bigatron is in the offing, but not involved just yet. XQF, however, is on the opposite side behind Unique.
Oh my god, everything's going down. Bronco, he's still in that compound. He can't get out of there. Queso, they are holding him down there.
Queso's locking in. Meanwhile, Paraboy snuck up behind Unique and got the knock and the finish, making Unique down to just 3. Cool Boy is going to fall back after harming them very aggressively. Unique in an initial push, not able to finish it. Meanwhile, PLM, Purple Mood Gaming, eliminated as they try to get into the circle. So that'll be the first team out. Unique takes a second to catch a breath on what fell apart on that ELG push.
Look at this. Everybody wants to have this position. Big E-tron, they're on the way in as well. We saw them get a knock on Team Unique earlier, but looks like GC Busan, they are a little bit to the north, and they're looking to join this fight as well.
When we talk about third parties, that's what we meant. Unique and ELG Elite were in a very good fight. XQuest came out of their compound just long enough to secure one kill, throw it into chaos, and then they retract back to safety. It's a very smart play, and that's why you can see why they're on the top of the brackets right now. XQuest has been unstoppable, and a strategic play like that has gotten them here.
Look on the map there, you see how surrounded Team Unique is right now, and they lost 2 players. And they're also pinched out from every direction right now. That's why we see them just proning. They just want to wait it out. They don't want to fight anymore.
My, how the tides of momentum can change on the turn of a dime. Incredible. Unique was in the power seat and could feel a chance to knock out the number 2 team and secure a rise for them in the brackets. And then all of a sudden, it's just ripped away as Katsune goes down. Ayala here from Queso. They've now got a pretty good spot. Froz, we've down. One team is out. Here's a fight up on the top. ARG and 69 going head to head. Moha trees. That's a 1-for-1, but everyone trying to get this finished off. It looks like Sarah's going to go down meanwhile by 69.
RQ is third partying from a little bit further away as well.
So Bufla does go ahead and get the flush. Looking uphill, Lachine is trying to hunt somebody out. They're finishing off the kills, making sure they get a few more points in their pocket. Lapis has to run as 69 takes the top of the hill and forces all rejection gaming to be all running away gaming. That said, RRQ being difficult as they push from behind and cause an awful lot of trouble for these 2 teams. Yet again, the third parties continue to come in.
And look at how congested it is towards the core itself. Sure, it's the center of the circle, but still, do you want to be there or do you want to be on the edge? Because being on the edge right now means that you have lots of space and room to rotate on for the next circle.
You got a chance to look at the map and the tracker. If it was a bit too fast for you, PLM has been eliminated. Unique is down to 2. All Rejection Gaming only has 1 remaining. Soul down by 1, and XQuest has lost the coolest of the boys. Let's check in. Let's check in with Mystic and the guys from Queso. They're in a low ground compound, but comfortably in the circle. Still, they should be okay on this one. They're gonna have to move a little bit later. XQuest and Unique, all of them sort of in a triangle of death. Whoever moves first and gets knocked here is gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first one to move, but you don't want to be the last one, because then you're just gonna get gate-kept by all the other teams.
Ernie and Years in a bit of a snipe off, going tower to tower as the rest of their team tries to move around. Years put in a good work, but Ernie able to get low and slow, and it looks
Deixa eu ver como é que tá minha voz agora, comparado ao som do bagulho.
They're on the strong side of the quarry right now. They've got that circle advantage. Let's jump over to Queso, who's trying to make a follow, basically trying to slide around without getting caught by Elite Gaming. Mystic dropping back across that very dangerous road. Hopefully Unique gives them cover. That's what they're hoping, is that by Unique watching Elite Gaming, they can slip down below the crater and get out of this situation.
Yeah, it all comes down to that. We had a new circle pop and it was going hard shift.
Será que minha voz tá de boa agora?
So every team is trying to move their way.
Porque a live... Nossa, só o delay.
In the center, it's not much to play with right now.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Olha o delay, como é que tá? Pequeno. Que isso? Ai, melhorou. Também, agora também. Agora também. Eu não vou colocar português, mano. Prefiro deixar a narração em inglês mesmo. Eu vou trocar de... Pera aí, eu vou trocar de cadeira. Essa daqui... Full troll, mano.
Because they think that SSG knows that they are there as well.
You can see that path the XQF used to get here. It's literally a repeat of the SSG path. They have just been following them and saying, you go ahead and do the heavy lifting, clear the way to the circle, and we'll get you from behind as soon as we get a chance to. Let's jump over to RRQ. G9, a favorite among the fan favorite vote right now because he's been doing so much work for his team. Lapis, the last man for ARG, hiding between a rock. He had to exit that last fight with 69 and is the sole remaining hope. Jump over to Bigatron. These guys have been sniping like monsters. Natick and the Twins have absolutely been putting down huge amounts of damage in this tournament so far. Let's see if they can hold their position.
Currently, Bigatron here, they are kind of in the center of the circle, and they gotta be careful because it's not easy being there by themselves. A lot of teams will will be trying to push their way towards that, but right now we see a lot of the teams on the edge side.
I mean, for Bigatron, they're, I think it's like 70 points behind the lead right now. They don't have the luxury of just waiting out these games. They've got to get active. Meanwhile, Moha does go down, beautifully executed by RRQ Athena. That was a nice range shot. They'll probably get the res.
Eu acho que é o primeiro mapa. Eu acho que ainda é o primeiro mapa. Eu acabei de acordar, viado. Olha a minha cara. Eu tô até assustado aqui. Eu tô assim, tipo, o que tá acontecendo, velho? Deixa eu só raciocinar aqui. Mas acredito que seja o primeiro mapa. Nossa, essa equizinha puxou full direita, viado. Vamos ver pra onde vai puxar.
Towards the other teams.
A lot of them are going to want to go to Kompong out of desperateness, but the problem is Bigatron Gaming has basically formed a wall on top of that hill, making it almost impossible to get there. Juicy ends up going down. XQuest is finally caught up and decided to reveal themselves. Juicy is lost.
Essa Space já foi do Cops.
So that will be the end of him as Cat goes ahead and decides, let's get this thing done.
All right, new circle popped, and actually it's going
A nova.
towards the northwest, and we're going back towards the quarter.
So the teams that were moving saw that hard shift almost all the way to the edge of the blue and have to readjust. Bigatron perfectly situated in the middle. Let's take a look at Mortal as he tries to put some work here on GC Busan. I feel like these guys, they drop together, they fight together, they cross the map, but it never seems to let up. The rotations are very, very similar. As you see Justice get the knock there on Mortal.
Já nem... Coitado do cara, vai qualquer lugar que ele tomar tiro.
He's at least inside the new circle here. He's probably gonna try to get out of that vehicle and find himself a good spot to just stay.
É o primeiro mapa? Mac.
Picked up here. Dongjin is out.
Mano, eu não vi a BRK até agora, velho. Eu sei que eles estão vivos. Mas até agora eu não vi eles. Estão jogando full safe.
It's not looking good right now, but hey, still a lot of games to go.
There's still a lot of games to play, and never count out the last man. We've seen some incredible 1v4s, 1v3s, some of the best play I've ever seen in these clutch moments.
Nossa,
this is the global championships, and some of these players, you can tell they feel it. The passion, the ability, it's like they're playing.
O cara pode brilhar ali, velho. Os caras bobear um pouquinho, o maluco faz highlight e eles não vão nem saber de onde tá vindo tiro. PPP é roçado demais, velho.
With 9 kills on Erangel, I'm expecting to see more from them today, going out with that momentum.
The fans are on the hype train, the desk is on the hype train, they've got to be on the hype train as they're getting ready to try and represent their entire region.
Ele abriu inteiro pra casinha só pra pegar a visãozinha dos caras.
Look how slow he's going. He's making sure he doesn't trigger any sound cues, doing everything he can to get right up and close.
Esse G9 quando eu vi, eu achei que era 69, viado. Ó pra esse caralho. O cachorro tá ali. O cachorro, o veterano. Mac.
And that's going to be Bigatron, who's been pretty passive so far, coming out and causing them a lot of trouble.
Six is a little bit in front of all the others here on his team.
Esses campos deveriam ser primeira pessoa, eu também acho, velho. Muito nada a ver terceira pessoa, velho. Chega a ser um estilo de jogo feio pra transmissão, tá ligado? Chega a ser... Mó feião, velho. Jogo parado.
They're okay for now. They have a little bit of time to figure this fight out as they make those rotations. XQuest, Jimmy, and Paraboy split up extremely far, as well as Cat left in the blue. I think he's probably going to be done here. So XQuest...
Guys, eu não vou colocar a transmissão BR, porque na transmissão BR você não consegue escutar o barulho da torcida e eles têm um pouquinho de atraso. E ontem eu tava assistindo, o áudio tava um pouquinho atrasado também. E eu prefiro assistir no inglês mesmo, porque não faz sentido você querer me assistir. Pô. Aí pelo menos a gente assiste em inglês, mas eu comento por cima, né? Agora, se for assistir no BR, não faz sentido você querer sair de lá e vir pra cá. Melhor você ficar lá no BR, né? Eu prefiro ficar aqui mesmo. Mas da hora a narração. Nada contra a narração do BR, né? Caralho! Não foi um spray, não. Que isso? Fatiou, velho.
Being surrounded on all sides and absolutely desperate to figure this one out. It's down to sixes right now. He's just looking for Jimmy. He's looking for that opportunity to get him out.
Nossa, ele vai comer o gás só pra esperar o maluco sair, velho. sujeira, mano. Ó o Baraka indo. Ih, rapaz. Olha o spray dos malucos, velho. Eles olham, o cara já derrubou. Ah, achei que tu ia derrubar esse... Nossa, se tu derruba um cara na distância dessa, num celular, irmão, tu não é de Deus, não. Ironside numa distância dessa aí, tu tá demais. Axel caiu. Marco derrubou. Axel já foi de berço. Marco ganhou a kill. Caralho, não tô entendendo porra nenhuma dessa... Cadê? Coloca a porra do Team Queijo, viado. Tinção morreu dos youtubers. Não é só o Axel que morreu, não. Essa safe foi full troll, mano. Fudeu pro moleque. A BRK tá inteira ainda, velho. Tá os 4 vivos. É RRQ? É, não é? Acho que é RRQ lá embaixo. No gás? Eu castigava, hein? Mas filha da puta, velho. Caralho, a impressão minha, a BRK tá safe. Eu acho que a BRK tá safe, viado. Eu acho que a BRK tá safe. A BRK tá safe, nem fudendo, mano. Ó, já pegaram o 6º. Ó, já pegaram o 4º. Eu acredito, hein? Eu acredito, hein? Será? A Team Queijo tá vivo? Não tô conseguindo enxergar direito. Não. Ih, rapaz, BRK pegou o 3º. Tá com 4 negros, velho. Pô, vocês estão com um high groundzão boladão, hein, mano. Baraquinha derrubou. Humilde. Já ganhou a killzinha. Pronto, pegou o 2º. Que? Ih, rapaz. Será? Nem fudendo, mano. Ah, já era. O gás tá chegando. Já. Aí. Baraka. Não, aí entregou. Aí entregou, legal. Aí. Não tem o que fazer não. Ó, mas pegaram o 2º lugar, velho. Que isso? Eu acho que foi a melhor posição do time sul-americano, né? Pô, 2º lugar. Ó, quando o time ganha fica diferente a cor do bagulho, velho. Nossa, que top esse cenário. Ó, o gigante acordou, hein? O gigante acordou, hein? Que isso, velho. A TQ já pegou o 2º? Ah, então tá Mac. Eu não assisti os outros jogos, velho. Pegou o 2º ontem, Mac. Ah, mano, olha a feição da... Porra, é tudo kid, mano. Mano, eu num presencial desse, mano, porra, eu ia ameaçar tanto a molecada dessa, velho. Me da madrugada eu ia bater na porta do hotel desses caras, mano. Escuta aqui. Da puta. Porra. Por isso que a BRK não tá ganhando, velho. Tem que intimidar umas molecadas dessa, velho. Não ganha na bala, ganha no soco. Ai, ai. Como é que é? Samuel Souza, bom dia, Sion. Bota a live no PTBR. Não, mano, vou assistir assim mesmo. PTBR não vai ter graça daí, os caras comentando, eu não vou... Não vou ter função nenhuma. É bom deixar assim. Pelo menos a imagem é melhor. Moleque, a cada um que eu deitava, falava, abre o olho, filha da... Porra. O nego vem de olho fechado jogar campeonato, ainda quer ter moral, velho. Sabe o rush que eu dou na cara. Mas próximo, se eu for pro próximo, velho. Se Deus abençoe, eu for pro próximo, mas vão ver os gritos que eu vou dar. Vai dar pra escutar ali do microfone do caster, velho. Puxa, Nilba! Vai, tô falando, velho. Vem. Hoje é RQ. Como é que tá o ranking?
Being in that second spot, they're like, oh, hang on a minute, we haven't practiced this, we don't know how these guys are going to fight. So maybe that lack of experience in the final circle so far did come to fight them, but they were sat in 16th, so second.
Joga uma enquanto a outra não começa? Viado, tô afim não, hein? Tô morrendo de sono. Ah, tabela lá, ó. Pô, mostra de novo, cara. Ó, a BRK foi pra 11º, mano. Tá Mac, já tá melhor que o ano passado. Ah, não, é top kill de rank aquilo ali, viado. Ah, não, achei que era outra coisa. Peraí, que tabela é essa aí? Que tabela é essa, velho? É da partida, né? É a partida, não é a do full campeonato não, né? Ué, a pessoa? É a pessoa, velho? Que pegou terceiro? Caralho, ainda bem, eu acho que é da partida, acho que é da partida agora. Porra, porra, ó o coração. Olha isso, velho. Moleque, se eu pego tu... Mano, se tu me dá um spray... Tu me dá um spray que deu no maluco lá, velho. Mal tá com a minha carteira em tu, mano, na hora. Porra, já dava um apavoruzão lá no hotel mesmo. Já barrava na porta. NA spray. Caralho, vocês usam meu spray. Ah, deu bom ainda. Caralho, vocês usam meu spray de iPad. Ah, spray do maluco, velho. I feel like they would have had a stronger standing, but Unique unfortunately fell a little bit early on there.
Yeah, I think they were just a little bit too focused there, especially with Old Boy getting those two nasty kills.
The guy's nuts.
Yeah, it goes to show to the level of his skill, right? He has the kills and he's able to go in and back it up, but yeah, they should have just kept moving. They shouldn't just stay there for that long.
Some of the teams linger beyond Kampong, and it was difficult for them to get in. Nova Esports was one of those that stood out to me. And BTR, in essence, were able to just greet anybody that came from that side and actually eliminate them. So BTR had a great spot for a long time in those finals.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight their position. They were controlling the eastern edge, and that's what you meant.
Se fosse FPP, a BRK ganhava. Esse, mano, os caras tá no high ground de monstro, mano. Ia ter visão dos caras tudo ali. Agora TPP, velho, um monte de árvore ali e fudeu. Não tem nem como.
Maybe give a contention to top 3. I mean, they were the second qualifying team from SEA underneath RRQ. So these guys have a lot of strength. They have a lot of power coming in.
Yeah, and their team chemistry is there.
Tô falando que ganhava, velho. Tô falando.
Meanwhile, BRK, they were all just together in one little tiny circle. So you definitely want to go ahead and spread out. As John was
O que tá faltando ali é um caveirinha, velho. Coloca o caveirinha ali pra ver se não sai o win. Porra, deixa eu ver como é que tá a BR lá. Eu vou colocar BR por enquanto. Mas eu não vou assistir no BR depois, não. Eu vou assistir no inglês mesmo. É pra isso que vocês queriam colocar no BR? Ah, é foda, né, mano? Quando voltar eu coloco lá. É que vocês querem escutar a música. Pô, deixa as informações aqui, nós tá entendendo tudo, velho. Quem que não entende inglês hoje em dia? Pô, fiz que na veia. É, 60 points aí. O que é isso? Ah, rank. Vixe, vai passando na barricada. Eu achei que tá bom. Eu achei que os caras tinham subido pra 10 posição. Tá lá na mesma ainda. Subiu uma. Mas tá bom, saiu do último. Tá Mac, velho. Ó, lá faltou o Zotic esse ano. Esse Zotic era, porra, ruim na certa. Guys, eu acabei de colocar lá, não tá passando nada por enquanto, tá uma música. Calma, mano. Calma. Testa você colocar agora, não tá passando nada lá. Deixa aqui que pelo menos tá vendo os caras falar nada com nada. Também tem um negócio do fundo aí, ó. Pô, calma, mano.
And another thing to talk about was Team Soul. They're still playing really aggressive. Team Soul deciding to go ahead and just that 2-2 split. And it didn't work to their advantage, but it's good to see that hey, it's the final day. We're going to go for it no matter what.
I just want to highlight how close Ronak was to getting into the circle. I was sitting on the edge of my seat. We could see him trying to make that break for it. I think his ragdoll literally went into the zone at the end of it. I mean, it was just that close. So it was so unfortunate they went down there. I feel like they may have been able to gather a little bit more points, but when you lose all your players, you are going to play that snake game, and that snake game comes with its risks.
Let's check in with the MVP group as a whole here from this game specifically, as 4 of our players.
Murilo mandou a Troy, se almeja uma coisa melhor no competitivo, tem que jogar em celular. Acredito que o problema não seja nem o celular, velho.
A great little dream team to get things going.
Yeah, in AY, one of the players we're starting to see there more and more, and he was actually able to get 2 huge.
O problema é o nível da nossa competição mesmo, do nosso competitivo. O celular é o de menos, eu acredito, velho. Todo mundo ali da BRK tem celular agora. Mitec joga bastante tempo já no celular, desde que resolveu focar. Senab joga bem no celular. Quem mais? Fuse e Baraka eu não sei, mas, pô... Celular, mano. Tem nem mais desculpa falar que perdeu o campo por causa de celular, velho. Tá todo mundo jogando bem no celular, velho. Bom dia. SDT Luiz, filha da mãe. Obrigado. Aí parou. Só fazer a voz de bravo e parou. Por uma punição, eu não faço nada que... Vixe, aí é foda. Os caras não estão clicando, jogando nada. Com medo emocionado, que isso? Cara, pressão, né, mano? Pressão, velho. Ó, no BR tá passando isso aqui, ó. Música. 7 minutos ainda. 7 minutos pra começar. Então não vai ficar aqui nessa tela aí, mostrando o replay aí. Ó, o cara tá fazendo um... O cara tá no... Com a Int ali, velho. Sabe o que falta? Acordou cedo e dormiu. Ô, acordei, seu Romazio. Acordei, velho. Acordei agora há pouco. Eu dormi um pouquinho, senão não é possível. Ah, não. O que eu ia falar? O que eu tava falando? O que eu tava falando, meu? Ah, sabe o que falta? Faltou pra BRK? Uma partida pra eles se sentirem confiantes. Faltou uma partida pros caras legal, foda-se. Só pra testar. Vou baixar um pouco aqui. Faltou aquela partidinha pros caras saírem rushando em todo mundo. e falar, caralho, viado, nós consegue rushar. Ah, a gente consegue agressivar, que da hora, tem como atirar, tá ligado? Tipo, a gente consegue matar os caras. Faltou uma partida assim. Porque eles estão o tempo todo jogando full safe, com medo de trocar. A gente percebe que eles estão evitando ao máximo a trocação e só quer a posição. Não é errado, mas tipo, parece que eles não estão confiantes neles mesmos, tá ligado? Então faltou uma partidinha, os caras falavam, viado, vou pegar esse kid aí. Porra, tá maluco? Pô, sem nada, uma cara de mal, mano. Cabelinho azul. Mano, pra dar uma pavora num moleque desse no corredor do hotel, velho, é 2 palitos. Então, tipo assim, faltou aquela partidinha, tá ligado? Faltou, mano. Os caras falaram, mano, bora continuar nessa pegada? Foda-se que a gente tá... Da onde a gente veio, o que a gente tá jogando, velho. Contra quem né tá jogando. Vamos dar bala. O resultado vai vir. Já era. Pô, tá maluco? Será que vai voltar com 5 celular diferentes? Quer apostar? Eu vou até mandar mensagem aqui, eu quero um iPhone novo, velho. Se ele faz precinho. Vai voltar com 5 celular novo, velho. Fora as carteiras. Fora as carteiras. Vai, tô falando, mano. E no Sonic. Sonic de Brumadinho. 5 minutos. Tô falando, velho. Ah, sai daí, você não sabe nada não, filho da puta. A camiseta dele é da hora. Ó o bigodinho. É aí, barbudão, hein, filhão? Que isso. Premiação da Clube, a gente tem uma gilete. Nossa, se eu tivesse ali, velho. Mal ia zoar tanto esses caras, mano.
Thank you so much, Luxy. Congratulations to Bigatron Esports. We are going to head to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to have the first of our 3 matches today on Erangel.
Ele tá de gente, eu quero sair daqui. Como é que eu saio daqui? Deixa eu ir embora. Ele não parece aqueles carinha que fica fazendo casa no meio da floresta, viado? Já viu aqueles vídeos? Que fica uns bichos doidos lá fazendo umas piscinas. Pô, já fiquei de madrugada vendo esses bagulho. Quem nunca? Quem nunca? Você fala, não, vou dormir. Vou só ver um vídeo aqui, já tô dormindo. Mas isso é meia-noite. 4 da manhã tu lá vendo como é que faz piscina no meio. Ai, meu Deus do céu, velho. Não parece mesmo? Parece. Deve ser da mesma região, pô. Mas você não tinha visto, não. Caralho, ficou da horinha, viado. Ô, ficou da hora. Qual telefone que eles estão jogando? Sei lá. Nex alguma coisa, mano. TV da noite, né? SBT, Luiz, meu querido. Ai. Não voltou a narração ainda? Deixa eu ver. A Chesque dele tá em primeiro, o Elite Game em segundo, Top Sport. Caralho, esse top 4 aí tá na... Porra. Até a nova tem chance de ganhar uma partida e passar, velho. A Team Castle. Team Castle. Eu sou a Team Castle ganha todos? E é campeão do bagulho? Porra. Falando em pão, aproveitar que não tá passando nada agora, acho que eu vou pegar uma coisa pra comer, velho. Já voltou a BR? Ué, aumentou o tempo? Ah, achei que faltava menos, falta 100 minutos ainda, velho. Eu vou pegar um bagulho pra comer. Vou pegar um bagulho pra comer. Fechou? Enquanto a gente tá esperando, já volta aí. Coisa rápida.
Five more games remaining here for the Pmco 2019 Global Finals as we get down back to the Classic. It is going to be Erangel here for our next match. And we have Seven, we have John, and we have Avenger joining me here at the desk to get things rocking. So guys, talking about Erangel and how things are going to shape up against one another, we've seen a lot of maps of Erangel now between these teams. Avenger, what do you expect, or anything that really is highlights to you for this next match?
I'm really expecting some of these top teams to solidify themselves even further. We're always starting to see, as John and I talked about just before, we're always starting to see like the top really solidifying themselves. They're getting a bit ahead, and I'm expecting that to really happen even more on Erangel, because this is, of course, one of the first maps, and that's where the teams have the most experience as well.
Yeah, I'm sort of breaking this down essentially into the top four and then the four underneath that as sort of vying for all of those spots. There's about a 20-point margin between those two groups. Nova's a little bit below those top four, but they are still very much in the mix in terms of those barriers. So hopefully we're going to start to see that condense, especially over on Erangel. As you said, it is a map that everybody is going to be super familiar with.
Yeah, and something I'm actually looking forward to is towards the lower the leaderboard, right? For some teams, it kind of just become bragging rights. Are they going to be able to go ahead and maybe be placing higher than a certain region? I know India more than likely wants to place higher than Space Station Gaming, just to say, hey, we place higher than NA. And Erangel is one of those maps that actually benefits them. Space Station Gaming has done good in Erangel. And also, we saw yesterday what happened with Team Seoul. So let us know in the comments below right now, who do you think is going to win the next match between, or who's going to be higher between Team Seoul or Space Station Gaming?
I think something to note as well, though, is you actually brought up Nova, John, for a moment there when we were looking at the standings as a whole. Nova, yesterday, this is where they started their big push. This is where they started that double chicken dinner spree that they did have, and then a little bit of better placements as time went on overall relative to their first day. So this is an opportunity once again maybe for Nova to continue on with that kind of trend here. No, it seemed like Erangel did favor them a little bit.
Well, this is the time to do it. If they want to start it, they should obviously start it now, because once you get too deep into the games, it's going to be too hard to hunt down. Yes, we have 5 more games. It is still very doable for some of our mid-pack teams to really catch up. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen.
And our circles have been quite varied, actually, when we've been on Erangel. Only one military, I think. Just one military. Yeah, just one military. And then we've been kind of interspersed here, there, and everywhere. Although the West has been a bit more of a focal point for me, especially when it came to that kind of beach ending that we did have occur there. Paraboy, at the moment, sitting proudly at the top with being the kill leader. Old Boy was trying to catch him up, etc.
You know, I think I figured out the best name you could possibly have to get kills, because we know that ending your name with Boy is just super strong, right? That's the meta when it comes to your naming. So I think that my next, if I make a new account, I'm going to call it Boy Boy.
Boy Boy.
And then I'm just going to get double the kills, right? Twice the boy, twice the kills.
Gonna end up with 50 kills. I see it. And actually, going back a little bit towards Nova, we saw AY from Nova get a really good game last round. So it seems like he's already ready to go ahead and get the start. Are his teammates going to be able to back him up with good performances? Because if they're able to, Nova's just going to go ahead and have a great play. And what is Bigatron going to be able to do? We have heard them. They want to go ahead and go for that top 3 at least.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and just play a little bit more safe, try to get the kills towards the end, and try to get that winner chicken dinner once again.
And as you guys said on the previous desk as well, it seems to be there's always a Nova player in the MVP every time. But I really want to see them all 4 come in there, make sure that they're really pushing it together. And I feel like once they stay together and they survive 3-4 as a unit, that's where they really start to shine and really start to excel towards the late game.
And there's a lot of opportunities for those kind of snake finishes to occur when it comes to Erangel because of the fields, so that could be a thing too.
I don't hope we see a fielding. I just want to see a perfect Yasnaya urban ending, and I want to see the urban warfare between these guys.
Botei. Que isso? Estão treinando ali? Aí, voltei, hein?
It is round 12 here for the Pmco 2019 Global Finals. The plane takes off and we head to the grassy pastures of Erangel once again.
Tá.
Let's see where the plane's going to go. Let's see where that circle's going to go. But I know where I want to go. I want to go to Toffee's.
É, a música, já.
Thank you.
Round 12.
Ei,
Ei, já começou, viado. Pô, achei que ia demorar mó tempão. Deixa eu assistir. Vamos ver se o BR tá da hora de assistir, velho.
It's so nice.
No ano passado foi o último, agora é o penúltimo. Dá pra melhorar ainda mais essa colocação, dá pra buscar ainda mais pontos.
Eu não consigo assistir.
Nesse mapa agora, nesse último mapa de São Roque, não só a BRK melhorou muito.
Ah, mano, eu prefiro assistir lá, viado.
Que nas 2 primeiras partidas que teve em São
Pô,
Roque,
vocês me forçam a fazer os bagulhos.
foi uma 12ª colocação e uma 13ª colocação. Então aquilo, pô, chegamos em 6º, já é uma melhora. Né? Então vamos ver agora como é que vai vir para Erangel. Erangel, nós tivemos um bom desempenho ontem, pelo menos na partida que nós fizemos por parte da equipe da BRK. Nas demais partidas não deu para saber direitinho ao certo como foi esse desempenho. Vamos ver, será que vai cair na base de novo? Será que vai mudar a queda? E ver como vai vir a equipe da Team Cases também para conquistar ainda mais posições e subir ainda mais a tabela. Um aviãozinho que vem de Primores que vai até Lipovka.
12º round, a segunda partida de hoje. Decolagem autorizada. Tá na tela, vamos para o jogo. Vamos para o
Tiro, porrada e bomba.
Veremos agora se a equipe vai querer ir para a base militar, porque pode ser...
Ah, mano, eu prefiro assistir inglesão, hein? Na moral.
Facilita bastante a queda para lá, né? Então, a equipe da Team Cases mostra que alguns
Eu prefiro assistir inglês, mano.
na região de Priminho, né, caindo em Primorski. Vamos ver se os jogadores vão realmente pular. Ainda não apareceu ali o número, agora sim. Pula, Sinab e companhia, vão esticar ali pra base.
Em princípio.
Não, a outra equipe que tinha pulado com eles...
Não, eu prefiro assistir inglês, na moralzinha.
And let's be honest, 5 more games to go. This is the time.
We're looking at BRK right now, who's had a very difficult tournament so far. They're in second to last.
Eu não quero narração, eu quero só assistir mesmo, velho. Eu quero só o vídeo. Não tô assistindo nada mesmo direito, tá mal baixão. Eu tive que abaixar no PC pra não ficar tão lá pra vocês. Então, pra mim, tanto faz. Só quero a imagem boa. Mas assim mesmo. O BR, quem quiser assistir, coloca lá e assiste. Eu quero caveirinha! Caveirinha! Porra. Caveirinha pra pegar os... meter os no rabo dos caras. Guys, pra que eu vou aumentar a narração se tá em inglês, mano? Vocês pedem cada coisa, mano. Aí é sacanagem. Travou aonde? Eu tô assistindo aqui, velho. Voltou? Baixo. Foca na ação. Eles não precisam de narração pra entender o que tá acontecendo, né? Ó, tô em Poliana. Dois time. Ó, isso aí é Milta. Eu vou comer meu pãozinho. Pãozinho com Nutella, humilde.
Can he bring the carnage though?
I don't know. It's time for Rolex. I hope that he can do it. Let's check in with All Rejection Gaming as the guys go ahead and get themselves looted up down there by Milta Power. They've got a good open spread in the Milta region. Not a lot of contest for them, and they're in the middle. We've often seen this circle.
Presta só na partida, guys. Chega com esse bug travou. Sei que não travou mais. Bora. Bora que vocês estão muito chato hoje, hein?
Yeah, and don't forget, we still have a little piece of Military Island inside the zone here. So it might actually shift down. If we see a lot of hard shifts towards the south, you want to be careful. You want to have control over that bridge if that happens.
We're checking back in with Scars, Black, and SSG as they continue to get closer and closer together. Two guys who agreed to share a town seem to now be fighting over real estate as they rapidly run out of looting spots and are drawn into a potential building conflict.
Look, we played a few games a minute ago, but we still have two more after this one. Now it's time to show dominance. This is our town. We want this for ourselves.
Let's jump down to X-Quest, the current leaders, but only by 3 points over Elite Gaming. Top Esports not far behind that either. They're going to go ahead and work out that sort of country road just to the side of farm. We like to call it sort of spaghetti compound because of the way that it's shaped. Decent amount of loot there, but more importantly, a very easy push to middle. If they want to get the red houses or the crossroads or even maybe bunkers, that's available.
Yeah, and we can see that here on the map. It's pretty free all around and no one's close to them. And that comes down to there's not too many good compounds to actually loot for a whole team there.
Top Esports going to go ahead and hit those crates. We saw a lot of fighting up here yesterday, didn't we, Froz?
Yeah.
Got GCB up there right next to them. They've been using South George. That said, these teams have a long way to go on the rotation. I don't expect them to get into a fight. Top Esports, by the way, is currently sitting in 3rd place with 200 points. Only 21 behind the lead. So if they get a good rotation and a couple of kills, they could hoist the trophy themselves.
Yeah, we saw them go a little bit to the west, so they got to be careful because GC Busan, they're in South Georgia as well. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Unique here taking some shots on Nova.
Unique in the first shot in the game. It seems like a consistent thing that we say. They're looking for these fights early. They're not afraid to pull up, take a few shots, and then continue with their rotation. I respect it. I like to see it. It's paid off once as they've already gotten one chicken dinner in this tournament. But you know, being at the spot that they are in 9th place isn't good enough for them. They're going to be looking to get a little bit aggressive.
Definitely not, and don't forget, most of the points accumulated from placement itself, so getting those wins are really, really important.
That's a great point. For those of you who are joining us, placement points are king. Especially, you need to get to the top 5. Kills are cool, but they're not going to get you the big win. You've got to do a little bit of each one, and so that's what we're seeing teams try to find the right balance. A lot of action starting to develop around the bridge here.
Impressão, eles estão marcando ponte.
To grab the crossroads compound. That's a great compound for us because of its ability to pick people off on rotation.
Yes, it's really good, but you got to be careful here on the north side of this compound. That's the most vulnerable.
Querendo marcar a BRK nada, eu acho que a BRK tá marcando os caras, velho. Nossa, deitadão, Vral. Passa. Vem cá. Passa na ponte aqui que tu vai ver. Mas tem que acertar o spam, hein, Baraka. Pelo amor de Deus, hein.
There's going to be a lot of trouble between them and safety.
What's going on here, though?
Top Esports is under, I think they're underneath the bridge. Yeah, Whitecat was letting him go by and then jumped up to go for the spray. They tried to stop, he gets the knock. Groza is down. He's gonna go ahead and get the flush and hope that because of the flush, 69 just continues to drive away, and I think it's gonna work.
Well, they also get, except for all the loot they're gonna get there from Groza, they're also getting that UAC, but you also can see that there's a buggy on the other side as well, so plenty of vehicles to work with now.
They had the cars. Honestly, this felt a little bit like Top Esports was kind of playing into. They knew 69 would be rotating across this bridge out of crates and went ahead and got there first. It was a great play. Gets 1 point in the bucket, a little bit of extra loot, and causes some trouble for a team that they just don't want to have to deal with later.
That's why it's so important to know your teams, know your surrounding teams. Where do they loot? Where do they rotate? What time do they rotate at? Because then you can set up an ambush like that.
I will give a shout out to 69 though, because you got to remember sometimes being able to walk away from a fight is just as important to knowing you can win one. They didn't turn around. They didn't force that fight. They moved on and said, let's secure a better position in this game and take a fight that's more advantageous for us.
Sometimes you just got to cut your losses.
Absolutely. Controls, you know, it's a big deal. Yasha, though, has got sights on AY. He opens fire right away. AY scatters back and forth, ducks inside. Meanwhile, Elite Gaming, the whole crew rolls up. Nova and Elite right on top of each other with Unique causing trouble in the distance.
There's so many teams actually, they are just grabbing in there, all of them.
This is one of those things we talked about. Remember I said it feels like these circles often gravitate towards lumber? That's why everyone's headed up here. They feel like they felt this happen in the past. They know the location. Yasha's in a pretty good spot. Well, let's jump over to Bandit, who's trying to find himself a flanked position on Unique, but Unique has got a good spread from Kitsune all the way to Old Boy. They have that entire sort of hilltop covered. They're moving Nagi down to back up Kitsune, and Old Boy can hold that spot by himself. So I believe Nova will most likely fall back to the yellows and maybe the Harry Potter Tower and just wait this one out.
Looks like Unique, they don't want to take the fight right now. They're falling back a little bit, trying to see where they want to go because we got a new circle. And once again, we do have a little part of Military Island inside that one.
Elite Gaming backed off. They went towards Pride Rock and then around Prison. They're just going to go off, probably to farm if I don't miss my guess a little bit later. Unique is in a pretty good spot.
Aí, deixa eu voltar a câmera aqui. Tava comendo.
Farm is now the center of the circle. X-Quest is the only team over there, and now big
Meu!
taking a lot of fire from BRK.
We gotta be careful.
Ah, BRK, nem fudendo, deixou os caras passar, velho. Luzizinho do céu, mano. Ah, o cara faz a ponte da ponte agora.
Actually, you don't because there's a suppressor on that gun, so it won't be showing.
There we go. Oh, then big win for Datic there, because I think that had they known that, it could have been big trouble. You got BRK though stuck on the south side. Let's check back in with Team Unique, who's still dealing with fight.
Fala pro senhor que tem PTBR a live. Não, eu não, eu tô assistindo em inglês mesmo. Eu vi que tinha BR.
From the guys from Unique, they've been literally all over the map.
Yeah, I mean that's what you gotta do sometimes. You're towards the circle. We saw it going more.
Caralho, olha essa stage. Agora os caras marcam eles, velho. Cara. E vai fechar pro outro lado da ponte. É bem provável, né? Muito difícil fechar lá pra baixo com um pouquinho de terra. Agora já era, como é que eles vão atravessar a ponte? E já tem nego sentando pipoco neles, né? Eles vão de barco. BRK. Eles vão de barco. Bom dia, Juliano, meu querido.
And so that's what Unique was doing down there. We're going to see a lot of teams come down, poke around, scout this spot, and then decide to move away because it's very difficult to breach that location.
You know what I like what PLM did there? They had one guy in the shack itself. So if they get breached, they have one on the outside that can take another angle and cut him off from the behind.
Honestly, that's the big play with there at the breach is you crash up from behind the one blind spot to the garage house. But if someone's in the shack, then he comes out and surprises everyone. Very, very clean. Let's jump over to Elite Gaming, who's currently in second place, only 3 points behind X-Quest, and watch them as they take shots over at Scars Black. Scars Black, the only team so far, actually 2 teams, one of 2 teams that has lost somebody.
Eu de falar motovlog? Ah, não sei. Caveirinha não tá aí, aí perde a graça, velho. Cadê eles? Caralho, eles puxaram lá pro canto, velho. Ô, achei que ia atacar no teu amigo, velho. Qual que eu passando lá, ela? Meu. Sobe, pega o morri. Senta o dedo. Nossa, tá safe corno. Tem um zoom. Nossa! Olha onde puxou essa safe, velho. Meu Deus. Aí fudeu, mano. No caveirinha, no win, velho. Era pra ele estar aí, ó, nesse negativão. Milta. Milta. Milta Power. É sem curso, sem win, é. True. Sem curso, sem win, né? Nossa, fechou meu. Tá zica, velho. Cadê a BRK? Eles estão dando a volta pelo outro lado da ponte. Bom, NA é rotação, NA é rotação. Essa rotação, você tanca um pouquinho de gás, mas pelo menos você não precisa passar pela ponte ou pela água. Aí sim, aí é God. Aí é God. E acaba ficando vivo mais tempo. O narrador tá emocionado, velho. João Ju. Dá só pro seu salvado. Tira o delay sem um, tá sem delay, meu querido. Sem delay, sem nada de delay. Se tem 3 segundos de delay, é muito. Ah, eu tô escutando. É, pra mim tá com atraso. Deixa eu adiantar aqui, mano. Pera aí, eu vou ter que pausar um pouquinho aqui pra... Good rotation on the east side actually, and they have a lot of space to work with because we still have 16 teams alive. Pera aí que meu PC tá com um atraso. 14 of them is around Milta right now. Second person choosing to prioritize that DP as they're looking to spray down cars and get some shots as people come in. Very versatile gun in PUBG Mobile. SSG takes the Reds. Nova gonna do a little split as well as some beachhead, but neither one really gonna push each other. I think in a weird way they're gonna protect each other here. Fala tu, mendigão. Nossa, tá bem avançado aqui. Deixa eu atrasar um pouquinho. Exatamente. That's what it's like to live in a neighborhood. All right, Nova, by the way, is our 4th place team right now. The next circle has come out. It's cutting off a large portion of Milta, so we're going to be focusing on that east side. And look at this, top esports, really good position right now, but it could get even better if they start rotating a little bit towards the north. But looks like they are going to be selling on the south side. Team Queso, they can get themselves really good compound here and also a free airdrop. Again, Nova and SSG very likely to keep harassing each other, but esse cara tá safe, mano. Smortal taking some shots at all rejection as they try to find their way in. Bigatron in one of the worst spots of any team as they have to come all the way from the bridge and try to make their way around. Zuxi, however, doesn't care. Tell him he's out. He doesn't care. RRQ Athena suffering as Senior takes tons of shot from Zuxi. That was a 3x on a DP, but you would have thought it was an M14 with a 6x the way that he plays. Aumenta a narração, guys, tá em inglês. Vocês não vão entender nada da narração. E a minha voz vai ficar muito baixa daí. Tá tudo perfeito. Tem que ficar assim, senão vocês não vão conseguir me escutar. Tem que falar que tá em inglês, tipo assim. Não coloca o BR porque, sei lá, vai tirar o foco também. Não faz sentido você querer assistir aqui, sendo que você vai estar assistindo uma transmissão BR comigo comentando. Tipo, não faz nem sentido, velho. Mas vocês ir lá na live do BR de assistir, né? Pelo menos aqui tem um...
starts with now, but hey, at the same time, getting into town is the easy part. Getting out is the hard part.
That's true. If it shifts away, all of these guys inside the city are going to really struggle. Yasha gets knocked by a headshot from Jenny, Planet, and Leader also go down. Leader is flushed by Bufla from Team 69, but they get the exchange. Bronco takes Bufla. Now we see Bandit checking in with that Nova SSG standoff we've been looking at. 69 team is eliminated elsewhere, being the first team knocked out in this round.
Bandit here outside the compound itself while the rest of the team is inside. He's making sure no one's pushing on the southwest side or southeast side there, but he gotta be careful because if he gets knocked outside there, he's gonna get flushed.
Seems like everyone's managed to find themselves somewhere to hide. We'll try to take a chance and do a little bit of an update for you right now. Team Unique is down one player. Yasha is out. Scars Black has lost George. X-Quest, the leaders in this tournament, have lost Paraboy and Cat, so that puts them down on 2 and has to be a little bit scary. Soul is down 1. Space Station Gaming is playing with 3. Juicy down, though Juicy stronger as a shot caller in my opinion, and ELG loses leader.
Now look at the circle here. We see how many teams are actually inside Milta itself, and look at it. It's on the edge of this circle here. If the next one shifts hard towards east, north, it's gonna be really rough for all of those teams.
I mean, taking real estate in here is going to be
Caralho, não tá na sincronia, velho.
Do it one more time here.
Absolutely, it's been an absolute cracker of a match so far. Love seeing the way this is going. Just a reminder for you guys on the standing, XQF is in first place. Elite Gaming is 3 points behind them in second.
Não, a rotação que eles fizeram pela outra ponte foi God, velho. Eles deram a volta por cima e tão safe. NA Mitec, velho. NA Mitec. Entenderam? Jogaram bem, velho. Rotaçãozinha tancou um pouquinho de gás pra passar pela ponte. Mas pelo menos não precisou passar por essa ponte que tava tipo, fechado. Rotação full safe, tipo, provavelmente não trombaram com ninguém lá pra cima. E fechou pra eles, eles puxaram a safe, velho. Tá Mac agora, velho. Dá pra segurar um top 3 de boa agora. Os caras vão se fuder rotacionando de Milta. Jogou bem, mano. Mitequinho jogou bem. NA Mitec. Que isso, gente. Jogou legal, hein, meu parceiro. DP pra perto é uma delícia. Eu sou mais uma Uzi. Nossa, bateu um cara. A HE vai pegar. Explode esse carro, velho. A HE pegou. Mano, vai morrer muito nego, velho. Vai morrer muito nego, mano. É só garantir, velho. Só garantir agora. Vai morrer muito nego. Nova já foi. Já jogando de iPad ganhava. Ah, tem um time perto deles. Pertíssimo, velho. Os caras não colocam na câmera deles pra ver a visão que esse maluco tem, velho. Onde é que eles estão, mano? Não dá pra ver.
That'll be great news. He's in the blue. So at this point, if the other teams see him go down with, say, 10 teams left alive, they know that their options are, again, wide open. XQuest has given up over 30 points of lead to down to just 3.
And now's not the time for them to go out. They want to keep that lead going, but it's going to be rough. It looks like Jimmy's just going to alternate for the healing in the blue.
Rose has been up here just causing problems.
Guys, tá baixo, porque senão vai ficar mais alto com a minha voz, tá? Nossa, eles estão lá em cima. Eles vão ter que tretar com esses malucos aí, velho. Vai ter que comer esses malucos da direita. Direita pra eles, né? Vai ter que comer, velho. Tem muito nego vivo ainda.
It's going to come down to the breach. Does it all happen at once, or is it one after another? If they march into GCB like lemmings, they'll walk off the cliff and be made to extinction. If they all come as once, perhaps someone rises up and takes them down.
Currently, GC Busan, 0 kills.
What? That's impressive. They're getting a lot of knocks, and I think the other problem though is once you do that, they crawl behind
Safe
the
tá
rock,
vindo.
someone
Ih,
else-
vai bater, vai bater, vai bater, vai bater, vai bater. Vai bater. Bateu.
Coming in.
Vai, Ticket.
Break moving in.
Vai,
BRK
pô.
making the
Vai,
crowd.
requeijão.
Queso saw it happening to
Puxa.
Six as well. The spray from Rose, he
O narrador tá em choque, velho.
BRK and Queso both in
BRK também.
is out. X-Quest is out in 13th place.
O narrador tá em choque
Someone else to
total.
take the lead. Naoto putting up some shots on SSG. We see top esports losing people. SSG is
Ai, ganha, 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 ganha.
his advance.
Ganha.
Is broken out. All
Ah, tá, vocês estavam embaixo já, velho.
Queso at the bottom of the stairs.
Só tem um cara aí.
Throws the second for good.
Caralho, o maluco tá atacando até a mãe ali, velho. E a BRK tá na casinha do lado, tão safe pelo menos, velho.
Rose has named
Já dá pra garantir umas posiçãozinhas monstra aí.
Owens goes
Já
down.
dá pra garantir umas posição boa.
Naoto drops to his own teammate.
Sério mesmo, dá pra pegar um top 5 aí só nesses prédios.
We got 3 teams in this compound. It's GC Busan.
Olha o tanto de nego que tem no aberto, velho.
Team Queso. And just
Team
out there,
Queso.
there's so many teams lingering all around. They don't want to be pushing this right now because they know there's way too many people inside that compound.
They also dropped a bonus box just outside the compound, so whoever does sort of come out and take that north wall will get a little bit of bonus. The Elite Gaming knows X-Quest is out, wants to put up some good points. They're going to play this a little bit slow and engage against all rejection. They're in second. They're going to be moving up, probably ahead of X-Quest just based on their placement so far. If they can
Boa.
survive just a
Boa, vi, tem que morrer mesmo.
longer. That's it. Top
Finaliza, velho.
was also eliminated. Rolex gets the spray on Nagi, but the return kill from Old Boy takes him down.
It's down to 6s on SSG right now. He might be able to get the revive on Rolex. He does finish off Nagi first though, making sure to grab that 1 point.
Teams that are still in the hunt. GC Busan.
Não, não, Baraquinha. Fica quietinho aí, fica quietinho, fica. Fica só quietinho, fica. Isso, fica aí, fica aí, fica aí. Não precisa fazer nada não, só fica aí, velho. Só garante. Eu confio. Ó o doidão. É da Henrique? É da Henrique? Não, Baraquinha. Na cara não. Tem um cara da Henrique ali, não é não? Como esse maluco, velho? Pula em cima dele. Tá doido. Ligo todos. Se eu já tinha ligado todos. Vamos ver se o maluco não ia sair dali, velho. Mano, a Tequeno rushando esse cara ainda, velho. Isso é respeito, mano. Isso é respeito. Isso é respeito. Não rusharam ainda aquele. Só tem um cara lá em cima. Eles não foram até agora, velho. Tem que respeitar, não, mano. Porra, chega atacando a mãe e os caralho. Ó, eu falei que tava pra garantir um top 5, né? Tem 7 times vivos. Pessoal, meu tem um no esqui. Não, tem 2 aqui. Aí. Ah, o cara. Man, chegou, man. Boa, deixaram bem.
Actually, hold on. They are pushing in.
They're gonna push in and grab that wall. It's a good spot. PLM can't peek because Rose is covering them essentially. So we'll see how that develops as it goes forward.
Mano, se fechar pras casinhas, velho. Ó, esses dois times que estão na aberta estão fodidos. Ah, acho impressão minha até que rushou nele. Rushou. Rushou. Sem respeito, sem massagem. Semon? Tem Semon ali.
All rejection. I don't know if they can get the res. Do they have the angle there?
I don't think they can get the rest. It's only Bronco left right now, and he's taking a lot of blue damage here. He can't really move because he's getting seen by the other teams when he does.
Mano, deixaram os caras encostar, velho. Ficaram só olhando pra frente. Vocês nem sabiam que tinha costinha também. Ó, esses dois times que estão na aberta estão fudidaço. Se não fechar pra eles. Ixi, eu acho que eles são secos. Não dá cara não. Não, deixa ele lá e vai se fuder, velho. Deixa que até que mata eles, mano. Nossa, deram uma casinha do lado pra... Mano, a RQ simplesmente chegou e achou a casa vazia. Na safe. Fechou onde? Fechou pras casas? Fechou pras casas ou é impressão minha? Ai, ai. O que você fez, Miteco? É smoke? Ah, tá. Eu acho que fechou pro triplex, porque tá smocando o triplex, velho. Safe tá chegando, tá chegando, tá chegando, chegando, chegando. Já derrubou o Celab. Ih, olha o Mystic. Tô entregando a paçoca, velho. Não, Ayala, casinha de vocês, meu querido. O cara roubou aqui, finalizou o BTEC e o Baraka, derrubou o Celab, já foi. É, BRK. Foi. ATQ! Boa, dá pra ganhar, velho. BRK terceiro, tá, Mac? Quantos caras tem vivo? Tem 3 vivos, 3. Finaliza, boa. Ganhou a killzinha. Bora daqui, caralho. Só tem um cara, velho. Rusha esse maluco. Meu!
It's a win for ARG. What a game!
So as the blue closed, Team Queso was forced to stack up on that side of the RV instead of moving early. That moment of passiveness cost them big time as All Rejection Gaming decided to get aggressive. He pushed around the corner and saw 3 ducks in a row. Got the knocks and the big win.
They played so well. They were on the outside. We saw them. All the other teams, they were inside the compound. All Rejection Gaming, they were outside.
É tudo igual, velho. A diferença é que o outro lá tinha um bigodinho. E sabe construir piscina no mato, velho. Olha lá, a mesma coisa.
Could have tried to trap Queso as they came out, and that's what Queso expected. They were stacking up to make their push, but All Rejection Gaming smelled it and made the clutch play to come out with the big chicken dinner. What a game. Our first one on Orango. We'll be back with Miramar in Game 3 in just a little while, but for now, let's send it over to the boys on the desk to break down and explain the chaos of that last play.
Velho. Mano. Era deles, velho. BRK terceiro, TQ segundo. Mano, era deles essa, viado. Era deles, mano. Ah, nem fudendo, cara. Mas jogaram muito, velho. Tá maluco, velho. Tá maluco. BRK jogou bem também. Eu falei, eu ia garantir no mínimo top 5, velho. Pegaram as casinhas que fechou pra elas. Ah, não.
I wasn't sure they were going to be able to survive that, especially because we had a team that was in the 3-star, and I actually thought that they were going to get eliminated from them very much earlier.
Yeah, it was quite an odd one there in the end. It was some very dramatic circles going on.
Eu não entendi por que a BRK ficou pulando a janela, né, velho? Eles deveriam ter ido por baixo, velho. É mais rápido, não tem toda aquela animação.
They were able to get into the final circle yet again, but it's just a little bit too late maybe for these guys. I mean, they were sat down near the bottom. They did pretty well, but we're seeing a lot of teams that kind of came out of the chaos that were from quite low down the tables.
And also, they only managed to get, or they didn't manage to get any kills here, but
it comes down to, I guess they want to just make sure they start placing up higher.
A BRK pegou quarto. Foi quarto. RRQ pegou terceiro.
Last game they got 14th place. So it's good to be able to go ahead and see them get the win. Now, in regards to, as you were saying,
vamos ver quantas posições a ATQ vai subir, velho. Pegaram bastante kill. Sim, não fizeram kill.
Space Station Gaming overall does good, so that's good to see.
Here's my biggest question of the game, though. why did we have so many people committing so early to Milta? Because it feels like, yes, okay, if you have your buildings and stuff like that, that's great and stuff like that.
Mano, parece que eles matam, eles acertam, porra. Os caras caem muito rápido, velho. Porra, pra eu derrubar um nego num carro daquele jeito ali ia dar um pente e meio, velho. Os caras dão uma rajada, maluco já cai. Credo. Que nojo. Era pra fazer isso no primeiro e segundo dia. Mas a BRK faz isso, né, cara? A BRK faz isso. Não jogam nada nos primeiros dias. Ou não jogam nada na fase classificatória e na final eles jogam bem, velho. Na Star Challenge foi assim. Né? Na Pmco também, quase nem classificaram para as finais, para semi. Na semi nem jogaram tão bem, chegando na final destruíram. Então, tipo... Mas só que agora não tem mais jeito, né, mano? Agora é impossível, velho. Tem mais quanto partida? 3? Velho, os caras têm que ganhar as 3 com kill. Minha torcer pros caras que tá lá em cima não fazer nada de ponto, tá ligado? Eles deveriam realmente ter feito isso no primeiro dia. Pegar ponto, farmar, aí depois eles correm atrás do prejuízo, tipo, correr atrás do primeiro. Porque hoje eles estão, tipo, só sobrevivendo, eles não estão tentando ganhar partidas, parece que eles estão sobrevivendo. Não estão tretando, eles querem pegar... Aí foi inocente, pulando, vai pra baixo. Ah, é o foda que não tinha como descer a escada. Ah, é verdade, não tinha como descer a escada. Ali o Marco foi inocente. Ali o Marco foi inocente. O gás vindo, ele quis finalizar o cara, velho. Aí o Marco foi bem novinho, né? Tipo, a Safe já ia matar o cara. Ele ficou ali pra finalizar o cara. E a Safe derrubou ele, velho. Ah, Marquinho, se tu ficasse vivo ali era 3x1, mano. Isso é o quê? Ó, Tinquejo 8º, moleque.
We have our first big shift of day number 3. Elite Gaming currently sits at the number 1 spot, 234 points. And gentlemen, I have to then pose the question of right now, in the last 2 games, X-Quest has not had the best games. Is the
Mano, olhando pra essa tela. Cadê a BRK? Caralho, BRK, tu não sobe nem fudendo. Gente, vamos contar direito, esse negócio tá errado, velho. Pô, não sobe nem fudendo, velho. Não tá legal isso aí. Mano, os caras... Eles não estão contando ponto, não é possível, velho. Tá foda subir, mano. Velho, olhando pra aquela tabela ali... Pô, a TQ consegue pegar um top 5, viado. Os caras lá em cima tá vacilando, mano. Eles estão com quantos pontos? 1160 e alguma coisa, né? O primeiro tá com 230, velho. Pô, se eles continuam nessa pegada, pegando o segundo e terceiro lugar até o final, eles pegam um top 5 fácil. E digo mais, hein? Se ganhar a próxima, arrisco dizer que é campeão. Mentira. Mentira. Aí é demais. Mas se eles ganharem uma partidinha, pelo menos a próxima, por exemplo, se eles conseguirem ganhar a próxima, velho, eu acredito. Eu acredito. Porque os caras lá em cima tá vacilando, velho. Tá vacilando.
Going into the city, out of the city, moving a hugely water-focused circle, crunching everyone together. We had it all there. So this is, again, another wild card map that doesn't necessarily indicate the strength of the rest of the day, but that's now 2 out of the 6 that we have today that have been pretty wild.
Let's take a look at our dream team here from game number 2 of the day, round 12 of course here, and I can only suspect that we may have some all rejection.
Guys, a narração PTBR só tá os caras falando.
3 of them are able to make the spot, and then of course Elite Gaming also sneaking on in there as well.
Ó, o que tá passando aqui, ó. Pelo menos aí no inglês tem, ó, de estatística e os caralho.
Oftentimes you'd probably suspect some people might like the compound over the ridge, but
Sara, o nome do cara.
Rejection Gaming made the ridge look very strong.
Absolutely, and on top of
É
that,
Sara
I
mesmo.
think it was because they didn't want to go into the compound. They just wanted to third party all the other teams outside, because we saw how many teams that actually decided to crash the compound, how many times it got breached. There's so many trying to sneak around.
Ô, Liuti, se for pra entrar Discord, eu vou ficar sozinho mesmo, velho.
By the small wall, and
Acho que
also
vocês estão pedindo pra entrar no Discord com vocês, né?
managed to get a good placement and some
Acho
kills
melhor
from that as
não,
well.
mano.
So I'm happy to see them how they really took that small ridge and put it out to the advantage completely.
Yeah, it worked to their advantage. I believe Team Queso was able to take care of BRK, and they were able just to come in at the end and get that kill. And from what we're able to see on that replay, the guy from Team Queso was actually looking away, so perfect timing for him to push and get those final kills.
It was kind of like a micro version of the macro shift we saw earlier, with the people in the city having to move out and going into it. ARG were playing the outside of the building in this micro sort of compound situation, so it kind of played the same way there. Although, it has to be said, the camper van that they were playing next, if they'd have gone into first person, underneath the van, you would have been able to see the enemy. They would have been able to shoot him down. So playing in that third person actually came back to bite them there.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm now going to head to Scoom, who is ready for me. Down Kylaris, haven't you seen what's going on? What have you got me for me firing right from there?
I am going to break down pretty much two things. The rotation of Brazilian Crusaders. They were initially, this is way ahead in the game, but
essa rotação foi God, velho.
The eastern bridge, they were holding Bicatron, and what they did was when the circle went to Milta, they decided to go all the way around to the northwestern part of the circle. This was the previous, they were there before this circle happened. And when this shrink happened, everyone's at Milta right now. It's so chaotic. If they're so late, they don't want to be there. So what they did, they did that rotation around the way down to the northeast, and that was the most clear part. So that was a really smart rotation. They didn't get into any fights, luckily for them. And later on, when this circle happened, was the most interesting part of the game, because there's only one compound.
Mano, eles fizeram o certo, velho. Fizeram tudo que eles fizeram foi certo. Só o finalzinho ali, que na hora que eles foram passar pra outra casa, que eu acho que, sei lá, mano. Dava pra um ter pulado a janela, enquanto outro, sei lá, dar cover. Ali, aquela passagem pra casinha foi errado, eu acho. Mas, mano, eles fizeram, tipo, tentaram ficar ponte. Tentaram fazer ponte, pegar killzinha. Não deu. Ao invés de arriscar ir pela ponte, fizeram uma puta rotação pelo outro lado, pela outra ponte que tinha gás. E, tipo, ninguém imaginaria que teria uma rotação assim. Puxaram pro lado que não tinha praticamente ninguém no mapa. Só tinha, acho que uns dois times ali. Garantiram a safe seguinte. E nas últimas saves, na hora que eles viram que centralizaram pra casinha, pegaram o carro e bateram, ó. Tipo, fizeram tudo perfeito, mano. Só não teve kill. Mas em questão de rotação foi God demais, velho. Só o finalzinho mesmo.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Scoom. As of course, that does our breakdown here for round number 12. Let's head over to the winners from that game, of course, as they're able to share their thoughts.
I have Sarah from Japan's All Rejection Gaming with me. And first of all, how do you feel about winning your first chicken dinner here at the Pmco?
A Sara aí, ó.
We will finally be able to win, and I'm so excited. And we have come here very burdened with many feelings and emotions of rivals, and that we have beat in Japanese tournament teammates, those who cheer for our victory, and in order to impress those waiting for us back in Japan, we will definitely win and make sure that they do not regret sending us outside of Japan. Yeah.
Well, I think everyone watching in Japan is going to be very proud of you, Sarah. Now, you were one of the teams that were in a house in Milta, in that compounded area, and the circle moved away, and it looked like you were going to be very unlucky. What was your reaction to that circle?
Eu pausei pra tentar sincronizar com a tela que eu tô assistindo aqui, velho.
I saw an enemies go to the in center of the circle, so I took edge of the circle. Yeah. And
you were still able to win. How did you turn things in your favor and take the chicken dinner?
I got the over push to the 3-4 house, and so it was bad. One of my teammates got last 2 kills and get the ticket.
Can I ask how you feel about the rest of your team? You clearly work together very, very well.
And could you say that again?
I just wanted to
Não
know
entendi o que você
how
falou.
you feel about your
Como é que é?
team
Entendi.
as you work together so well in that last fight.
Pô, tu entende não?
We could many communication with that, and it was the best in for 2 days. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. And we didn't actually
Boa,
talk about
boa
discussing
entrevista,
that
alinhar a
before we went
entrevista.
live with this interview, so I
Alinhar a
appreciate you
entrevista.
sharing your thoughts on that.
Entendi foi nada.
Finally, I want to ask what your favorite map to play is, because we have 4 more matches. We have got Vikendi, we have more Erangel, and we
Tem o
have
quê?
Myanmar coming up next.
4?
What would you like
Tem
to
mais
play
4
and
partidas?
really win on?
I want to play Elangel. Yep.
Well, you've
Que
got 2
isso,
more
velho? Tem
matches
tem
on it
dia
later
inteiro de
today,
jogo
so
ainda.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Congratulations to Japan's All Rejection Gaming. We're going to take a quick break, and as I said, afterwards we're going to the desert because we're going to be on Miramar.
Toma aí uma vaga de ser besta. Socorro no cu da merda. Quase que eu nessa porra, velho. Ah, nesse rushzinho que matou eles, velho. Nossa, mano, isso daí foi muito troll, velho. Muito troll, mano.
Getting in your way? Focus up with competition mode. Up your game with the Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
Ah, isso aí é o que eles estão jogando? O V15?
PUBG Mobile has put together an incredible venue for this tournament, so let's go check it out. Behind me right here is the desk where the casters call the action and the analysts break down the game. Now, they're hard at work, and I'll leave them to it, but don't they look lovely? Around the corner here, you'll see the seating for our audience, and when you get a look at the stage, you'll understand just how massive it is. Pcmo has built this incredible stage. We have 16 teams up here, and every team has their own cubby, their own couches, and their own complete area. And when you're watching on stream, the AR lights up the room. While the players are on break, I wanted to use this opportunity to get up close and personal with the player pods. This is a pretty great way if you're going to play games on a phone, because you can just kick back and enjoy the experience. And if you're a fan, you couldn't get a better experience coming here in person. Look how close our audience is to our pro players. Even when you're in the nosebleed seats, the view is incredible. Backstage secrets time. This team works hard to keep us beautiful all weekend long. Over here's the talent green room. This is where the talent hang out before and after the matches, and nobody's in here. That's fine, we can go. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the tour. Now it's time to just sit back and watch some games.
Tá com tempo de sobra aí, né? Valeu, BBG, valeu. Quem tinha mandado outra donate? Foi o Márcio Games. Tô dando sorte, Marcião. Fala, Cher. Ai, caralho, velho. Deixa eu ver o que tá passando lá no BR. Nada. Tá só na tela de espera mesmo. Por isso que o BR acaba sendo meio chato de assistir. Não tem nada de atração, tá ligado? Não tem esses bangs de estatística, nada, velho. Só a transmissão oficial mesmo, lá de lá. Mano, tá muito top, velho. Tá parecendo um campeonato de CS essas imagens e tal. Passeando pela City que tá sendo feito o camp. Nossa, tá muito lindo, cara. Tá parecendo o Major, mano. Tá maluco. É o nosso Major de YouTube, né? Lindo, 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 velho. Nunca achei que a... Eu não tô fazendo parte aí. Não tô fazendo parte aí desse camp. Mas nunca achei que eu ia, tipo, disputar um campeonato desse tamanho, tá ligado? É louco, é um sonho tá aí, velho. Deixa eu carregar meu celular. Lordzão, quanto tempo, meu querido? Começou a trabalhar e esqueceu da live. Gilson X tem 3 times chineses nessa Pmco. Então, em primeiro, segundo e terceiro. Pra você ver o nível dos caras, né, mano? Os caras vão pro Mundial e ainda domina o top 3, cara. Isso que é tudo igual, essas porra. Olha pro lado do olho puxado, olha pro lado do puxado, olha pro lado do olho puxado com bigode. Pra caralho, velho. Tudo igual, mano. Ondaça. Pera aí, é um carro de verdade ou é feito por computador? Ah tá, é feito por computador. Achei que era um carro mesmo. Falei, que isso, os caras tão humildes, hein?
It's taken a while to come through this tournament as a whole, but now with XQuest having to be the ones on the pursuit, do you think that they can catch up once again?
I don't know, it seems to be that the
Olha o Medigão.
a little bit dumb and
O jogador querido.
as the most consistent team throughout the tournament, and they've had 2 games back to back not so well. They've only got 7 points in 2 games. XQuest also not performing too well, and Elite Gaming is okay. If you guys are not going to perform, well, it's my time to shine, and I'm going to put myself first place.
Swag FPS, valeu pelo aqui, meu querido.
The 3 Chinese teams at the top, right? So they are
Tá só de olho.
a dominant force to be reckoned with. But we're seeing top esports consistent on placement, maybe a little bit lackluster on the kills. We're seeing XQF huge on the kills, but they're not necessarily performing the best when it comes to the placements. Now, sat on top of them, finally it's
Falta presencial no SA. Cara, SA é sempre mais fraquinho, né? SA é sempre mais devagar.
Absolutely, and on top of that, we're going to Miramar next. And on Miramar, I feel like it's definitely the teams that are the most consistent in terms of placement that do the best.
Difícil a gente ter alguma coisa aqui,
I
velho.
expect to see top maybe even go even further, take a bigger lead, catch up with that. And then again, it's only 7 points that is dividing XQuest and them right now. So,
Nos outros camps, eu só vejo presencial, quer dizer, no LoL tem, o CBLOL não tem presencial. No CS, não sei. Qual outro jogo que tem presencial? R6, né? Acho que R6 deve ter, não sei. Agora um CS da vida, velho. Só tem um presencial quando os campi lá de fora quer fazer os campeonatos aqui no Brasil, tá ligado? Igual a ESL, já teve, acho que ESL São Paulo, alguma coisa assim. Não, ESL Belo Horizonte que teve. Teve um campo em São Paulo que eu lembro também. Aí sim. Quando tem também, nossa região aqui é uns campzinhos fracos. Blast São Paulo, isso. Blast. A Pro League de Free Fire é presencial. Puta merda, até o Free Fire, velho.
The thing about Miramar is I feel like you need to know the map a lot. There's so many different ridges, and I hope, like the teams that know the map the most is gonna be supreme. Nova was a team that won the last Miramar game, and they seem to know how to play around those ridges coming in from the east side. So hopefully we get a kind of similar ending like that.
That's a great point because we have been
ligar, né?
extensively for a long time watching playing PUBG as a whole, and to become a true cartographer of Miramar is
Mas sim, você acredita que vai ter mais um presencial de Cops esse ano em São Paulo? Ô Lodão. Ô Lorde, quanto que é a premiação dessa vez, velho? Porque a premiação do primeiro lá foi R$1.000. Ai, meu Deus, esse Cops é uma piada, velho. Mano, R$1.000 de premiação num presencial, velho. R$1.000 pra dividir em 5. Pra dividir 1.000 em 5, vai dar 200 pra cada. Sabe quanto que é daqui em São Paulo? Quase 200. Ainda tem alimentação. É, pô, tô falando. Aí tu vai pra lá, tu paga mais. Não, isso eu tô falando de quem é campeão. Imagina o cara que fica em último. Gasta dinheiro pra jogar campeonato, tá ligado? Tipo assim, gasta 500 conto, sai lá da Paraíba, lá do Nordeste, paga mó caro. Falei Paraíba porque é no alto, né? O cara vai lá do Amazonas pra vir pra São Paulo pra disputar um campo presencial. Quase 1.000 conto. Pega terceiro lugar, ganha R$150 pra dividir em 5. Fora o coach, se tiver.
So this is a game to put them with the top 3 dogs.
Do you think they're a little bit apprehensive about being maybe a bit more aggressive?
Mas hoje a BRK tá jogando bem, velho. Hoje a BRK tá bem. Tô dando sorte na mão. Eu tava lá, o Uranos era tudo de fora. Pois é, mano. Eu não tô desmerecendo, guys. Não tô desmerecendo. Até porque eu tinha o interesse de ir nesse campeonato. Mas porque a organização que eu fazia parte, eles iam bancar. Porque se fosse eu, pagar do meu bolso pra jogar um camp e, pô, pagar R$1.000, mano, eu não ia gastar, tá ligado? Mas a org ia bancar. Só que eu resolvi não ir, eu acabei parando de jogar competitivo na época. Aí eu não fui. Mas eu tô dando risada. Tô dando risada porque a empresa da Critical Force, tipo assim, mano, lá fora... Ah, mano, é muita piada essa porra, velho. É muita piada, tá ligado? Eu dou risada porque, mano, o jogo já tem mais de 3 anos. Era pra ser o maior maior FPS mobile. Era pra ter um puta competitivo, porque esse FPS ele é legal de jogar e tal. Os caras não souberam investir no jogo, o público só cai, não souberam investir no competitivo, e ainda o competitivo SA, que tipo assim, é enorme pra eles, não é igual lá fora, mas é grande pra caralho, os caras não investem, tá ligado? Mano, é por isso que eu dou risada. É por isso que eu dou risada. Não pelo valor, e sim pela importância que os caras dão pra gente. E outra, esse camp do ano passado, ele só teve... Tá, ele só teve, porque se não me engano foi o KK, que era do meu time, deu a ideia pra ele. Qual que era a ideia do cara? O dono da Critical Force. Ele veio atrás da gente e queria entrevistar a gente. Tipo assim, ele queria que a gente fosse pra São Paulo para ele entrevistar a gente. Só. Aí o KK foi e deu ideia, falou, mano, já que a gente vai ter que viajar, tipo, você quer que a gente viaje, a gente não é de São Paulo. Não é melhor você fazer um campeonato? Chama algumas equipes, convida algumas equipes e a gente faz um campeonato lá com uma premiação e tal. Aí ele falou que ia estudar a ideia e tal, estudou. E fez um campo. Tomou um espaço lá em São Paulo e fez. Mas tipo, muito várzea, tá ligado? Nem pros caras falarem, não, vamos fazer um campeonatozinho pra SA. Não precisa nem ser presencial, um campo online mesmo, uma liga SA, pô, um campeonato. Mas não, velho, os caras nunca deram importância pra gente, velho. Aí fazem um presencial com 1.000 conto de premiação, mano. Não sei nem quanto que foi pro primeiro. Acho que foi 1.000 conto no geral, sei lá quanto ganhou o primeiro, velho. Por isso que eu saí do Cops, velho. Não tem futuro aquele jogo não, mano. A empresa não incentiva a gente a continuar jogando. Ó, o Vinícius é da... Eita, porra, tá vendo as skins? Mas não, vou usar essa aqui. Ó, tá vendo skin? Ah, tá no iPad, meu querido?
Another team I want to touch on that as well as Team Unique. I think Team Unique are
Deu um jogo da atenção
really
pra SA? Eu tô
structured to take
ligado.
those team fights. We haven't seen much of them today. I feel like every time they wanted to take a fight, they've been third-partied and not been able to showcase what they're good at, which is just those team fighting that we did see at Erangel, that we've seen them multiple times. And I hope Team Unique maybe in this Miramar game get those opportunities to showcase their skill.
Oldboy does feel like the linchpin for them.
Yeah,
admittedly.
He's a front man. He's the one getting those knocks. But I hope that team like just follow up and just go super fast with his knocks and push teams out and take team fights.
Another team that I do want to.
Eu achei muito pica esse cenário que eles fizeram, mano. Eu tava imaginando que eles iam fazer igual ano passado. Os caras ficarem tipo em cima das umas cabines. Agora os caras deixaram um espaço aberto, parece um piquenique, mano.
1v4 madness that occurred, be it the 2v4 that they were unable and unsuccessful to win out on, but their placements are totally consistent, constantly. They've got 3 4th places, 3 2nd places, a 3rd place mixed in there, so their points are really heavily
Tá passando no PTBR.
Absolutely. I mean, they have 43 kill points to 162 placement points. That's about a quarter of the amount of placement points that you have. So, looking at it as a 20% figure, that's kind of an interesting position to be in when you compare it to XQuest F. 141 placement points, 86 kill points so far in this final. That's insane. That's over 50%.
Jogar console, jogar PC, a galera tava se acostumando. Quando começou campeonatos e mais campeonatos, a galera foi vendo, foi crescendo, eventos gigantescos, premiações milionárias, etc. Foi bem legal. Só que o celular sempre foi visto
premiações milionárias, etc. Bem legal. Só que o celular ele sempre foi visto como aquele intervalinho. A gente bate uma play aqui no intervalinho do jogo que a gente gosta aqui. Começou
foi
naquela
sempre visto como um
minhoquinha.
passatempo.
Hoje, a gente está jogando PUBG Mobile. Hoje o lançamento do PUBG Mobile Lite. O jogo é incrível, o novo modo zumbi, um monte de coisa bacana. Aquele intervalinho. A gente bate uma play aqui no intervalinho do jogo que a gente gosta aqui. Começou naquela minhoquinha. Hoje a gente está jogando PUBG Mobile. Hoje o lançamento do PUBG Mobile Lite. O jogo é incrível, o novo modo zumbi, um monte de coisa bacana pra gente poder trazer, sabe? Pra gente poder jogar, pra gente poder se divertir com os amigos, com familiares. Às vezes é engraçado, cara. Como eu disse no outro dia, tipo, eu tava no 29, no aplicativo, e o motorista me reconheceu como narrador do PUBG Mobile. Ele joga. Então, tipo, eu acho isso muito incrível. Eu acho o jogo absurdamente eclético. Ele pega todas as faixas etárias de idade, ele pega todas as classes sociais, e a galera tá curtindo mais. E agora com o Lite vai rodar em celulares de menor hardware, um celular de potência, vou colocar assim. Mais fracos.
Um detalhe que nem isso você falou do motorista. Eu peguei outro motorista no aplicativo vindo pra cá ontem. E aí ele conversando sobre, pô, saindo trabalhar agora, no sábado, 4 horas da manhã, então, trabalho com transmissão, tal, né? E ele, pô, legal, meu filho é apaixonado por jogos e tal. E aí a gente foi conversando, ele falou, pô, mas vejo muita gente jogando de celular. Eu falei, então, console, um PC, por exemplo, mais o PC do que até mesmo o próprio console, você requer um investimento muito alto. Você precisa, se você quer jogar um jogo bom ali, ter uma tranquilidade para jogar, você tem que investir uma grana alta.
Sim.
O celular, não necessariamente. O celular você não compra exclusivamente para o jogo. É uso próprio, é uso seu, para se comunicar, WhatsApp, isso e aquilo. E aí vem um joguinho. Hoje tem mais gente usando o celular do que, obviamente, qualquer outro tipo de mídia. Computador, celular, enfim. Computador, notebook, TV, tablet, enfim. Então todo mundo hoje tem um celular. E você agora, por exemplo, lançar um Lite, onde você dá condições para quem tem um celular um pouquinho mais antigo, né, um pouquinho mais ultrapassado. Também
já eu volto pro inglês, calma, a partida não começou.
Aumenta ainda mais o alcance de público, aumenta a mais a quantidade de pessoas jogando. Até porque, imagina que, pô, eu tenho um celular bacana, eu consigo jogar o outro. Pô, mas tem muita gente jogando Lite.
Sim. Tem
mais gente jogando Lite do que outro. Migra. Vai acabar assistindo essa migração, tudo certinho, então aquilo.
Vai não, meu querido,
hoje,
vai ter
competitivo.
competitivo.
Acaba não tendo um celular. é difícil.
É difícil.
É difícil.
E tem um detalhe que é o seguinte, você hoje, você vai para um PC, você tem o investimento todo do PC, etc, e você tem o investimento dos jogos, papapá. Você vai pro console, o investimento do console não é tão caro quanto do PC, mas os jogos
Mas o jogo
são mais
é caro pra
caros.
caralho.
Sim.
Agora você vem pro celular, você pega um PUBG Mobile Lite, é um jogo
De graça.
gratuito. Você põe um cashzinho pra abrir uma caixa,
Sim, pegar uma
skinzinha
diferente.
bacana, você se montar e tal. E não é um gasto tão absurdo. Quando você comprar um jogo de R$200, etc., eu gosto da ideia. E o avião tá só passeando ali por cima, hein? Avião tá só passeando, já deu drop do round 13, a terceira partida de hoje. A última antes da nossa pausa para almoço e troca de casters. Decolagem autorizada, tá na tela. Vamos para o jogo.
And Team Soul, they're going to be fighting out because they're in the center of the circle right now. Meanwhile, we're checking in on GC Busan here as well in Chumacero.
You said they were going to fight, and they certainly did. Marco up on top, decides to fire through the hole in the roof, gets away. The second he lets him know
Começou o bagulho.
he doesn't have a
Ih,
helmet
rapaz,
yet.
já derrubou.
Best, however, will give him a little bit of safety. Ronak trying to fight.
Na mão.
Gonna be pulling in the rest of his team here.
Boa, Axel, mais um. Já foi. Que isso, tá na mão, menino Axel, velho.
Mystic also on the high ground, but right now it's 2K, so one Soul sharing the casino.
Viper from Team Soul is already down, and Ronak here, he's the last man standing inside Casino. He's getting pushed here by Marco and someone else from
O BR tá bem atrasado, né? Vocês viram?
There's actually three of them here.
Ronak got the UMP, but it's not going to be enough. Queso comes swarming in through the roof and the 2 entry points. That takes 2 out. Soul with 2
Nice, porra. Que isso? Estão jogando um vinho do Brino.
Graveyard for Team Soul.
Oh, porra. É isso.
Take a look at Bigatron here. They are in Hacienda and they're here all by themselves. It's a pretty good looting spot. They can also rotate down towards the center of the circle later on because no one's even close to them.
You know what? It's a great loot spot. It's centralized. It's sort of like a
Pode
poor
jogar?
man's Picado in a
Pode
lot of
jogar?
ways. You can get out of it very easily. It just lacks the car spawns of Picado, but often lacks the contested drop that Picado brings with it. You saw what Soul suffered there. They're going to be
Gente, calma. Eu desliguei rapidinho a facecam, vocês já estão cobrando pra ligar. Que isso? Vocês estão muito Disney, mano. Calma. Sério, mano, vocês estão muito acelerados. Vocês não dormiram bem? Como é que foi a noite de vocês? Vocês estão meio, sei lá, mano. Meu amigo. Não, sério, velho, já deu, né?
I mean, they lost 2 players, so what you can expect to be happening right now is the 2 down players are watching the backs of the 2 up players, giving them calls, keeping an eye on Picado as they try to extricate themselves from that situation. We'll jump over to Team Unique, who's currently in 11th place, as they do a little bit of looting there just outside of the city. It's actually a pretty good spot because you can loot the low ground and then
Muta live vai narração. Pô, aí vocês estão na Disney, né? Aí é full Disney. Bora assistir, guys. Vocês estão dando muita ideia doidona. Vocês não dormiram direito, né?
Tier 3 loot around Monte Nuevo. You've got the God compounds, you've got the pit, you got a whole lot of things that are going to be nice to pick up items. The thing is, Unique is struggling right now. They only have 147 points. To put that in perspective, Elite Gaming, who's on top, has 234. So, if you want to try to make a move at it, if your team Unique, sitting here is not going to cut the muster. You're going to have to get out there and start hunting. You need placement and kills if you're anywhere below the top 10 at this particular moment. Another team who's been on the top is Top
Porra, tão com música ligada,
third place at
mano.
205 points. They're back on the leaders by about 29, but that's not impossible to breach. The number 1, the highest score in this tournament so far has been
Nossa, lá embaixo. Eles caem lá embaixo.
big move now can set them up for a good second half of the day.
Circle is still big as we can see on the map there. I'm expecting some of the teams trying to put up a ambush.
Guys, chega de pedir, tá? Por favor, mano. Sério mesmo, você tá ficando tiltante chat, velho. A live tá em inglês, vai continuar em inglês. Eu avisei no início da live que eu não ia assistir BR. Eu não vou narrar, até porque eu não sou nem narrador. Só vamos focar no que tá passando na tela. Por favor, mano. Vocês estão pedindo muita coisa, tá ficando chato já. Só assiste, mano.
Unless there's a crazy crash, maybe somebody hits a compound that they don't expect someone else to be in. I don't know that we're going to see huge throwdowns, right, Frost?
Yeah, I mean, and also, remember, this is the last time we're going to be playing on Miramar itself for the tournament itself. So, you can make bold moves here. No one's going to be predicting you or trying to know, see what you're going to do for the next game.
Absolutely. So we'll take a look here at Nova, a team that is currently in 4th place as they load into the buggies. How do you play like that?
I just love seeing how comfortable they are sitting in those couches. We got so many different styles, and I mean, they're just making themselves at home.
I'm impressed playing with your legs up like that. Not something I am capable of. Top Esports, looks like Mortal was trying to grab a compound, a little bit of trash and maybe a little bit of loot, but Top Esports was just waiting for him. Soul is absolutely struggling right now to just find a place to set up shop. They're currently in 9th place. They have a lot of points they have to put up if they hope to get back in this, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Look, top 6 is just within grasp of their hands right now, and they want to make sure that they get there before the break we're going to have after this game as well.
Absolutely, got to remember, it's not just about winning for some of these teams. Some of these teams want to finish on the top half.
Tem que vai pra cima, Pavians.
Region is one to be reckoned with. They want to show their friends, the other pros who didn't make it here that are sitting at home, that they deserve to represent the region and represent them well. So there is a lot of pride in the line for those teams who aren't in the top 3. Let's go over to Scars Black, a team that's not in the top 3, that has been struggling today, currently in 16th place, coming all the way around from La Cobreria, trying to get
La
into the circle.
Cobreria?
I think that's been kind of their issue in this tournament, is these rotations have been very long, been very late, they've meandered a little bit, and it's cost them every single time.
Well, it looks like they're gonna go for a east rotation here, trying to move a little bit more towards east, because we saw the plane was a little bit towards west of the center.
I like Bigatron going ahead and getting themselves up inside of this crater above the crater.
O som da donate tá baixo porque eu abaixei o som da live do que tá assistindo. Caramba, vocês estão reclamando até do som da donate, guys. Porra, aí vocês estão foda, mano. Vocês estão hoje só pra criticar, velho.
Bigatron will be harassing almost everyone as they rotate around the map. Ryzen, who has been great with that scope so far in this tournament, going to go ahead and cover out and cause everyone to just stay away from the crater. Let's jump into Mortal, going for the spray. Mystic tries to come in.
Ah, não.
Mortal does manage to burn him down. Mortal crawls outside. We'll get some.
Calma, não ruxa não, ruxa não, ruxa não, ruxa não, ruxa não, ruxa não. Calma, velho. Calma, calma, calma. Tá chegando, o menino tá chegando. Boa, só tem um nego aí, velho. Bora ela. Pegou, capturou. Boa, porra. Ah, o Mystic foi de base, Mystic.
That's Team Soul out on 16th place this early into the game. That's a disaster for them.
It really is. I mean, it's a disaster for them. It's a disaster for the fans. It's not what
Solar da Team Soul, velho.
But you know what? They've had a good attitude about this tournament. They've had to fight to get here. I expect them to come in.
Numa treta dessa ganhar 4 kills, mas perde 1, né, mano? Não sei se... valeu a pena os 4 kills, mas perder 1 aí é normal. No final faz falta, mas tá mec, tá mec, tá mec.
For the last 3 games later on.
That's what they're absolutely going to want to do. I mean, any of these teams do get that benefit after.
Nossa, olha pra onde puxou a safe.
Make some plans. There's 2
lá pra baixo, velho.
matches and a Vikendi before this thing comes to an end. So you really need to plan, prep, and honestly, you can sort of get those strategies set out for the rest of the day. Circle shifts. It's going to be very hard over to the southwest side. Graveyard and Minutes.
São 3 equipes brasileiras sem um. Não, só tem uma equipe brasileira, que é a BRK. A outra equipe é sul-americana. Tem nego da Argentina, Chile, Panamá e os caralho. Eu acho que tem no Chile, né? Sei lá. Tem 2 sul-americanas, mas só tem uma BR. Mano, a BRK consegue garantir um lugarzinho bom ali, hein? Fecharam perto de onde eles saem. Panamá é o Gabo. Não tem Chile? Tá, desculpa. E Paraguai, tem?
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, but looking at it, a lot of teams on the rotation right now, and it's not gonna be much happening. Most of the teams, they're gonna try to sell themselves down, grab a good compound that they like to play from, where they're gonna be able to keep
Marca do Uruguai.
also scout all around them.
That car's awesome. I love every time it shows up ever. Like when I'm playing, I just stop and watch it drive by. I just think it's the coolest thing in the world. All right, we're gonna go over to the church. Let's check in with Bigatron, who's taking some shots at XQuest, who's now in second place in this tournament. They've had a tough start to the day. They're continuing to grind and look for kills, but their placement hasn't been as good. And for a team that focuses on kills, that's always the danger, taking those fights early.
Yeah, and Bigatron are chasing for it. We saw Lux today. He had the crate gun. He got the arm. He's looking for the XQF players right now.
Absolutely, and they are absolutely suffering. Bigatron, they really seem to thrive in medium to long-range engagements for us. We've seen them time and time again be a thorn in the side for teams that are trying to rotate, particularly
Bom dia, FNX.
up against
the verdade, mano.
But now, XQuest not going to be happy to have to deal with it. Though, if anyone can, it's going to be Cat. He's got that M16 as well as the Scar, and he looks like he may be trying to figure out how do we counter this. Let's jump over to Luxy again with the long-distance shot. The AWM very, very close. Luxy low on health, going to have to take a second and heal probably after he finishes going through that clip. SSG, though, I think surprised to take that shot from the AWM.
Well, look at Luxy. Only got 3 bandages right now and 1 painkiller. He's taking a painkiller, but he's also going to use the 3 bandages. But that's all the meds he got right now.
O que muda BR para esse? A transmissão aqui é tempo real, lá é mais atrasado. Aqui dá pra até pra escutar a torcida lá no fundo. E eu não tô prestando atenção na narração, quero só assistir mesmo. Aí não faz sentido eu colocar no BR, senão vai acabar atrapalhando na hora de eu falar alguma coisa.
That is exactly right. Rising with the SLR also. A lot of good snipers here on Bigatron Gaming.
Por favor, guys, parem de ficar cobrando, mano. Só assiste, cara.
Bigatron is in 7th place. Sure, they have a chance to win this one, but right now, XQuest is very, very close. Not very, about 7 points behind the leader. They can't afford to get stuck here. They can't.
Mano, essa safe vai dar uma trolladinha, eu acho, velho. Fechou pra BRK? Nem fodendo, velho. Caramba, cadê eles? Eles não estavam ali embaixo? Mano. Os caras tá com sorte, velho. Os caras tá com sorte. Os caras tá com sorte. Na moralzinha. Na moralzinha, mano. Você não tá estressado? Claro que não, velho. Pô, se eu tivesse estressadão, eu tinha mandado todo mundo tomar no cu, velho. Eu tô até que paciente pra caralho. Pô, eu olho no chat da hora e pede uma coisa. Eu coloquei no BR aquela hora, coloca no inglês. Coloquei no inglês, coloca no BR. Aí, donate. E, meu Deus. Pô, daqui a pouco vocês começam a reclamar de mim porque a BRK não tá indo bem, velho. Vocês estão reclamando de tudo. Tem que entender que nem todo mundo vai ficar... Vai gostar do que tá acontecendo, velho. Coloca árabe, né? Beleza. Eu tô até que de boa, mano.
XQF is that. Meanwhile, All Rejection Gaming, who had an amazing last match, catches SSG in the valley. They grabbed this high ground early on, and they are punishing Space Station Gaming for trying to come in here. It's a very hard breach to make.
Fantástico, igual. Valeu, meu querido. Quantas quedas já foi? Já foram 2.
Absolutely, that adds 2 more to the kill counts. Obviously, the 1 down from 69, as well as Mystic down for Queso. 15 teams left, 56 people alive, and the circle is shrinking. This is similar to what we saw in the last game, where there's going to be a lot.
Mano, olha a sorte que a BRK tá, velho. Meu Deus. Cadê? Sorte não, né? Conhecimento. Hã?
Soul sort of having a rough time since the very beginning of the match, but Kumaseta is an interesting city, Froz. It comes in a huge divide. There's a massive southern part that is like wicked elevated over the northern part, which makes it a very difficult crashing option.
Pode ligar? Pode?
But that's not what you want to do. You want to make sure you have it for yourself because you want all that sweet loot for yourself. Also, you don't want to get shot in the back while looting that helmet.
Absolutely. You can say sharing is caring, that only applies to the rest of your squad. Everybody else on the field is a mortal enemy, and anytime you try to share a compound with them, it is kind of like the last game where you saw Nova and SSG basically just destroying each other because they decided to try to share a little bit of a building space. Let's jump into 69 Gaming, laying down inside of the shack, trying to gather information and just figure out where's this next circle gonna go.
Where is the next circle gonna go? We're gonna see that very soon, about 1 second from now.
Worth noting, Elite Gaming, who's in first place, is outside in
Mano,
blue, and they have to
vai
go
fechar,
for
vai puxar pra eles essa, vai.
The circle is gonna
Vai
go
puxar, vai
sort of
puxar.
to the south, leaving Pmco
Eu acho que eles
behind,
puxam a safe zona.
favoring Nova and allowing XQuest, if they move quickly, Froz, to hold out all of their top competitors. Right now, they've got vision lines on Bigatron, Queso, but most importantly, Elite Gaming will be coming out
Puxa
of
o
the
minimapa,
blue.
meu querido.
They're in first place.
Eu não tô
XQuest is
conseguindo
in second.
enxergar, já puxou?
Paraboy and Cat both get knocks on Bigatron. The tides have turned, says XQuest, as Bigatron, who was harassing them earlier, becomes the target for their practice. They do get the knockdown there, and XQuest punishes Bigatron for their earlier aggression.
Well, Bigatron now one man standing, but I think he went for the rest is on the right hand side there.
Já fechou, não consegui enxergar, velho.
Oh, no, he does go for the res on the right side. I'm not even sure.
Ah, abre o minimapa de novo. Eu acho que a BRK tá safe. Tá safe. Pô, mas caiu? Quem caiu? Ah, não, caiu não.
He's stuck behind a van without a lot of hope. BRK in some serious trouble right now, but Team 69 says it's not worth sticking around. It's time for us to move because the rest of BRK is uphill and looking down at them.
Yeah, you gotta be careful if you're 69 right now. But meanwhile, Senab, he's going for it. He's gonna make a run for it. Is he gonna make it?
It's not often you see someone make a run for it in the van, but so far it seems to be working because
BRK tá safe, sada, mano.
from up above. They jump in the Suburban, they make a go for
Sobe logo, Senab.
Are they following him?
They are following him.
Mitek derrubou.
Just Bufla now as he tries to make the chase. Mitek and the rest of the team
Parou.
are going to push down and try to eliminate 69 Gaming. Bufla, the last man standing, and it looks like Mitek and the rest of BRK want to punish him for his earlier aggression.
He's brave. He's going for the 1v4 here.
He has to.
Explode carro. Boa! Inocente demais. Grita agora. Porra. Tão safe ainda, velho. Pô, tem um cara chegando aí. Pessoalmente, tinha um carro chegando perto deles, velho.
GCB and ELG all literally right on top of each other. Once again, Game Club Busan has a really strong spot on the map and is able to just sort of hold it and keep everyone from
O gigante acordou. Olha aí, estão safe ainda, velho. Cadê a TQ? Cadê a TQ?
It's gonna be rough for all the teams. You don't want to be in the center. Being in the center means everybody's gonna start shooting at you.
Yeah, you know, old boy alone next to a burning car just seems like a constant mantra in this game. Always sort of out on his own, looking for those kills, playing the flank rolls. Look at that rotation. He's literally moved everywhere on this map. His partners are nearby, but if he gets knocked, they can't really rescue him. Meanwhile, down in the pit, Top Esports is mixing it up with Scars Black. Fireboy absolutely executing one after another, taking Scars down, and then gets picked up by his friends and goes to the safety of the uphill. Nice execution and survival. This is the spot we were talking about with Game Club Busan as they grab a nice low ground area. Nova up above.
Eu não mutei não, Titan.
Watching everything from the top
Não sei quem mutou você não.
If the shift goes away from the top of this mountain, it becomes very difficult for transitions.
Well, that's a big thing, right?
Nem ele é mão no mouse, velho. Vai puxar pra baixo. Deus é mais. Deus é mais. Puxa, puxa. Mas tá perto. Mas tá perto, tá perto, tá perto. Dá pra chegar. Só tão fudidos se puxar full esquerda. Ainda tem um time na frente deles, mas tá Mac. Pelo menos não foi lá pro outro canto, né, mano? Não foi aquele hardzão. Eles só precisam passar pelo aquele time, aquele... Não sei nem quem é, parece que o cara tá solo, velho. Tem.
Remember, XQuest Gaming has been struggling. They've fallen down in the bracket. They need to move well, but to get into the circle, they have to go past all rejection gaming. The winners from these guys do not want to let them in. They've been fighting them tooth and nail this entire tournament, and this could be very big trouble for XQuest. Let's jump over to Unique, who's fighting with is that Nova is trying to take their spot. By the way, Scars Black eliminated while that happened. Looks like Nova's going to push up to the high ground. They want to get Game Club Busan
Segura rápido, filho. Meu, o cara vai achar nele.
Xiaoji low, very low right now, but it looks like he's gonna be able to met up. GC Busan right now, they're grouping up in one house. That's not good because then it's easy for the other teams like Nova to actually flank them and come from different directions and just push them out.
You throw a nade and that will be the end of them. Old Boy ends up going down by himself. You see X-Quest on rotation.
Capturou.
Tem! He goes ahead and throws it in. As long as it doesn't go through, it should
Não
be
morreu.
valuable. No, we see GCB survive it. I think it was a through it. Knocked Yunjun, so that opens up the chance to maybe make a push here. As Nova a little bit slow, I think, to take the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to rush it. They know that they have them pinned down in one building. They want to get one pick, and that's when you make your move.
XQF continues to grind their way forward. We'll check back in on both of these fights as they go on. Paraboys dealing with
E até que tá ali.
from behind. Elite Gaming has been causing them trouble this entire time. Jimmy knows that he's trying to watch his back and make sure they don't get exposed, but they're in a giant ditch with not a lot of cover. Team Queso could push that. Meanwhile, Busan is being surrounded by Nova. All Rejection Gaming is eliminated and knocked out of this round. So that is going to open up a few options for people as far as real estate on the map goes.
This is it. Look at this, Nova. They are pushing GC Busan right now. Who's going to win this fight?
Rose is going to come in. The smoke is everywhere. It's impossible to see the sprays.
Poxa, velho. Meu Deus. Scope nunca nem vi. Boa, boa. Isso. E aí, que demora da porra, velho. Ué. NA ajuda, né, velho? Falou o quê? Tá na minha. Esse cara tá puto. Pega ele! Meu Deus, tu vai ficar aí até quando? Mano, se tu solar esses malucos, eu fecho a live. Tão safe, então. Ai, ai. Ah, não. 3x na cara. Porra, aí não, Ayala. Boa, Axel. Senta o dedo, menino. Senta o dedo. Nossa, mas essa tretinha tá bem... Essa tretinha tá bem chatinha, hein, mano. Nossa, olha o high groundzinho que os caras têm, mano. Que já era. Contra tudo e contra todos. É, já era. Não tem como não. Cadê uma caixinha? Ah, que você caiu. Ah, mano. 10k. Nem fodendo, velho. Nem fodendo. Os caras saem voando. Só tem o Mitec agora, velho. Os caras... Boa! É isso, porra! Os caras saem buzinando e só vai, moleque. Se joga. Se joga, mano. Pô, dá pra garantir um top 5 de novo, velho. Garante um top 5 aí pra dar uma melhorada na vida. Aqui já se foi. Não morreu. O Tech tá lá no aberto, não tá safe. Mano, acho que o Mitec consegue pegar um top 5, sim. Boa! Boa! Aí, já garantiu o top 5, falei, velho. Mano, toda hora que eu falo dá pra pegar um top 5, os caras ficam top 5, mano. Hoje eles estão jogando bem, estão jogando bem, estão jogando bem. Nossa, mas tá 3 caras solo ali, mano. Aí, ó, top 4, mano.
Top esports still 4-man up and going. They are literally just killing everybody, making sure. Look at that. They have 12 kills right now.
Mitec tá safe. A safe fechou pro Mitec. Top 3, velho. Top 3, moleque. Respeita. Respeita. Pega ele, Mitek. Pega ele, Mitek. Ai. Boa, ganhou kill. Boa. Dá pra ganhar, porra. Dá pra solar, dá pra solar, dá pra solar, velho. Dá pra solar. E não tá safe pros caras, os caras vão ter que descer, mano. Ainda tem a ajuda do maluco. Ah, é RQ. Os caras tá sem nada de cover, velho. Vamos, porra. Dá cara, Mitek. Deixa ele descer, deixa ele descer. Deixa ele descer. Deixa ele descer. Ai, não. 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 Vai. Dá cara agora. Dá cara agora, Mitek. Dá cara, filha da puta. Dá cara, velho. Meu Deus. O desgraçado da RQ não faz porra nenhuma, velho. Não, vamos deixar descer mesmo, mano. Esse carro tá explodido. Ah, não. Eu vou. Tá bom. First and second go down early and knows this is our chance to potentially take the lead and go into the final half of the day in front.
Oh my god. Remember Top Esports, they were up on the hill. They had two men that was stuck. They got them back up. And now they win the game with a lot of kills. I think they're gonna be #1 on the leaderboard after this one.
To get here, they had to dig out entrenched enemies. Nova, who was in 4th place starting there, was on top of the hill. They had to clear them. They had to take care of X-Quest, who tried to backstab them from behind, and then they had to make a suicide push down the mountain that only worked because of coordinated play. KK Skur up on the high ground, covering his partners as they made those transitions, Frost.
Yeah, that was an important cover. I mean, you saw them. They had to go in the open air to get downhill, and that is so rough because all the other players down there, G9 and Mitek, they both had cover to work with. They could just pick them one by one, and that was what they were trying to do.
Absolutely. You can't say anything better than what we've seen here. The top teams feuding it out at the end of every single circle. Will Top Esports get to the top of the bracket off of that win? Who's to say? But I know some guys who probably want to talk about it and the options that that game opens up. Let's send it back to the desk. James and the rest of the Jets.
Climbing to the summit of the mountain. Top Esports managed to get themselves the chicken dinner, and that is almost certainly going to propel themselves all the way higher. You can see the press there paying very close attention to Top Esports briefly as they were able to secure themselves that chicken dinner. Great stuff, great scenes coming out of Berlin here, live from the global finals. Joining me to my right-hand side, Scoom, I have John Allen and
O que fodeu foi que o Mitek deu a cara pra finalizar aquele maluco. Aí os caras focaram só no Mitek. Esqueceram que tinha outro cara ali, tá ligado? Tanto que tinha uma smoke tampando o cara. Então, tipo assim, eles focaram tudo no Mitek, velho. Se ele não tivesse dado a cara aquela hora, mas acho que eu também faria a mesma coisa. No que eu vi o cara descendo, acho que eu até daria a cara pro outro cara que tava de mini 14, até antes, velho. No que o cara tava descendo, eu já teria dado bala nele também. Mas
they had some really good strength there. They started to pop off. They took what I said to heart. They needed more.
De novo pegou top 3.
Fantastic performance. Actually managed to, I thought it was 14, but it's 15.
Ah, não, aquela foi top 4, né?
Up in the end there. So 45 points. It's a new second place.
And on top of that, RQ with 26 points. That's
pegou
really
top
push them
2,
contest for that top 3. Maybe
3
put them in the top 3 after this
e
game.
3 de novo.
Really important for them.
Foi 2-3-3, né? Não, 2-4-3. 2-4-3, é isso? 2-4-3.
Previously third place. We'll take a look at the overall leaderboard in just a few moments' time here, but that's how the cookie crumbles. 45 points after that game did go down. And again, it feels like
2-4-3, é isso mesmo. Mano, se eles tivessem, velho, essas colocações que eles estão pegando hoje é colocação de campeão, velho. É colocação de campeão, mano. Você consegue ganhar campeonato jogando, não precisa nem ganhar, tipo, a partida, pegando top 2. Apesar que kill eles não estão fazendo, então pode ser que eles ficariam um pouco pra trás, se estivesse brigando por título. Mas, mano, pega uma tabela hoje, começa a contar a partir de hoje. Eles estão pegando top 2, 4 e 3. Tem time que tá em primeiro que não conseguiu ficar nessas colocações, tá ligado? Hoje, por exemplo. Mano, era pros caras tá brigando por título se contasse a partir de hoje a classificação, tá ligado? Dava pros caras ter... Na classificação geral eles estariam ali liberando o top 2, top 3, velho. Se tivesse com kill, pegaria um top 1 fácil. Se tivesse fazendo kill, tipo, sempre morrendo em segundo, terceiro, mas com no mínimo ali umas 10 killzinha, tá Mac, mano. Eles não estão pegando, não. Mas estão pegando colocação, isso aí tá Mac também.
Nova played this compound extremely well. The way they approach this, how they kind of manhandle all the other teams trying to get in here, they played it extremely well. But top, they were...
Os caras bateu o carro, velho. Nem fodeu. Pô, aí não, velho. Ó, essa foi God, né? Ah, ele se spotou e não pegou a kill. Ele tentou roubar a kill do cara, o cara que deitou. Mano, se ele tivesse quietinho, se ele ficasse quietinho, velho. Nossa, eu achei que tinha sido ele que tinha derrubado e finalizado. O cara derrubou e o cara pegou a kill, mano. Nossa, que foda. Aí foi foda, velho. Powerboy.
Yeah, Sixless up 3 now. Really it talks to how big of an effort he's been putting in for SSG here. Really playing extremely well. And a few more players.
Oh my.
Look at that.
Here we go. Top esports definitely finds themselves.
Nossa, não para de mudar esse top. Aí, ó, isso que eu tô falando, velho. Os caras lá de cima estão vacilando, mano. Os caras lá de cima não estão mantendo uma frequência, velho. Então se a BRK tivesse pegando, se mantendo ali sempre top 3, top 4, eles estariam brigando também por título, velho. Essas colocações que eles estão pegando, mano, é time que é topo de tabela, velho. Porra, ninguém ia apostar que a BRK, pô, não sobe nem fudeu. Mas não sai daí, meu. Aí não sai daí, mas nem fudendo, velho. Nem se emprestar pontos vocês vão sair daí. Ah, se ganhar, se ficar, tem que pegar mais uns 30 pontinhos aí pra passar a Space, velho. Subiu, tá subindo. Pô, mano. Por que os caras não fizeram isso no primeiro dia, velho? Ou, aí você pode falar, semana no primeiro dia tava nervoso. Tá, no segundo então, mano. Segundinho, já deu aqui, quebrou o gelo, já, pô, passou o nervosismo. Vai deixar pra fazer no último, não, mano.
They're sat in 5th position currently with 212, and they have sort of got that layer below them. So they have the confidence that maybe if they want to go a little bit more aggressive,
estão representando pelo menos no último dia, velho.
Once you've hit those top 10 already, you can risk maybe losing out on a couple of points in order to try and climb up the ladder to ladder up, because once you get towards the top, those placements, they are worth a lot of money.
Just won out in spades when it comes to top esports as well, because this is their first chicken dinner of the tournament. They got themselves the 3 4th places, they got themselves the 3 2nd places, and everything has just been consistent from there. Let's take a look at our dream team that comes in here from the game, though, as we see actually just one member of Top Esports makes their way in here.
But he's in the top.
Yes, he is 100% there. You're right. And Sixless.
Se próxima partida só daqui 1 hora.
These are 3 big names actually just in general from the tournament.
I feel like this dream team is probably the best one out of all. You have one Sixless is the best snake in the game. You have Paraboy, the top fragger. You have one of Top Esports bringing that consistency in, and you have the one from Arceofina with the experience. It's a bit of everything involved in that MVP team.
I like that. I like that breakdown. Thank you, Scoom. I appreciate that. So looking forwards, of course, only 3 games left. And now it really does become truly crunch time here. Our next map, of course, will be Erangel, and then Vikendi, then Erangel once again. Looking at our top placements so far, John, who do you think is going to be able to have kind of the best ride through this? Because it's a little bit tense now.
I honestly cannot tell you. The Chinese teams are dominant right now.
Tinha em sétimo. Dá pra pegar top 5 hoje, velho. Só acreditar, mano. Estão representando muito. Estão representando muito. Estão jogando pique time SA, velho. Sem medo, solto.
Super close to the top. So I think it could, I mean, it actually is any of these Chinese teams' game to take away.
It's a bit of a terrifying prospect that all three Chinese teams are up there right now, doing very, very well themselves. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time now to head over to the interview. Let's see what Top Esports thinks about that game.
Yes, I'm with Fireboy from
Ó, quer ver que o cara deve ser igual, ó. Deve ser igualzinho os outros, quer ver?
3 times over the last 3 days. Finally, you've won your first chicken dinner. What does this mean to you and the team?
你们是第一次吃鸡，终于吃鸡了，然后是什么样的感觉？
因为这股劲我们已经憋了很久，之前很多次能吃鸡，我们都没吃到鸡，然后这个心情就是比较激动嘛，然后我队友都挺厉害的。
Nossa senhora.
We had so many chances to win, but somehow it didn't work out until now. And all my team members, they are so strong, so we are happy that it finally worked out.
You do have an incredibly strong team. You're a very aggressive team. So how do you communicate when you're taking those team fights?
你们的对其实打得很凶，
对
然后你们打的时候是怎么交流？
我们打的时候一般就是可能 音调会比较高，语气会比较激动，然后我们就一个一个交流，等队友说完，我们再去说，就这样。
When we fight, we are quite excited, so yeah, we speak like also in a quite excited style, but still we always let the other one like finish his words.
And how did you find your enemies in that final fight?
你们最后的遭遇战是怎么找到的？还多起来的那些对手？
就是我们坡上留了2个队友架枪来观察剩下的敌人在哪里，然后我们剩下的人就往下冲，然后就最后队友就找到了。
到了。
We knew that there were some left, so we just went
down
to find them.
You definitely found them. It worked out incredibly well for you, Fireboy. As
Tem cara parecido com ele, mas perto de
now
casa.
number 1 on the leaderboard. You've overtaken XQuest F and Elite Gaming. Do you think you can keep up this performance and win the tournament today?
你们现在排第1名，你们那个 XQuest 和 Elite Gaming 在你们的后面，你觉得你们能保持这个位置吗？
我们还剩下3把游戏，反正就尽自己最大努力去好好打，然后把我们目标就是冠军，然后
Ai, que sorriso lindo. Dá um sorrisinho.
就是牛逼。
Entendeu?
Definitely our goal to get
Entendeu?
the first place, and we will work hard to make that happen. 中国sorry, China is just great.
Ih, rapaz, errou. Você viu que ela falou errado? Não entendeu.
So congratulations, Top Esports and Fireboy. Thank you for speaking to me. We are going to have a short lunch break of about 30 minutes, and when we come back, we're heading back to Erangel. So make sure you stick a clock on and come back and join us then.
Eu só não entendi o começo. Aí no final parecia que tava no início. Eu só não entendi o comecinho. Aí quando chegou no final parecia que tava no começo de novo. Bora botar uma playzinha enquanto... Eu não vou fechar a live. Caralho, viado. Veio uma nerf. Como é que você vai rushar num cara com uma arma dessa? Como é que você quer confiança? Tu vai rushar no cara, não dá dano, velho. O máximo que você pode fazer é cegar. Se pegar no olho. É. Estão fazendo o que sabe, velho. Estão trazendo arma boa. Deixa eu voltar pro som normal aqui. Tá, esse aqui tu deixa ali. Esse aqui pode pausar. Márcio Games. Ah, tu tinha mandado na notícia falando do top 5. É, realmente, se tivesse jogado assim no dia, ia ser humilde demais. Abre uma caixa, mas eu não dá pra fazer girar isso aqui. Será? Meu Deus! Meu coração, viado. Nossa, eu achei que ia ganhar o bagulho, velho. Meu Deus, mano. Eu achei que eu tinha... Nossa senhora, velho. Ah, nem fodendo, cara. Tem nenhuma caixa por 40, não sei, não? Tem essa. Pra ganhar AK. Eu vou abrir. Mano, tá de sacanagem, velho. Três bagulho diferentes, é a mesma coisa. Jogo da desgraça. Porra. Ah, mano. Se fuder. Caralho, dispara, viado. Que merda, mano. Pronto, estiloso. Eu vou aproveitar que eu não tô jogando, que a gente vai ter que ficar jogando. Eu vou editar minha HUD rapidão. Na verdade não é nem editar, é passar uma HUD pro lado. Eu quero voltar com essa... Como assim? Já tá aqui, velho. Eita, bora treinar.
Faz baga aí, pô, kkkk.
Faz o quê? Faz bag? Fazer bag. Eu vou dar uma jogadinha de TDM. Eu tô sentindo a minha movimentação muito escrota. Ontem, quando eu tava jogando com os moleque, nossa, eu tava me movimentando muito mal, velho. Eu quero voltar pra esse modo de coisa aqui. 119, se eu não me engano. 119... 111, né? 12.5 som. 12.5, 12.5. Pronto. Essa cadeira aqui não.
Team match, let's go.
Reloading! The blue team has scored for the first time! Target down! Cover me!
Nossa, a tela tá toda coisada, velho. Deixa eu trocar a cadeira, peraí. Eu não consigo jogar nessa cadeira aqui, é muito alto, né? Vou colocar aqui no canto aqui. Depois eu tiro. Arrumei a tela só mais ou menos, mesmo só pra dar uma brincada. Vamos lá de volta.
Team match, let's go.
The blue team has scored for the first time! Target down! Clear!
Passou lá do ignora.
Expired! Cover me! Clear! Target down! Reloading!
tá trolando, velho.
Killing spree for the blue team. Clear! Cover me! No mercy! The blue team is unstoppable! The blue team is unstoppable! Clear! Reloading! Target down! Killing spree for the blue team! The blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
Great! You're about to win!
The blue team is heading to a perfect win. The blue team is unstoppable. The blue team's streak has just been put to an end. Down! Cover me!
Blue team victory!
$30 minutos pra recomeçar? Eu não vou nem jogar a partida, eu vou ficar só testando minha range aqui mesmo. Acho que não quero perder ponto, não. Mano, eu tô em dúvida, velho. Olha o Tista, tá, hoje tá, hein. The Walking Dead vem aí? Cara, ainda bem que tu me lembrou. Acho que eu vou voltar a assistir The Walking Dead, mano. Vou tentar segurar de uma forma diferente aqui o...
Team match, let's go!
Ah, o Tista aqui.
The blue team has scored for the first time. Kill! Clear! Reloading!
Ai, droga. Ah, eu tirei o botão daqui, velho. Ah, eu não sei o que eu faço mais, cara. Vamos colocar um mesclado aí.
Kill! Dead! Cover me!
Ei, M4. Não mata, mas nem com reza, mano.
The blue team is in the lead.
Só tem um cara.
Killing spree for the blue team! Reloading! Target down! Expired! Cover me! Reloading!
Nossa, mano. O que tá achando dos times da pronunciação? Tô achando legal. Hoje.
Cover me!
Team match, let's go.
Blue team has scored for the first time! No mercy! Expired! Reloading! Clear! Killing spree for the blue team! Nice shot!
O toque, ele te dá.
Down! Dead! Reloading! Clear! Nice shot! Expired! Kill! Cover me! Target down! The blue team's
toque,
streak has just been put
ele
to
te
an
dá mais
end.
precisão.
The blue team is in the lead.
Mas eu fico muito devagar pra perto, velho.
Nice shot! Killed! Reloading! Nice shot! Expired! Cover me! Killing spree for the blue team! Enemy down! Reloading! Clear! Killed! No mercy!
Great, you're about to win.
The blue team is heading to a perfect win. The
Vai estar no
blue
celular?
team's streak has
De vez em
just
quando dá
been
pra jogar
put
no
to an
celular.
end.
Chegar
Killing
perto do
spree
campo,
for
eu
the
vou
blue team. The blue team's streak has just been put to an end. Target down! Clear! Cover me!
Blue team victory.
Ai, pede um caminho sem volta. Dá mais uma treinadinha com esse toque. Cher, você sabe que você é o cara, Cher. Pra mim tu é o maior. Eu peguei errado, né? Não tem dessa.
Team match. Let's go.
Team match. Desbora.
The blue team has scored for the first time! Expired! Cover me! Nice shot!
Ai. Aí esses bug mental que eu acabo...
Dead! Reloading! Killing spree for the blue team! Dead! Enemy down! Cover me! Kill! Dead! Reloading! Clear! Target down! Cover me! Expired! Clear! The blue team is in the lead. The blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
Eu teria que aumentar um pouquinho mais a sense.
Enemy down! Killed! Target down! Cover me! No mercy! Reloading!
you're about to win.
The blue team is about to win. Enemy down! Cover me!
Que isso? Que bala foi essa, mano?
Blue team victory.
E aí, Luke? Como é que tá? Ou mais uma. O foda é que eu jogo bem, aí depois eu vou jogar, tipo, depois daqui algumas horas eu vou jogar de novo. Ou a próxima vez que eu for jogar, vai parecer que eu nunca tinha jogado nesse modo. Tipo, vai parecer que tá mó diferente o jogo. Igual sensibilidade. Eu coloco uma sense agora, eu viro um deus. Eu falo, caralho, achei a sense perfeita. Depois quando eu vou jogar mais tarde, parece que eu esqueci tudo. E eu falo, caralho, que porra de sense é essa? E eu não consigo voltar a jogar bem
Let's
com ela.
go.
Essa HUD aqui é a mesma coisa.
The blue team has scored for the first time! Kill! Nice shot! Reloading! Enemy down! Cover me! Expired! Killing spree for the blue team! The blue team's streak has just
Vou
been
bugar
put to
muito
an
a
end.
mente ainda.
Cover me!
Meu Deus, tanca minha porra.
The blue team is in the lead.
Meu Deus do céu.
Killing spree for the blue team! The blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
5.
Kill! Dead!
Great, you're about to win.
The red team doesn't have a lot of time left.
team victory.
Coloca a transmissão BR. Eu entendo inglês, mas a maioria... Mas eu não tô colocando a transmissão pra vocês escutarem a transmissão, guys. O foco não é só a imagem. Só a imagem. Eu preciso de uma imagem ali no fundo. Se for pra assistir a transmissão, não compensa nem eu abrir a live. A gente vai lá, todo mundo lá assistir, entendeu? Eu coloco a inglês, eu acho melhor pra falar por cima, cara. Não é pra galera entender mesmo, não. Porque não faz sentido, tipo... O cara pode ir lá na live normal assistir, se ele quer escutar a transmissão e tal. Porque eu fico comentando por cima dela. E se eu colocar BR, mano, vai ficar muito zoado. Vai ficar 3 pessoas falando ao mesmo tempo, mano.
Team match,
língua,
let's go.
Tá zoado como?
The blue team has scored for the first time.
Boa.
Enemy down. Killed.
Ah, meu, mata o cara, velho.
Free for the blue team.
Meu Deus.
The blue team's streak has just been put to an end.
Parou? Parou?
Dead. No mercy.
Ó na boca. Morri atrás, hein, mano. Parou? Tá.
Expired. Enemy down. The blue team is in the lead. No mercy. Killing spree for the blue team. Nice shot. The
Ai, meu
blue
Deus, que
team's
preso,
streak
velho.
has just been put to an end. Expired. Cover me. No mercy.
Falta 17 minutos. Tá acabando aqui, né? Dá pra jogar mais um TDM.
Great, you're about to win.
The blue team is heading to a perfect win.
Troquei. Não, eu troquei de HUD, mas eu coloquei o modo toque, o Marcos. A HUD é praticamente a mesma. Eu troquei a forma de andar. Agora eu tô andando fixo, analógico fixo. O que eu tava usando ontem era o livre, né? E tô tentando usar toque, mesclado no caso. Acho que eu tô meio durão, meio secão na...
Has just been put to an end.
Mas eu tô bem durão mesmo, né? Falta quanto tempo? Todo mundo jogando contra mim, velho. Tá me marcando.
Clear! Cover me! The blue team is in the lead. Killed!
Como é que pula pra fora do mapa, velho? Olha o que esse cara fez! Assist não deixava, velho. Ah, não faz esse bug não. Pegar a arma e matar ainda.
Great! You're about to win!
The red team doesn't have a lot of time left. Oh!
Como assim, velho?
Nice shot! Expired! Reloading!
Blue team victory!
Dá pra ir mais uma? 47? Deixa eu ver que horas vai iniciar lá. Começou. Já começou, mano. O TDM é chatão, vai se fuder. Meu Deus! Eu não sabia que tinha começado! Caralho! Cara, hoje vocês estão muito chato, mano. Meu Deus, velho. Não tô tancando esse chat hoje, hein, velho. Tá difícil tancar vocês hoje, cara. Tá difícil. Eu acho que vocês estão fazendo isso por querer, não é possível, mano. Não é possível. Ô, viado, falou que eu vou ganhando. Cadê o inglês, velho?
Get the gear and get gone. Circle facing off more towards the north. Sosnovka completely taken out of this one altogether. Teams will have to transition. I'm already seeing ARG. They'll cross the bridge just down past Nova. Maybe make it round about the Milter area. There is potential they go to Milter Power. It's clear, but they won't need to because we've only got one team that's lingering and kicking it round there. BTI, usual suspects for Nova.
Wait, did Angry just get run over for SSG? Did I just see that correctly? That could be an issue. I'm seeing it as well on the map we have here. I think there might have been a bit of a casualty to start with the North American side who've had to pull in Rolex here. He's going to be the adjusted player, so if they're already suffering a loss at the very beginning, that is very bad news.
Less than a minute in, they're already losing a player.
Angry as well. He's been a pretty good player for them. He's the one that, you know, I certainly took notice of last year around, so this is going to be a surprise if they've lost out on him so early in a map like this.
Yeah, dangerous stuff looking afoot for the North American powerhouse coming into this one. People were hoping for a much higher placing, and at the moment, compared to where they are, certainly not showing what they're more than capable of. 13th place, 151 points. That's 99 points to be precise behind the tournament leaders. To be within throwing distance, have been able to get that. They need at least 2 wins out of this one, 60 points instantly. And there is 2 sides and 2 games going on when we look towards competitive PUBG Mobile. You do play for placement, yes. When we come down into these latter games, you're looking for the kills, you're looking for the points that you can pick up, but you need the other teams to do badly. There is a potential.
Por isso tá atrasado, velho. Por isso que eu não tô conseguindo sincronizar ela. Aí é humilde. Aqui.
Looking at this team as someone to maybe believe in, they just qualified into this with 4 points. That was the difference of them making it and not being here. And currently they're sat in first place. That to me is a brilliant story to follow with these guys, and I hope they keep doing well. But X-Quest are hot on their heels, and those guys, they frag out. They have been bolstered by their kill points, not the placement points.
Eu deixo vocês
they got a placement in the last one of a chicken dinner, and then 15 on top of it. That's 45 points, whatever way you look at it, and it's propelled them to the top of the table, and here we are. I mean, that top is still very fragile. Top 250, XQF 248, ELG 244. Even further afield, another 24 points behind that, and you've got RRQ Athena. One game can literally change all this, and we have to play it game for game now. Map by map. Vikendi after this, and then moving back to Erangel once again. And this, when you do have Erangels like this and plenty of them in play, you're kind of on home turf. You're on that reminiscent map that you've been doing since day number 1. You get a lot more restricted play, you have good communication, good teamwork. There's more ways on this side, me personally, that you can minimize any kind of RNG. You have to play at the back of that, but
contact, hold on. This is revenge from earlier. Juicy gonna get contact. He does get the knock, but he hasn't been able to flush yet. They lost out on Rolex and the other teammate there. They've actually suffered pretty badly at the start on this one. Being down Rolex and Angry will be very hard for SSG to recover from, but maybe they can get some points on the way through. They've definitely fallen away from where I hoped they'd be. I thought they'd come in being a bit of a powerhouse. still, we are seeing the rest of the team trying to respond, and Juicy might be using him for bait. That is an interesting theory.
Tá dirigindo bem.
Correctly, but look at the pull-up here. Darcia comes in. Juicy better be ready for this. If you're going to put down the bait, if you're going to put that on the hook,
crava ele, velho. Por que tu vai pular?
And he's gone for the escape plan. Does he make it? He takes the damage. I thought he might have just stunned us with some moves there, but he will be fine. He'll be peeling away from this, and it looks like SZB might be adjusting themselves as well.
Evacuate the situation, or see the car go by. Just uses the wall to keep for cover. Dips down low as well, so Noato won't have the info, but he will hear the vehicle.
Pick up. Here it comes, spraying across. He needs one more shot to hit, and he gets it. Good pickup from Juicy, being a real nuisance to the other side. There was
Agora entendi, porque agora entendi. Agora entendi. Valeu a pena ter pulado. Eu não entendi, tipo, ele poderia ter cravado nos caras ali, ficar só cheirando parede e pegar os caras. Corrigiu. Pelo menos já pegou um cara. Caramba, que spray foi esse, viado? Porra.
3 third-place finishes, plenty on the podium, a second place and a first. So only one win so far, and that was in day number 1. The second game of the day, to be precise. They've had 2 times to come out with multiple double-digit kills, so they know how to frag. The current reigning world champions, they're every time to stamp authority on the world of PUBG Mobile esports. Now would be it, lifting a trophy back-to-back. It sets a precedence and sends a message to everyone else who's looking upon you.
A tournament of this scale, this is where you're decided if you're truly the king. Sure, you can be, the big fish in a very small pond, but this is the global scale. This is, whoever wins this is the undisputed king. This is it. So, whoever picks it up, whoever closes out these last 3 games with an incredibly strong performance, they're the ones who deserve it.
Pode mostrar essa câmera aí, meu querido. Deixa ali no... Isso. Legal.
Shout out to the designers and the producers, everyone who's put this incredible format and stage together.
Faz o trabalho certo aí, mano.
Set up the players in the booths. The AR, it's just incredible. It's the perfect scene for a grand finals. There's a lot of money on the line here, a lot of reputation. These guys have been fighting tooth and nail to get here. The competition's been madness. I mean, we're speaking about the India region, 11,000 applications just to get through.
But that's why we're so hyped for Seoul, right? It's that excitement factor. If they had to grind through such a long qualifier, and they already have that reputation that precedes them, but they came in, they had a bad start. No one's going to dispute that. But they came back, they turned it around. So you saw what they can do when it goes right for them. That's why we get excited about this team. And at the moment, they had a very good start, actually, and they're still in a good position with the circle shrinking just south of Severny, kind of closing away from that, circling, I guess, around school-ish, maybe to the east by the apartments. That's the center point. So actually, a lot of the teams we've been talking about are pretty close by. They're all kind of centralized here. There's lots of room available. So I think it's the next one that's really going to be decisive for these teams. For now, if we see a compound crash, that's because they really want it. There is room for
Eu aumentei já. Se eu deixar muito alto, vai ficar maior que a minha voz.
The circle does come down from Severny and centralizes. You get the river and the pond of Yasnaya that runs through just to the top. This will split the map up very
Tem mais 3 partidas, tem essa e mais 2.
Everyone more towards the south around that Potato Hill area, just coming out of
Muita coisa pode rolar ainda, né, velho?
XFQ also lingering in the distance there. Over on the western front, we see 2 teams. Queso, GCB, potentially on a transition path that may force an engagement between both. We'll keep a tab on it and just check in if that does kick off. But the one head of this pack, the one head of the main engagements for me, it's all across these from Yasnaya, working your way down to the
fazem isso,
You've got about a string of 9 teams that have all potential to just
eles tentam puxar a safe pra eles, velho.
Well, we're seeing ELG at the very least here.
Porque a safe da PMCO, quando a gente foi jogar a PMCO, ela tava fazendo isso. Hoje não, nem tanto. Mas antes ela tava puxando pra onde não tinha, menos times. Por isso que sempre que a safe fechava, a BRK tava sozinha na PMCO. Porque ela puxava sempre pra onde tinha menos equipe. Não sei se tá a mesma safe agora. Aí como eles ficam isolados no mapa, a safe tende a puxar mais pro lado que não tem ninguém, né? Na PMCO foi assim.
Like see there, these guys have been turning up as well, definitely starting to find a bit more punch to their side. Let's see if they can maybe get some of those points on the board here. They could definitely do with it.
Zuxi and Luxi, we certainly have seen the duo ship working together. There have been several times where they've split off from the rest of the pack, or even just being the last two remaining because they go for a 2-2 split. But
Se você falou que a BRK ganha top 5 e eles pegaram. Fala que eles vão ganhar agora. Cara, Erangel, confio. Confio. Acho que dá pra pegar um top 3 aí. Só jogar o que eles jogaram.
Position on the board, 170 points. Certainly a lot of work to do, but not out of it by any means. GCB, XQF, looking towards these hillsides, the mountains, the center of the fields. Be careful, Justice, that car doesn't run you over. It's a little bit of a clip. GCB needs to be really careful because they're moving towards XQF.
Yeah, and these guys, they are your fraggers. They are bloodthirsty. That's what's been keeping them in this one, and you can see why. Jimmy with a really nice connection. Good shot through, but that's going to send Rose and the gang readjusting. They're looking for a new way forward, a new compound. They don't want to tussle with that. They don't want to mess with that. And Jimmy's still going as well. He's not slowing down. We do see GCB getting pulled up on that rotation. A player has been knocked, but they probably can get a revive off here. They should be safe. But still, I'm looking at a good placement from XQF to match those kills we've been seeing coming in.
I'm thinking that he's gone out of that one with a knock because of how low his health was. You'd have to assume the vehicle bashed into the side of that tall tower building and knocked him out.
Hold on.
Circle though.
Let's talk about who is in prime position. Soul is sitting in Roshok. They are just the kind of, I guess, the gatekeepers of the river. They decide the fate. Do they go north? Do they go south? But they have the best chance of doing it now. This is big.
The difficulty of this terrain is that river. It will separate.
Eu não vi a safe. Pra onde que foi? Foi pra cima? É isso que eu falei, velho. Nossa. Na classificatória, aquilo que eles, esse jogo que eles fazem deu certo. Aí parece que tá bem trollante essa safe hoje, velho. Tá puxando muito pra esquerda. Mano, olha o olho desse cara, velho. No celular, velho. O cara tá tenso demais,
down at the bottom of the table with 94 points in 16th. Losing two players like that. Round 14 will not pay dividends. Purple Mood will now install. Angry. Oh, that was the one from the first.
That's what makes sense. He must be trying to get to Yaznaya and they just caught him on the way. And that's how we saw the North American team suffering so early on. Juicy did get some revenge for sure. But that has just cut them off at the knees so quickly, so early on.
ELG, breathing room at the moment.
Nice compound too.
Yeah, love how you touched on it, just about to say the same. It's a nice area because you can watch that bridge if anyone does want to move through, if the circle comes their way.
Player over there as well.
You can be pinned back. I think with the bridge that will come out of Yaznaya to move across, maybe all teams just swing. You can either go around the Yaznaya ponds, take up against the blue, play the edge. But once you go into the north, it's an open field. You're playing with dips, divots, trees, bushes, any kind of line of sight denial that you can find. We're seeing the same pretty much on screen now. Sixless is just moving off the back of a power pylon. There's literally nothing else to do in this open area. It's a single one-man band. Excuse me, he's not. So they're still playing the 1-1 split. Okay, so this is the emergency. This is the placement play.
It is. They are looking for placement. They can't be expected to go beyond that at this point. Look at that northeastern rotation as well. So many teams heading that way. We are seeing Team Queso being punished. They were way out in the west way earlier on. Coming in late is not going to help them out here. And teams are so set up. They've built these structures. They're fortified. They're ready. Team there for RRQ. Going to be finding some players too. So this bodes well for some of these teams looking to maybe find that resurgence towards the top.
Quer outra? Quer outra? Fala que eu vou dar outra, porra. Tá maluco?
Bit of a dampener on what was happening there for 6-9. Queso smokes up, they'll be able to get the res.
Mostra pra eles.
RRQ Athena
back
off this one. BRK standing strong. They've got the rocks to play off the back of. They can deny the line of sight and use and just hunker down for now.
ERK. E vem cá.
Up close and personal. Maybe they don't have the information yet where he is.
Chegou já.
The kill feed. Bandit's gone down. We got another engagement going on. This is what it'll be like for this circle. All these teams transitioning.
É agora, hein? Se ganhar essa trocação é humilde, velho. Putz, pegaram com a China. Aí fodeu pra TQM.
punish. We are seeing Jasper finding kills too, so still getting those points going, but at this point, Seoul hold good territory. They are the keepers of the south, but they might have to consider how to recross.
Okay, so they can't go up. You've got this level 3 building that's pinning them back with the garage compounds. They've already been damaged and had one player removed from them. Seoul can mop these guys up. The smokes, yes, they're there for a defensive to hide the bodies, but once it's dissipated, it's just a homing beacon to where you are.
Viper hoping a shot hits there. Got to be careful out in the open. There could be other teams in the south. Yes, they're far away.
Hit the snipe across the map. That's onto a Weiss. That's a response.
Consegue subir, tem que subir, tem que subir, tem que subir, tem que subir.
If they get a little too ahead of themselves, they've got to be careful to not take this too lightly. There are a lot of good players looking their way. Unique are in danger in the middle of the open. Fire from afar coming in from Lapis up on that hillside, but again, keeping tabs on what's going on. That north side is going to be littered with teams. So many converging on that area. XQF disengaged from the south, went all the way up on the north. They're going to be coming around towards this fight as well.
Ah, não, foi DP. Boa! Ih, rapaz, é a BRK que estão derrubando. Ih, acho que a BRK saiu da treta lá, mano. Ih, levou o Mitec. Senab derrubou um. Ixi, BRK tá fudidona, hein, velho. Se precisar passar esse rio aí, esses caras vai dar como? Vixe, TQ morreu. Ah, eles estavam todos fudidos também, velho. Ignite the kill feed, and now they can step across the river. Now they have an avenue of approach where no one's directly in front of them. They know it's not safe because there were multiple angles going to that position. So you need to have the utility. You have to have the smokes if you're going to take that cliffside.
Yeah, and Purple Mood just suffered casualties in the north. I think that's because there's so many teams around there now. They tried to hold the ground. They tried to work their way forward. Jasper was getting kills, but it got a lot of attention. And look who turned up. XQF knocking on the door. And that's not what you want. These guys are
Não tô prestando atenção na narração, Vitor. Eu consigo entender o que tá acontecendo no jogo, velho. A narração é o de menos. Eles estão passando a visão deles ali do que tá acontecendo na partida. Se você joga, você entende o que tá acontecendo. Você pode deixar o bagulho no mute que tu vai escutar, velho. Tu vai entender, pô. Eu não entendo inglês, não entendo nada do que ela tá falando. Mas eu tô entendendo o que tá acontecendo na partida, velho.
XQF's land grab is huge. They split players in a 2-2 scenario where you basically cannot get any avenue approach to all of the vehicle. Two of them will have eyes on you from all 360 degrees. That's a huge amount of land they've taken.
You literally have the top 3 next to each other. From west to east, it's XQF, Top Esports, and ELG all along the same line in the north. They control that big portion of territory in their
eu acho que eles rotacionaram. Eu acho que eles rotacionaram. Não teve treta. Tanto que eles saíram. A RRQ tá viva ainda. E eles também. Olha lá, já estão perto da safe. Nossa, fudeu, velho. Não, dá pra vocês pegarem o lugar da Tiquejo, velho. Dá pra PRK subir aquele morrinho que a TQ morreu. Eu acho que lá tá safe, parece. Na beira d'água tá safe. Pode até passar com aqueles malucos ali atrapalhando.
We have 5 teams still outside the circle all the way on the south. Meanwhile on the north, there's really nowhere to go whatsoever. XQF are controlling the west side.
Wait. SSG are about to find maybe Soul on rotation. Hold on, that could be huge. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. If that happens, you know what's gone down. RRQ, Athena are in trouble. They're losing out on Ernie. Your kind of fragger, power, your big man, your head
hunter. Tem time ali que não sai mais nem fodendo, velho.
This is not good news. This is coming across the bridge from Rotok. They've gone past some. They might be trying to send it at this point, but this is not good.
BRK tá fudida.
The rest of Seoul will be deflected away from that one. There's nowhere for them to really go. They either commit to it or they just completely bail from the scenario. Luxie finds Ronak, Scars, Black's gone. That's a bit of a poor performance, unfortunately, down at this stage. You do need those points to pick it up. Viper confirmed by Sixless. Juicy now finds a Weiss. And all that time, what's going on? We've lost Unique, but Seoul, they have taken so many casualties. They're gone.
É muita pressão, seu. Ano que vem tô aqui, #Oceano, senão me desinscrevo. Que ano que vem, musa? É esse ano, pô. É esse ano ainda. É final do ano agora. Ah, BRK tá safe. Passou já. Eu falei que a BRK ia pegar top 3, né?
They do. Coolboy turns around, hits the deck, gets the shot. 6-9's gone. What a drop shot from hell that was. That basically could just finish them off and seal the deal. They're gone.
9 teams standing, 28 players. You got to keep your eyes on who's still standing. Top Esports are still in this. XQF are still in this. The South is about to be ignited here as well. So many teams looking for so little space.
And your top 3 are in a good scenario. Top's no one really to challenge. XQF, they control 40% of the map single-handedly. Next down from that, where's ELG in all of this? They're on the opposing side. They don't have
Não, não falei top 1 não. Eu falei top 3. Vamos ver essa safe, se puxa pra eles.
And remember, the top 3 are only currently split by 6 points. That's so little at this point. That's a couple of kills here and there. But here we go. Luxy's found Juicy. That looks like SSG are losing out on their lives. They've kept themselves in this so long, so well. But now the circle comes in and it moves to the west. XQF have the best ground.
O maluquinho ali em cima pode arrebentar com eles. Foda que o Mitec morreu, velho. É o que mais estava confiante. Olha o Fuzzy morrendo.
Donjin biding his time. Broncho does step out. There's the damage done. Fireboy from afar. The second one hits the deck. That's not the knock, the confirmation. Meanwhile, Fireboy from the distance with the SKS. He does get involved.
Eu falei que ia ganhar, não. Falei não. Eu falei que ia ganhar? Falei que ia ganhar ou eu falei que era top 3? Putz, agora eu não sei, velho. Não lembro. Mas vai. Vamos falar que vai ganhar. Vai é bem difícil agora com essa safe aí, velho.
Top Esports have all 4 standing, Bigatron all 4 standing, XQuest all 4 standing, and ELG. We have some very scary teams in full force.
Top Esports and XQF, this circle has been so good to them. They've not moved for the last 10 minutes. They're controlling these compounds and nobody did. What? Sixless! What was that?
And that confirms the death of the Brazilian killers of always to go out. Sixless is going down fighting. He will not fall without taking names with him. ELG making their move. This is brave, this is bold, and it's risky. They're trying to find a way forward for themselves. XQF control the West. It's all theirs. Uh-oh, this nade.
They're weak. That shouldn't get it, surely. It does!
Oh, Fireboy!
Pegou 2.
Right, and there goes ARG, losing on 2. It's got to be push time. They're flooding in. They're taking the fight to them. Top Esports here, just coming alive in the final moments, getting those kills in the pocket, trying to keep themselves in this one. The spray from Sixless here, hoping for a shot to find its ground, as ELG are getting third-partied now.
What a Hail Mary that was. Grenade goes in, team goes out. Top Esports no longer have someone knocking at the door. They can control the compound. They can pick the meds, the bandages, everything that they need to keep going in this fight. Next fight survivability is crucial. These latter stages of the game, your armor, it's damage. You're looking for helmets, you're looking for vests.
Só tá risada? Não, é porque eu fiquei tipo, pô, falei que os caras iam ganhar e eles morrem assim. Ih, já foi. Nossa, olha esses... Olha o lugarzinho da safe que eles me pegam, velho.
Especially for Sixless. Big performance there for him, but welcome to the top 4. This is a huge battle about to go down.
TS reads the info. Listen, Ryzen. That's a confirmation of a kill. Zuxi goes down. Fireboy again with his SKS at range. Time and time again, you just see him peppering across the map. The smokes are up. The info's there. But the blue is on their back. They will have to move. Whitecat's got the vehicle. Where do they go? They need to be careful because the further they advance to this one, look at XQF. They're still doing what they did early game. They're so spread out. They control a quarter of the map single-handedly. But the circle, it's gone south. It's hard-shifted. It's going to pull everybody down towards Bigatron.
Top Esports just got a line on ELG as well. It might have been through the smoke.
Se a BRK e a TQ morre, a gente torce pra quem?
They have all the information, but they have to make the play, and here it comes. Top Esports flying in. Can they clear it out? It looks like there's still an ELG player standing. Ming is dead. Years is dead. Who's still alive?
No.
He's gone down. Oh, it's a shutdown.
He's just annihilating them all single-handedly. He's held on for dear life. Fireboy is bleeding out the wayside. Skur has to come down. XQF advancing. The mollies, they're coming through. They hit the gap. They don't go quite through just yet. Skur, can he hold back Cat? Cat's knocking at the door.
Oh no.
The mollies, they're just gonna burn
Ele
him.
não finalizou e o cara morreu com Molotov? Foi isso?
Just yet, but look at XQF, so aggressive. Zuxy's been found. That's BTR. That's Bigatron not having the game they wanted here, but they are still trying to cling on for dear life. 4 teams stand, 8 players, and 4 of those are for XQF. We have snakes everywhere.
Does Cap have the information there's a player inside still?
Oh, look at the true rookie.
He hasn't moved, Lauren. Bezai's still there. He's moved now, okay, the information, the death, job done, bye-bye. Valiant effort, but unfortunately it's shut down. Skur also, he falls simultaneously. We're down to 2 teams.
XQF won that top spot back, and they are fighting for it hard right now, but it is a 2v4. Will they be able to win out? Zuxy finds Jimmy. We're into a 2v3. Cat now trying to play forward. Jimmy is confirmed out of there. This is not great for
Vão
XQF.
entregar.
That's dangerous play.
Olha o
They
Sedex.
need to be careful. They need to be cautious.
Olha o
Don't
Sedex.
allow Bigatron back into this. But Ryzen
Vem,
leads the way
Sedex.
forward. Cool Boy further ahead.
Deixa passar essas
Paraboy
smoke
next
que
to
vocês estão
him.
fodidos,
And Cat
velho.
holding the back lines, but Cool Boy's
Os caras vão entregar, velho.
looking for a way in the smoke. Ryzen sprays, he doesn't catch him.
Aí, ó.
Zuxy gets
Deixa passar a smoke que eles entregam. Deixa passar a smoke que eles entregam. Deixa passar que os caras entregam, velho. Nem fodendo. Olha o tamanhozinho da criança, velho. Meu Deus, mano. Tô falando, os caras lá de cima tá vacilando demais, velho. Esse time não tinha ganhado uma partida, eu acho. Ó, tem mais 2 quedas. Tá inchado esse aí.
Picpay get themselves another win on the board, and at the very end it was
Olha aí, olha o tamanhozinho, velho.
Team X-Force, of course, having themselves 4 versus the few that remain from Picpay. What a win! Another on the board for them. Great stuff. And overall, they've had a phenomenal day, starting out the day with a win and getting another one here.
Esse aí tem cara de ser um pouquinho mais velho. Agora os outros ali, que são tudo tipo, pequenininho assim, ó. Os BR tava gritando, batendo no peito, xingando até a mãe, velho. O mais velho tem 12. Pra mim, é o mesmo time que tá ganhando o tempo todo, só muda o cabelo. E o bigodinho, tem uns que tem um bigodinho assim de leite. Só! É toda hora mesmo cara que ganha, velho. Não sei pra vocês, mas pra mim é a mesma coisa. Esse daí também deve construir piscina lá no meio da floresta.
Plentiful. And they did say that we're going to try to make it to the top 3, so we're going to see if maybe they can get some back-to-back wins in the next couple 2 matches. Now, something I do want to go ahead and mention, XQF. One team we've been talking about.
Os dois da ponta são gêmeos, tá todo mundo igual, só o gordinho ali que tá um pouquinho inchado, velho. É tudo a mesma coisa, velho. É gêmeo do... É tudo da mesma família, o campeonato inteiro. Só a BRK que não parece. E olha que o Mitek não é muito diferente de um japonesinho, não.
Even if somebody knocks a Chinese team off the top of the leaderboard overall at the end of the day, China is a massive winner in this tournament so far, with their 3 teams dominating up towards the top Scoom. So, and in this game, once again, exemplified 3 of the 4 in the top positions.
Yeah, and they won the different areas of the map as well. It's not like they were all kind of together. They were like XQF was on the far west, the top was kind of middle of the ground, and then you had Elite Gaming on the east. But they seem to they all destroy each side and they come together. It's like, oh, China's just rolling down and we all meet together. But yeah, it's insane. Bigatron, I feel like they have the momentum now going forward. They have 2 games left.
And with RRQ Athena and Nova Esports having a bad
Quem
game
ganhou
this game,
foi
this could really mean something for
o mesmo que ganhou a primeira e a segunda e a terceira.
Of course, they might even be able to jump into that fourth spot.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Unfortunately for Space Station Gaming, at the beginning of things, they had one of the members ran over.
Os caras devem olhar pra gente, tipo, é todo mundo igual lá, né? Até do outro país é igual. Os caras devem ver um BR, tipo, chega o cenário com o cabelo azul. Aí chega o Fuse com cara de terrorista, barbudão. Chega o Baraka. Aí chega o Mitek com a carinha de índio. Os caras devem ficar, nossa, esse cara é diferente, né, velho? São estranhos.
PUBG mobile player in North America, and I love seeing that. Now, what I do want to go ahead and see in the next couple of matches from Space Station Gaming is starting to see maybe more kills from Rolex. He was able to go ahead and replace Carnage in their lineup, but we really haven't been able to see him that much. I believe so far he only has 2 kills, and it's still just Juicy and Sixless.
Aí vai vir até que o Axel pequenininho. O Marco tem mais cabelo que...
Recover from some of these fights going forward, and GCB, unfortunately for them, really got stuck between a rock and a hard place while all of this was going on as well. But I think something to point out, just in general, is for some of these circles, when it is divided by the river, it can be a little bit difficult.
O que o Marco deve gastar de shampoo naquele cabelo dele não tá escrito, velho.
We're very comfortable with the notion of being able to head north and claim their land, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a lot of teams just take their cars and drive through the bridge. One thing that I want to notice is that RQ Athena doesn't...
Não, o Ayala é bonitinho, eu pegava o Ayala.
They seemed like really split in that game. When it shrank
o Ayala é bonitinho.
They sent 2 guys like super early to northern part, and they left 2 guys at Rozhok. I don't know what the team decision was that. Maybe they only had a buggy and a bike, and they could only take 2.
Ayala tinha sido eliminado neste momento. Era um pixelzinho só que ele tinha.
Eu quero ver o que tá passando aqui que vocês querem que eu veja tanto.
Esse foi o momento, foi exatamente quando o pessoal da BRK percebeu que o pessoal tava atirando ali do morro, em quem tava naquela situação, eles já atravessaram rápido. Cara, tem que ter sangue muito frio pra atravessar um rio tomando bala.
Olha o momento, o Fuzzy tinha sido derrubado. O Dondinho, ele quase derrubou 2.
Dadinho?
1 de HP, cara, olha que insano.
O Baraka pulou e
aí depois só foi o Sixless a milhão, né? Derrubou o Fuzzy,
ele ficou com
pegou o Senab
balas,
ali e é incrível, como o Baraka tinha sido derrubado pelos jogadores da X-Quest ali. Sim. Então foi um conjunto ali, né?
Foram
o
2
Sixless mais...
Não, quero ver o que tá passando na BR.
Né, o Baraka e respectivamente
mitando
o Senab.
E logo em seguida eles... Pinando demais, tentando de novo.
Meu Deus, olha isso, é um exército de um homem só esse cara. No caso ali, o Fireboy, ele levou bala dos jogadores da X-Quest que tava por trás.
Sim,
ali, né?
mas
o Beizai ia conseguir.
Nish que é igual a Rezik, né? Vocês não viram o Rezik, velho. Rezik é feio pra caralho. Nish que é bonitinho, ajeitadinho.
Time que leva o Fizzy pra um Mundial N tem como.
Ele cara,
Sixless 31 abates, meu.
Não morre.
Não morre, ele se
Impressionante como esse cara não morre.
Impressionante como esse cara não morre.
Ele subiu bastante também, é um jogador que ele tá sendo bem decisivo. O Lux tá ali no top 10, garanto que dessas 21 kills ali, pelo menos 15 foi só na Sniper. E o Y também tá por ali, ó. O Y não tá lá atrás, tá legal, tá jogando. Mas, né? Olha, cara, tá empatado, Pio!
Meu Deus!
279 pontos,
e ainda tem a Tinqueça ali em 8º lugar, hein? A possibilidade de pegar um top 5 existe nessas próximas partidas.
It's real, Pio!
Existe mesmo, cara. Tem a possibilidade de pegar até o 4º lugar da RRQ, cara. Imagina, se a RRQ for mal, do jeito que eles foram mal nesse jogo.
Menos. Tinquezo tem que ganhar as duas, velho.
Até talvez nessas 2 próximas partidas.
Ou ficar em segunda as 2 e fazer kill, velho. Ô, Pio, aí não.
60 pontos, pelo menos.
Aí não, velho. 60 pontos é 2 partidas, velho.
Aí tem a BRK com 132 pontos.
Sonha!
Eles subiram, isso é ótimo.
Saíram do último.
Exatamente. A gente tava comentando ontem que, infelizmente...
a gente tem que ser positivo, mas aí é muito positivo, né, velho? Aí é muito positivo, mano.
Né, que graças à força de vocês, né? Ontem eu fiz alguns posts no meu Twitter falando um pouquinho que a gente tem que parar de hatear e dar um pouquinho mais de força, porque é isso que esses jogadores precisam. E a gente vê que realmente
eu falei não. Dei RT.
Eu vi vários jogadores do
mas eu pensei.
Até jogadores rivais, que eu já vi galera ali se farpando ali nos chats, mas tá todo mundo torcendo pra essa galera, eu acho isso sensacional. Galerinha do chat, vocês estão de parabéns. Vamos torcer mesmo, independente da equipe que você esteja torcendo. Eles estão lá para representar a gente. Então a força vale muito. Então hoje a gente já viu uma situação diferente, então não dá mais para falar que a mesma coisa se repete, eles não estão lá passando vergonha, ninguém tá lá passando vergonha não, eles estão lá dando balinha, eles já provaram, né, que eles estão ali para jogar, estão dando bala, estão na 14ª colocação, não estão mais na última colocação, e aí, e agora, qual que é a desculpa?
Exato.
Não tem mais desculpa.
Exato. É só mandar bem agora, tentar pegar um top 10 ali. É possível ainda para a equipe da BRK sair com top 10, dependendo da posição das próximas duas últimas partidas. A Pmco ainda tem possibilidade de sair no top 4, top 5.
Tem pelo menos
então,
top
pelo menos
5,
um Latina América aí tá muito bem encaminhado aqui, pelo menos no
Galera,
top
imagina.
16 do mundo. Aqui é top 16
Sim,
do mundo.
Do
top
mundo.
16 são só 16 equipes. Melhores 16 equipes do mundo todo.
Tem que imaginar
não é
isso,
nem
cara,
top 100.
a proporção disso.
A galera antes ficava contente assim com top 100. Ah, eu sou a equipe que é 85ª no mundo inteiro. Aqui é top 16 do mundo todo, cara. É muita coisa, não é pouca.
É uma caminhada muito grande.
Exato. Definitivamente. É passar por muitas partidas na fase regional, é passar por muitas partidas na preliminares, no caso da Queso, né? É passar por muitas partidas em outros torneios, tanto no nível não amador, torneio regional. Torneio aqui da América do Sul, exato, de comunidade e os regionais aqui que a gente tem. Então é muita coisa, é uma bagagem muito grande. Definitivamente assim. Vamos fazer aquela torcida, lembrando, manda lá na hashtag Pmco 2019 no Twitter, no Instagram, no Facebook.
Manda
e também,
lá.
Exatamente, manda uma selfie acompanhando aqui a partida.
Vamos tirar uma fotinha hoje pra galera
vamos,
aí?
Vamos.
Assim, ó. É isso aí.
Tira uma selfie com a gente,
manda pra gente
falando
lá.
finais da Pmco 2019, no caso, hashtag Pmco 2019, manda lá no Twitter, manda lá também no Instagram, tagueia a gente, definitivamente, nas redes sociais, que a gente vai acompanhar, se vocês quiserem mandar um salve aqui também, através dessas redes, utilizando a hashtag, manda lá que a gente tá de olho, a gente vai dar uma olhadinha.
Tira a selfie, Via!
Assim, pelo menos nos intervalos que a gente tiver. A gente vai fazer um breve intervalo novamente, né, pra gente...
Aí vocês passam lá no meu Insta,
fechou? Que é daqui da final da Pmco 2019, é o último dia, é a 15ª, é a penúltima queda
e tá
do torneio inteiro.
A primeira colocação, não tem nada decidido, galera.
Tem
vamos embora.
Nada decidido. Então vamos ver como é que vai ser. Vamos que vamos. Vem com a gente. Daqui a pouco a gente volta.
Ai, caralho. Tá, vamos lá pro English, que lá tem coisa.
There we go. Because I think something that was really cool for BTR here, Biggie was the fact that this, can I do a free hand? I don't know why I'm doing this, I'm just going to do it. This is like a small fortress, right?
Yeah, this
relative to everybody else that's of importance here when top ends up crashing that. This is an amazing position to take in this kind of circle, right?
Not only that, but it could have actually been a viable target for top to try and crash into. So the fact that they instead chose to go towards the little shack, maybe a little bit of an interesting decision. The circle at the moment, it was to the far south of it, so it would have been tricky, but it was another option, and they paid the price for not taking it.
All right, well, thank you very much, John, and thanks for letting me orange dribble. For now, of course, we're going to head over, as we do have our interview with Biggie ready to go.
We do. We've got Luxy back in the interviewing hot seat again. He's having a bit of a day of it. And first of all, I've got to ask you about that Rozhok circle. There was a decision that all the teams needed to make. Stay in the city or go north of the river to the fields. How did you make that choice?
So we are feeling upset and little bit mad because the zone is going to the above the map. And about the rotation, we going to the Yasnaya, and after that we going to the right of the map.
Now, I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Ryzen. But I got the shock of my life when all the teams are fighting, and suddenly, out of nowhere, along comes Bigatron Esports on a motorbike, going straight through all the fighting. Luxy, are you mad? And how did you make that decision?
So we are find the timing that enemy around while fighting. So we have a chance to go inside the circle. But I was dying outside the safe zone. I didn't see the map.
Were you surprised that he survived on the bike?
Yeah.
Now, I can always hear your team when you are playing, because when you get into a fight, or maybe even when the circle changes, we hear some shouts. So I want you to tell me, who is the loudest member of Bigatron Esports?
So the loudest member is my twin Zoxy. He always say anything what he wants.
I feel like I might need to get Zoxy on the sofa later, because I think he deserves a response to that one. Now, you are sailing up the leaderboard, but no matter what happens here in Berlin, I just want to ask, have you enjoyed your experience here at the Pmco?
I have enjoyed this competition, and this is my first time going to Europe. And about the tournament, we have some experience, a big experience in the global final. We have a new strategy and a new game play style in this tournament.
Well, you've done yourselves, you've done Indonesia proud. Thank you so much, Luxy. Congratulations to Bigatron Esports. We have to take a short break, but when we get back, we're going to be donning our snow jackets and shoes, because we're off to Vikendi.
Vikendi? Ei, vai ter Vikendi, velho. Pegou todo mundo caixinha. Tem. Mano, aí os caras foi muito... Na verdade, assim, mano. Não foi tão Sedex, porque a C fechou pra eles. E ela... Ah, o menininho. Olha o tamanho da criança, velho. Menino. Comporta. Ah, não quero... Que isso, velho. Ah, deixa aí. Não foi tão Sedex porque a C fechou pros caras. Os caras tá no negativo em TPP, velho. Então, tipo... Mas, pô, tá 4x2, né, mano? Eles fizeram um monte de smoke e não agiram, né? Esperaram a smoke passar pra começar a correr no aberto. Nossa, é da hora, velho. Time aqui no instalar foto, duvido. Duvido. Eu vou postar no meu stories. Quem...
Acho que a melhor jogada que eu já fiz nesse jogo foi em Dubai.
Andar de moto.
No final do PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, onde eu matei o time da Cloud9 sozinho.
Sozinho? Esse baraca é uma comédia, velho.
It was a moment where in the end we were doing heal battle. It was a 1 versus 1 situation, and I was out of meds, so I just ran upstairs and killed him when my HP was nearly 0.1%.
On Miramar, I shot a guy like 1 kilometer away.
كنت في السيارة، كان صاحبي يسوق، كان في سيارة ثانية كان معي AWM، ضربته هتشت طاح.
No way. Car moving through the farm, and I shoot the head with a sniper with Carmandiac and full time scope.
Mi momento de matanza más grande en Fuji fueron en las finales de la Pmco en la región de Sudamérica, siendo así el segundo MVP de la temporada.
Eu quero botar. Eu quero meu baraca. Cadê o baraca? Deixa eu botar.
多码的距离把
Cadê, porra? Mano, ele falou de um jeito meio que assim. Tipo assim, mano, me deixa. Não fala comigo.
My most epic kill would probably be a 300-meter
headshot with a AWM out of a moving vehicle.
Acho que a melhor jogada que eu já fiz nesse jogo foi em Dubai, né, na final do PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, onde eu matei o time da Cloud9 sozinho. 我在这个预选赛 PUBG 预选赛。Já fiz nesse jogo foi em Dubai, né, na final do PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, onde eu matei o time da Cloud9 sozinho. 我在这个预选赛 PUBG 预选赛在。
Let's track down Frankie, who's been hosting the event, bringing in the show every day, and interviewing our players after the matches. Now, you've had a fun experience up on the stage, dealing with all the players. What's it been like?
I have, yeah, everyone's been fantastic. We've got people from all around the world. So I've never done so many interviews in different languages. And I say that like I can speak all the languages. No, we have fantastic translators. I've also done interviews with Indonesian and Japanese players today, speaking English. And they've been so brave to do that. One of them was only 16 years old.
Yeah, this is an incredible international competition, and I love seeing the players come together from all regions of the world and enjoy each other's company. What's it been like talking to them?
It's been really cool. They're all so talented, so enthusiastic, and I've done a lot of PUBG on PC. This is my first PUBG mobile event, and I'm just so impressed at how fearless they are, because in mobile it seems like people take a lot more close-up fights as opposed to the long range that we're used to seeing in PC. So it's just so exciting to see people spraying and praying and just taking team fights. It's amazing.
The action is incredible. And I gotta ask you, do you have a favorite team that you've seen so far this weekend?
So, because they have the 16-year-old twins, Luxy and Zuxi, and because I got to interview Luxy in English earlier, I have to say I do have a soft spot for Bigatron, and I'm also a big fan of Team Unique because they are Belarusian, they are Ukrainian and Russian, so they're our European representatives. They got a chicken dinner yesterday and they absolutely knocked it out of the park. Oh boy, I think you might be one of my favorite players.
Damn, great players, great reason to love them. Thank you so much for the insights, Frankie.
Thank you, you're doing an amazing job, by the way.
You too, man. Back to you guys.
Only 2 more games remaining here for the Pmco 2019 Global Finals, and it's one of my favorite times of the tournament because we get to go to Vikendi. It's time to put your snow boots on and get trekking, and it is going to be a fun game in my mind, in my estimations, because so far, as I'm joined by Scoom, I'm joined by John Allen, and I'm joined by Avenger, guys, our circles when it comes to Vikendi have been everything but normal. A lot of East focus has been placed on some of our circles that we've seen so far when it comes to our 2 games of Vikendi, and as such, it's caused some problems for some teams. Normally, we have some Central, normally we see much more snow on Vikendi compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of breaches, especially that last Vikendi game. There was only like 2 compounds left, and we just saw all the teams kind of breaching against each other.
Guys, acabei de colocar na transmissão em português, mano.
Last Vikendi game, and it's the second to last game of the tournament. And I feel like some teams might not risk that breach. They might be a bit more scared. Maybe other teams will take advantage of that. It all comes down to the
Agora tá melhor?
Maybe they're like on the
Eu abaixei o som ali.
If we fail this breach, we're going to lose out on a lot of points, and they might fall under pressure.
You could actually see that in our last game of Vikendi, how they were
Desse tá melhor agora.
for a lot longer than we see on the other maps, because they wanted to make sure if this circle jumps away from us, we want to make sure that we have a car ready, and we're going to jump straight into that center compound. We're going to breach it no matter what happens. And I think we're going to see that still there. The teams are going to try to keep.
Tava alto o som do bagulho que eu tinha aumentado pra escutar
We see
barato.
them how they position them into the garages behind kind of the cover, so they make sure that the tires don't get popped. On the other side, the players that are playing high ground, the players that are playing, or the teams that are playing there, they're trying to get out, like, disable all the cars they can, because they know how crucial they are if they have a good spot to take those tires away, because then they're just going to be sitting ducks in those compounds when the circle jumps away.
And that speaks to the style of map that Vikendi is.
Absolutely.
In general, is heavily compound-based. We've been seeing this time and time again. It's what people want to see is jumping into those compounds, having that presence. Being able to get that early compound gives you so much strength into these fights. So they're going to be looking to try and just take that away, and without the vehicles, as you say, that makes it much more difficult to breach. You're going to find it very tricky unless you expend those smokes to try and move up. And if you use those smokes early, it's going to come back to bite you later.
is XQuest at the moment with a total of 279 points. They're currently sitting at the very top of the table, looking to just continue to push on with that assault. It felt like last game they really kind of turned on a bit more relative to the rest of the day, which is going to sit them in good stead, of course, if they want to become a champion.
Yeah, for sure. They're stepping up. I mean, on that Miramar game as well, they had 11 kills. They didn't place too well. They placed much better here in Erangel, but they're racking up those kills, and it's just a story about them. I mean, there's nothing else to say. It's just they're fragging.
Que é aqui, Musa? Que eu não entendi, velho.
Second place team in terms of kills too. They're just like over the moon. They're just amazing fraggers, and I'm curious to see how Vikendi goes for them, because that is.
Eu não consigo entender o que tá escrito aqui não, velho.
You need to breach to take those fights. I'm curious to see how they're going to adapt to that.
Yeah, and so it's about 38% of their points at the moment.
Ah, live, melhor.
Purely from kills. That's an incredible achievement in such a heavily placement-weighted system. To be able to just have that much on the board, I think the next highest percentage you see is about 29 coming in, but it's just such
Quem me marcar no Stories,
and not only that, they're sat in the top.
quem me marcar no Stories no Insta, eu vou compartilhar, hein. Mas tem que ser agora, sem tirar um print agora. Tira um print agora e vai lá. Aí eu compartilho. Mano, olha o tamanho da tela de celular, viado.
15. It is do or die for a lot of these teams now as the penultimate game is about to begin. And we head to Tundra, ladies and gentlemen, as the plane flies over and drops that next phone, the official smartphone here of the Pmco 2019 Global Finals. It's time to head over to Pansy and Sims here for all of the action once again.
And you know what? The action has been incredible thus far, and I can imagine it will only be the same here on the beautiful icy landscape of Vikendi. 2 more games, and this is one of them, Rich. How badly do these teams want it? They're fighting tooth and nail. There's so few points between them. Anyone could make that move in the top 3 to that first position place.
Bigatron have joined us in the 200-point club. They move up to 211 after that win with 11 kills to boot as well. That's a nice way to start the day if you are looking to win this competition, because the top 5 is looking stacked. It's going to be a hard wall to breach. 279 for XQF, 276 for TES, and then just a mere 5 points of 3rd place for ELG. This is going to be close, and that circle is going to be treacherous for anybody who's not in the north. That is minimal grounds to be playing with, Lauren.
Yeah, this is insane.
Pra quem que eu tô torcendo? Tô torcendo pro SA, cara.
Just talk to me why. Let's break it right down.
Quero que o SA vença.
Some of these teams get all the way back up there.
It's simply because of how little land is there to play with. We know on Vikendi that it comes down
Ele
to
tem 2 Amanda Silva no chat, velho.
how much land can you hold? Can you watch your backside? Can you take a hill? And when you have this very little land to play with, the entry points become a problem. You're breaching compounds, you're trying to take priority positions. It's mainly looking ahead. It's the next circle and the circle after that. You need to be in a prime position that allows you to rotate across the map, around the map, move to the circles when they appear. And teams are just going to be hunkered down. Teams are going to be going for the cities, the main areas. Kresnik, yes, it's on the southern side of the circle. So is Gorica, but it might go that way. It can pull very easily down to the south. And the issue is, yes, you might be following them, but teams are already going to be laying in wait for you on arrival.
Now, I want them focusing on our big
Mano,
names
por
right
que
now.
meu Instagram do nada ele para de funcionar? Tipo assim, é como se eu tivesse sem internet. Aí eu tenho que fechar e abrir de novo, aí ele volta ao normal. Toda hora acontece isso, velho.
On 279 points. That is pretty darn cool. So, they are as close as you can get. Below that is Elite Esports.
Vocês estão mostrando mesmo, velho.
Like, we can't describe how small this
Tô
competition
compartilhando.
is.
Pode me marcar no Insta lá que eu compartilho, velho.
Dictate $180,000 into which team it falls in the hands of. You know, I mean, we talk about the money, but the prestige of being at the first biggest competition for the PUBG Mobile esports players. There is so much to be said for standing at the end of the day on that main stage and lifting that trophy in the air.
It's truly going to be an honor for one of these teams here, and it will be the crowning moment. That will be how you say we are the first real team to be able to achieve this. We are the first true competitors, and everyone remembers that legacy. This is where it starts for a lot of these teams, the fun game they played, coming together as a team, learning the ropes and then truly pushing themselves to be real competitors.
Guys, só assiste, mano. Para de ficar implicando, que coisa chata. Parece que vocês querem me tiltar, mano.
Lingering inside this building. You can hear the footsteps outside. He knows that there's a player knocking at the door, so he has to be careful. Vehicle pulls away.
Senta o dedo. Se derrubar é gol. Ah, silenciador. Se não tivesse silenciador, eu até acreditava, velho.
Almost curse of the caster. He got a warning shot there. Ryzen will continue onwards.
É o da BRC, o Axel.
Teammates and where they advance forward from there. Let's have a look at who's actually in the circle and safety for now. We will instantly jump back, and I'll let you chime in straight away, Lauren, should a team run into one another, because, again, that's the name of this game. This is what's going to happen throughout this story with so little land.
O que você acha do campo sem FPP? Eu acho ótimo, cara, mas não vai acontecer isso, provavelmente. Bem difícil eles fazerem isso. Queria que a Apple patrocinasse o campo. Todo mundo já pede isso.
Islands apart. There are bridges, but again, you won't really need them when the river is so frozen and small. It's an easy entry point, just work your way across and it's job done. Further afield, RRQ. Pmco, they're all in the middle. Same for 6-9. They're all central point here. Another team that wants to
Nossa. Apesar que se a BRK pegar essa rua aí, vai reto lá, mano. Dá pra encostar, mas... Meu amigo, safezinha humilde, cara. Safezinha humilde. Mano, foi mais ou menos isso que acontecia com a gente. Oxe, o cara tirou, velho. Foi mais ou menos isso que acontecia com a gente. A safe fechava do outro lado. Aí a gente tinha que rotacionar, isso na Pmco. Quando a gente ia rotacionar, a gente dava de frente com algum squad rotacionando junto. Aí a gente sempre morria no meio do caminho.
These sort of problems happen in these situations, even with the most veteran of players. But we heard it on the interview. This is some of the first time these people have come to Europe or played in an arena like this, so nerves and situations can occur, and we need to kind of jump on board with this because Top Esports are very close by to a very scary team.
Justice, meanwhile, the kill feed does find one player.
Essa safe aí dá pra você garantir bastante terreno com ela, velho. Porque você tá ligado que pra água ela não fecha. Ela não vai fechar pra água, então ela vai voltar pra terra. Tem um negócio chamado pneu, meu querido. Furou, não anda mais, hein? Anda, mas anda mancando. E gasta menos bala do que atirar na lataria. Não sei se ele conhece. Mas os caras não sabem, né?
It could be favorable to catch teams on transition.
You've got another player coming in on rotation. Justice trying to just send it past, join his teammates to try and support them here as Sol were trying to engage a fair amount. And a lot of these teams are very close by to each other already. We're seeing a lot of them now. This is XQF currently one of the top heavy sort of teams currently sat in that first place position, fighting valiantly on Eringa in that last couple of moments, really showing off, but
eu acho que deveria ser FPP. Eu acho, mano. Ou faz FPP e TPP. Boa, ela. Engole esses malucos, velho. Ai, vai na parte não, vai na parte não, vai na parte não. Os caras vão te ver. Não, não, não. O cara tá por baixo, viado. O Marco já viu, eu acho, hein. O Marco já viu. Tá tomando cuidado já. Pronto, já foi spotado, Mac. Tem um squad chegando, mano. Vai, Axel, confia. Vai lá, Tadeu Schmidt! Tirou dano, hein? Tinha que dar hitmark o dano pro cara poder rushar quando ele sabe que tá acertando. Barrilou maluco, mano.
With probably at 1, maybe 2 HP, somehow they've managed to get Zooms back on his feet by hook or by crook. That is a valiant effort.
Now I'm looking at this 2-2 split I'm seeing coming in as well. There's so much to be said about this, but for now the fight continues to play out. Whether you commit or not is very tricky. Both of these teams are pretty much, slap bang in the middle of the circle, so they are fighting for that middle territory. But I've just seen Luxy get knocked there. That's one of the teams who really impressed us in that last game.
Baracão de queda. Ei, Baraquinha. Só tá dando pra trás, hein, velho. Escorregou na banana.
Purple moving, but they have to be careful because there's Don Jin just on top of that hill. They might get punished for this one. Ming does take down Luxy, White Cat, SLR.
Fala que eles vão pegar top 5. Não, aquela hora eu dei sorte porque eu vi a safe, cara. Não vou falar no início da partida, não. Eu vou deixar a partida avançar. E quando eu ver a safe, eu vou falar qual posição que eles vão pegar. Eu não sei nem onde que eles estão ainda. O Zizada canta, viu? Em TPP, mano, o Zizada rasga, velho.
Yes, they need a good placement, but they also need kill points. And they are a team that can do that, bear in mind. They have 75 kill points beside them, 191 placement points. If they keep going, that'd be good, but they just lost out on Ming. This could really hinder their chances to try and push to that second spot. If they don't get the revive, if they get picked apart by RRQ Athena, that would be devastating. And this is also the same sort of situation for top esports. They're in second place, tied.
Nossa, o Uzi no TPP, velho. Tá maluco.
So for the two teams in second and third, you need placement, but you also need those kills now.
This whole thing's on a knife edge. The smartest team out of all this, in my opinion, is XQF. They're thinking they're just going to pull away from water. They're the only team down south. They're taking Kresnik for themselves. Nobody within 400 meters of them. All the time in the world, they can keep on looting, keep gearing up, and whatever they need. Bandages, bullets, meds, grenades, utility.
3 partidas TPP e 3 FPP. Deveria ser igual a Star Challenge, né? A Star teve TPP e FPP lá. Eu acho que deveria também. Assim mostra que seu time realmente é o melhor. E tu vai ter que se dar bem no TPP e no FPP. Agora, TP pesada, só TPP, eu achei bem escroto, mano. Tipo, também acharia escroto se fosse só FPP, né? Mas... coloca mesclado, velho. Simples. Teu time vai ter que dar bala nos dois lados. Nossa, ela derrubou e já levou um rajadão, velho.
Early game is certainly something they've been struggling with because we can see what players can do late game, you know? We've seen it time and time again.
Só TP porque caralho, todo mundo centralizando, velho. Aí ela vai e puxa full esquerda. Olha lá, ó, a BRK, full direita. Será que essa safezinha puxa, velho? Será que eles conseguem puxar? Eu acho que consegue, mano. Eu acho que eles conseguem puxar a safe.
It's just a rainbow of colors, everyone hunkering down, the tiniest bit of cover.
Você quer matar quem aí, meu querido? Tem alguma coisa ali? É um carro? Eu acho que eles vão puxar. E olha que eu tava falando igual aquela hora eu falei, hein, mano. Puxasse pra eles era GG e puxou pro Mitec. Vamos ver. Eu acho que, sei lá, mas eu acredito que puxa para eles. Chegaram bem lá em cima, né? Chegaram bem. Apesar que eles estão meio distantes de todo mundo, mas eles estavam lá embaixo, subiram. Pô, tá Mac. Hoje é o último dia? Último dia. Acabou. Tem mais essa e mais. Tem essa e mais uma. Aí o campeão sai hoje. If you're like, alright, I'm Yasha, I'm having a good time, I'm spelling this out. You know the old boy's keeping you safe. This guy has put up numbers for his side. Por que não transmite uma narração BR? Porque eu não acho BR muito da hora, não. Como eu não tô me preocupando com o que eles estão falando, eu só quero assistir mesmo, deixo no inglês mesmo. Se eu colocar no BR vai ficar confuso, os caras falando, eu falando. Eu não vou poder deixar alto, então tipo, vocês não vão precisar nem ter atenção do que eu vou falar direito. Oh, puxou aí, hein? Que isso aí, meu querido? O Al tá bugado. O Al. O embote tá bugado, hein? Vocês viram? Vocês viram? Puxando a mira? Isso aí é o Al, hein? Caralho, é embote. Por que eu tô falando Al, velho? Eu sei porque eu uso. Digo. Usar. Gastar uma smoke pra pegar outra smoke aqui no loot. O cara gasta smoke pra pegar outra smoke. Pra não gastar uma smoke aqui, que eu vi que tem uma smokezinha ali no loot. Vou pegar ali.
Not a bad plan at all. For Nova, they need to reconsider their options here. We did see that earlier engagement band. It did just bleed out, so that's another point going towards Unique there. SSG lost out on a very good player very early on, and then he was joined as well. Sixless went down, so Juicy and Sixless out of there, and you kind of want Sixless to be still up. This guy, he will clutch out for you, and again, circles centralizing up. It doesn't hard shift. We're looking closer and closer. Only one team is not currently in the new circle, so very few rotations, very limited movements required, but eventually, I know what this game's gonna happen like, and I know you guys at home, you play this game, you watch this game, you love PUBG Mobile. You know when
tem mais uma. Tem essa partida e tem mais uma depois.
It is gonna be insanity. When you look and you realize there's so many still alive, you know you're in for trouble.
This whole thing is just teetering on the edge of a knife. How many teams are going to fall on their own sword though, with a circle just sitting back?
A CP de Weekend, ela vai só ficando tipo fechando meio centralizada, tá ligado? Aí chega no finalzinho ela dá uma trollada.
But then you get people like Unique. They're now having fun. For them, this is just a slaying fest. Find as many bodies as you can and tag and frag. You see them in the woods.
And they're still getting kills as well. They are just running around the woods. They are the nightmare in the trees, and you do not want to come across them. They are very close by to a couple of other players as well. So ELG here, for example, quite spread apart. They're holding a 1-1-1, all in slightly individual positions. Still close enough by.
Os BR tem chance de ganhar?
Não
mais. Só no próximo split.
They need to be careful to not move too far away, not get isolated, not get caught up. They are fighting to try and push in towards that top 2 spot.
Valeu, Pavias. Pavias, você entrou no grupo lá?
This whole map and situation of teams
Nem vi,
is playing out. It's smack bang down the center.
Se levantar vai levar só uma, hein? Ou é do mesmo time? Ah, ele vai dar cara, viado.
Coolboy could thread the needle, look for that kill feed, look for these guys. SZB are moving around, that's Unique.
Próximo split, acho que é mês... É em setembro. Eu acho. Ih, dá cara.
Coolboy's gonna deliver. Let's see if he gets the shot. Sarah knows there's a chance that people are watching. So playing smart. That's good play from Sarah.
Everybody else just shoulder peeking and a person in the walls and windows. There's no point in revealing yourself just yet. There's two sides to that story. One, you could be sniped.
Será que esse dia 8 que começa aí não é o classificatório? Aquela parte da Crew Challenge lá? Que classifica uma galerinha?
You don't want to give up the game. Some teams will, they'll play aggressive and they'll shoot just to ward people off. We don't want to take a fight. We don't want to have any casualties. We want to keep more in the late game. So stay away from us, please. Wave a flag of peace and let them go by. For others, like Unique, for instance, they're now here to have some fun. There's nothing left to lose. Let's go and kill as many people on the battlefield we can.
Now, if you want to talk about how intense this situation is getting, we have one more game after this. This is 15 out of 16. We're almost 18 minutes into the game, and we've only lost 7 players. Every team is playing hyper cautious, hyper careful, hyper smart. They do not want to lose out on players, and now this is where it could start getting deadly.
Coolboy actually got that shot after all that time of waiting in the winds.
Centralize again. This is still building. I don't know what circle is going to happen, but when this goes, it will be non-stop bloodshed.
Oh, this is
so intense.
Yeah,
everyone's being so careful. And like maybe in the south, because XQF were a little bit split up with 2-2, you might see them maybe getting a couple of shots, but they could also just rejoin the rest of the team here. So again, ARG, they'll know
Júnior FPS, valeu meu querido.
because of the shot coming out from Cat. So again, they'll know there's a team close here, but again, they should be able to be careful. ELG not far away, so you got to keep your eyes on that potential fight happening.
Puxou pra BRK.
That'd be third against currently first position. So that's why we're looking at this. And now over here, Top Esports, KK Skur, the man who just destroyed
Falei que ia puxar, velho.
RRQ.
Falei que ia puxar, mano.
This guy has been phenomenal. He spurred them forward, and now they're sitting in second place.
And you know what? I think that speaks to a lot of players individually in PUBG Mobile. There is a chance for everyone just to have those moments on, you know, a snapshot and go off like that on the main stage. You can't count anybody out. Any given Sunday is a line you like to throw around quite often. Well, it's a Sunday, and we have all these players still alive with only minimal casualties. We're currently just watching a slow burning fuse.
It really is.
Because this next circle, when it goes off, it is going to go with one hell of a bang.
Top Esports are still slap bang center here.
Vitor Alves, valeu pelo negócio aí, que não sei o que é isso, velho. Um prédio? Os prédios. Valeu, Vitão. Até aqui. O capa do Marco tem que ser maior pra guardar o cabelo dele dentro.
Real quick update. SZB 6-9. We're looking towards west and east. Those teams, plenty of room, going to be rather quiet. Everybody else, middle. Everyone's just
smashing. Marcelo Azedo aí, ó.
Circle's about to update. Where we go, what happens to this game, it all comes down to this.
Yeah, zooms for
Fala tu, Marcelão.
catching out a little bit of a glimpse towards Team K, so seeing them pull up, but again, not
Vem pra torcida, Marcelo.
So he needs to be smart about this player right now. Is the
Palambrado.
strike, he gets a good connection to and there is the hard shift. This is when it's all gonna go crazy. If you are, making a cup of tea or pouring out a drink, no. Now's the time to watch because we have shifted.
Tão safe.
North. ELG are not in it. RRQ, Athena
Tão
are not
safe.
in it. XQF are no longer in the circle. Same with Sol, same with Unique. They all have to move forward. And Purple
A câmera oficial.
probably holding the line.
Que
Top
isso?
Esports can
Vocês que
shuffle
deixam
more
mais
on this
especial,
topic,
pô.
but they will become the gatekeepers here. D2E already moving past. He needs to be careful. This is going to be madness.
Fechou pros caras, velho.
Ready to run. 10 teams have to make their way inside this circle. Sabava is where we will centralize, just to the right-hand side of the city. We only have one team plumb center. That's going to be Purple Mood, but there is 3 lingering in the distance. SZB, they'll control an entry point over on the western side. They'll take the rocks, they'll take the road. Nobody is getting in there. On the opposing side, I'm seeing Baraka and Senab doing the exact same thing. ARG is coming into them. Everyone's now starting to flood the gates. They have to put the defensive up because there are so many teams playing border control down in the south. How you approach this one, God only knows. This is going to get messy. Get ready, watch the kill feed, because this is about to go down.
Aproveita o patrocínio, faz essa proposta. Shadow, coração pra tu, velho. Por que tu não atirou, velho? Que proposta? Do iPhone? Ah, se bancar um XS pra mim, a gente pode negociar, velho. Vai ficar no ar aí.
Does manage to work the vehicle up slightly further, slightly closer, trying to move it in towards the right place. Maybe provide some cover for themselves because look who's on the rocks. It's Purple Mood.
5 FPS, manda salve aí, seu tá salvado, meu querido.
Is there a team here? Maybe you're in that car has set off the alarm bells. Maybe they want to start making that play.
O Marcelão mandou um beijo. Manda outro pra ele, Mikasa. Manda outro pra ele. Marcelo é o mítico.
Everyone's still hunkering down. Nobody wants to make the first move because as soon as you
Ele tá trabalhando hoje?
You're ringing that dinner bell. You're letting everybody know where you are on the map, and we'll just see teams advance and close in. Because kills mean points. It's as simple as that. ARG, they get the players back up. The grenades, I'm seeing them come across.
Ô, tu, Fly, não mutei você, velho. Não tem como desmutar. Não sei quem mutou você, não. O que aconteceu? Mano, fechou pra BRK de novo, velho. Nem fodendo, mano.
Purple Mood play gatekeeper, the engagements happen for Moha. That's down towards ARG, the spray. That is also GCB in the kill feed. We're seeing ELG though coming into their own. That's on towards RRQ Athena. That's a deadly opponent. You have to be careful if you engage upon them.
E o pior é que eles estão podendo escolher aonde que eles vão ficar, tá ligado? Porque não tem muito time dentro da safe. Olha lá, já escolheram a casinha ali deles e só vai, velho. Ih, rapaz, tá no chão, hein? Capa HE. Capa HE. Do time dele. Boa. Estão jogando legal.
Such a devastating loss, a huge blunder. Maybe they can save them after all of this. XQF are getting into a battle as are ELG. Candies is on the run. He is getting out of there. There's no saving his teammate. That is done for. Now let's catch up on the action as to what's been happening. Look at Unique, look at Purple Mood. They're so close by. RRQ Athena down towards the southeast.
They clearly know where Nagi is. The smokes have been committed, and so the mollies I'm seeing burning on the floor here. Kitsune straight across the map still for a while. He has been watching, he has been waiting. ELG, they've been lingering in the cliffside, and now they need to move. Once that circle shifts, they'll be forced into the engagement.
Tá chindo? Aí é humilde. Aí é um casal de humildes. Ah, fala do spray do menino. Mano, essa mulher, ela narra muito da hora, porque tipo assim, ela mostra que ela fica surpresa, que ela passa emoção, tá ligado? Tipo, ela viu o cara dando spray, ela dá, ah, não! Tipo, parece que ela tá torcendo, velho. Olha a emoção que ela passa. É muito foda, velho. Não parece que é uma narração, parece que ela tá torcendo. Ele correu? Foda-se, vou trocar porra nenhuma. Ele simplesmente saiu correndo, velho. Toma, cai aí, bo. Ah, não, ele tá... Não fez isso, não. Não vai fazer isso, não. Não vai fazer isso, não, vai. Não vai fazer isso, não.
Just on the hillside, they need to be careful. Purple Mood's there. Unique, they've been waiting for a while. Kitsune's been creeping up. While all this has been going down, Lauren, he's beginning up close and personal. He's about to strike. He's just on the opposing side of the rock.
Não deitou! Não deitou, meu querido! Não deitou! Não deitou! O cara não caiu! Agora acho que caiu. Boa. Aí emocionou demais, meu querido. Calma. E os caras vão roubar a kill dele agora. Mano, o cara levou um sprayzão, não morreu, não tinha caído. Olha, os caras roubou tudo da kill. Cadê a BK aí até que, velho? Ah, foi? Eu não vi? A BK tá nas casas. Nossa, a BK tá bem... Não é não. Essa safe tá pra onde? Já não é mais pra eles.
Leader at distance, Tal, he goes down. That's the AKM doing the work. Paraboy, grenade from nowhere. George has fallen. Jasper, he finds Broncho. Bezai, he's fallen out in the blue. He's gone.
Elite Gaming are gone.
That's one of our big top fraggers.
Out of the top 10 now. This opens it up for Top Esports to move ahead. X-Quest to try and confirm what they started. There's White Cat on the engagement. The spray comes in.
SSG on
the receiving end of all of this. That's gonna feel bad for Rolex. He tries to make his impression here.
Pô, só vizinho escutando música alta pra porra. Nossa, fechou mó lonjão, viado. Se tiver carro, vai, mano. Só abraça. Dá pra garantir um top 5, hein? Confio.
Does the damage, he's pulled up, White Cat, time to strike, he steps back, Uzi in hand, one play around the rock, needs for the support, looks for it, spins, he's hiding, he's doing damage, Ronok, with a minuscule amount of life, goes down.
Pegaram o carro, quem ficou? Mitek ficou. Bateram na safe já. Vai embora, Mitek. Vai embora, velho. E vai a pé mesmo? Ih, bicho é corajoso, hein? Não pula, não taca pulando, Tá Mac, então com... Meu, esqueceu de explodir, velho. Nossa, mano, vai fazer barreira, já explode, velho. Não deixa o cara tomar a iniciativa de explodir.
bag, job done. Tombstones in mass. Vitek on the side, he goes down. That's some distance. Skur finds him, hits the deck. Notice fire from a distance.
Ah, Vitek já foi.
But have they done enough? We're into his top 5. S&T is gone. See you later, my friends. Thanks for playing.
Não, mano, deixou os caras explodir o carro, velho. Mano, parou o carro pra fazer a barreira. A intenção é fazer uma barreira, já desce do carro, já explode, mano. Primeira oportunidade que os caras tiver pra explodir, eles vão explodir. Você não vai ter como ir pra trás direito, né? Que isso? Mano, a narração dessa mulher é muito foda, velho. Até que tá viva, mano. Mano, olha as músicas que o povo tá escutando. Meu Deus.
But then top, they just stood up, says thank you very much, we'll take the frags, not a problem.
Remember, they have 4 players standing currently. No one else left alive has that. Thank you, there's the team players alive. You have Game Club Busan with just 1, Top Esports with 4, Purple Mood with 3, and
Zicou o top 5? Claro que não, velho. Todas as vezes que eu falei que eles iam pegar top alguma coisa, eles pegavam. Tô dando é sorte. Boa, Marquinhos. Boa. Top 3 já, velho. Dá pra ganhar ainda, viado. Dá pra ganhar. Tá separadão, mas dá pra ganhar. Confia, confia. Mano, vocês estão escutando? Vocês estão escutando a música? Olha a música.
Jasper has to be careful. Circle and Blue will push them. They'll have to advance this one.
Oh my God.
Axial. He sees them all.
Senta o de... Não! O cara enxergou, mano. Deixa eles tretar agora, velho. Vai pegar um top 2 easy. Aí, ó. Deixa eles tretar. Eles vão se matar, mano. Só não dá a cara, velho. Só não dá a cara. Quem tá vivo? O Axel? Pô, o Axel eu confio, mano. Boa, derrubou. Ruxa agora, seus filha da puta. Vai, come eles. Boa. Mais um. Boa. Vai, Marquinho. Só mais tu, velho. Ah, aí fodeu. Porra, Marco. Nem se mexeu, Marco. Porra, Marco. Pô, top 2, mano. Tá ótimo. Tá ótimo, 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 mano. Top Esports. Nunca nem vi. Dá pra ter que pegar top 5, viado. Eu confio, mano. Confio. Oh, mas de novo esse moleque? Não é aquele moleque feinho lá? É, não é? Que tem um dentinho meio torto? Ou é tudo igual? É, porque é tudo igual também, mano. São os mesmos caras que entrevistaram da vez passada, mas só que a camiseta mudou, parece. Tá preta? A outra era branca. É o rapazinho lá, o menino da...
Game I've had all tournament because all 3 the teams in the top 3 were on the southern side of the map and it kept shrinking north and you see XQF with an amazing rotation to the west, you saw Top Esports with amazing rotation to the east, and you saw Elite on the southern side. You saw the top 3 teams on each corner of the map, and Top Esports were just on top. They were just on fire, taking fights left and right.
O dente tá em beta.
Just 1v3 and PLF win them the game. Second best chicken dinner, John.
I would say so, certainly. It was an excellent.
Deu um menino do dente em beta, ele mesmo, né não? Mano, a TQ tá como? Braba demais, mano.
When it came down to it, of course, we talked about them being in the tunnel, but they still managed to get themselves 28 points, right? So 9 kills, third place.
Tô confundindo os asiáticos. É tudo igual, velho. A diferença é que uns constroem bagulho no mato lá, constroem umas piscinas, as cabanas, e os outros é bom em matemática, né? E ginástica.
as Goom said, the macro play of these guys, how they're able to rotate, stop and scout, get further and further into the zone to get themselves a great position. XQuest's fight, we didn't really catch it much on stream, but they completely eliminated everybody on the western side. That's such a good play.
Esse spray foi God.
So much of the action with top esports on the northeastern side, and it's a pleasure to watch.
Highlight finalizando o maluco, velho. Tô selecionando as melhores jogadas, velho. Se não mostrar aquela última jogada do cara ali, se eu fosse o cara, eu fico ficar puto, hein, velho. O highlightzinho humilde, mano. Papagaé. Aí, ó, ele levou muito tiro, mano. Aí depois levou mais tiro. Que isso. Aí ele emocionou. Aí emocionou. Esse maluco mocado dentro do mato, velho. PPP é ossada demais, né?
Even if top esports go out, they get that average performance. That's still not enough to close that gap. So that's a huge buffer for top esports moving forwards.
Essa daí foi...
just secured themselves.
Ah, vai agora não.
Level 3 helmet over there on the stage.
Out of the last 8 games, top esports has played
Agora,
in the top
essa playzinha foi massa, velho.
The consistency is crazy from top esports right now. You can already take a look here and see that years.
Olha isso, velho. Jogou muito, mano. Esse cara tava de lado? Tava de lado, mas, pô. O Marco deveria ter levantado, pô. Já dá pra enxergar em cima da pedra, né? Tô deitadão. Se eles explodem o carro, eles garantiam mais posição, velho.
Unless Sixless or Old Boy, for example, may step up here, Paraboy might stay up at the top for overall kills as things go on, unless somebody has an absolutely monster game so far. So we've seen very, very heavy names be able to do extremely well. And here are the overall standings as 325 points go to top esports currently. XQuest with 300. However, we have seen that gap be changed. Elite Gaming would have to have a first place chicken dinner with 20 points to even try and catch up with 0 points going to anybody else. So now, top esports and XQuest are very likely locked in horns with one another for that top spot, Scoom.
Yeah, I mean, top esports have that 25-point buffer. We might see them attacking here XQF in the last game. It might pay off for them.
It might.
They're only facing them pretty much in the tournament, not facing anyone else. So they want XQuest F to die early, avoid them getting points. So we might see maybe a hot drop in a wrangle or something like that.
I mean, effectively, even if you lost the fight but crippled them, if you left them with 2 or 1 member, it would be almost impossible for them to catch up with kind of that deficit, surely.
Exactly, yeah. We've seen that so many times in other tournaments, so it could pay off here with that buffer that they have.
Yes, if we hit sort of top 8 and all of these teams are still alive, it's pretty much going to solidify, because the longer the game goes on, everybody's getting points, and you need them to do badly. You need the teams above you to do badly, as well as you doing well. So the better the teams above you do, even if you do very well, it's going to be super hard to catch them. So the later this game goes on, the longer these top teams survive, the harder it'll be to dethrone them.
And I think we can pretty much say now that RRQ team is definitely not going to be able to recrown themselves one of the best team or the best team in the world here. So I can say congratulations already now to the Chinese region that have been absolutely dominant here in this tournament. Beautiful to see from them.
Just phenomenal, just phenomenal. Let's take a look at our dream team, of course, for round 15 as a whole, as well as we have plenty of names to show, and all of these players looking to claim themselves that level 3 helmet. Let's see who we've got coming up. Who do we have? Jasper, KK Skur, Paraboy, and Nawin get themselves spots up towards the top. I'm surprised you.
Skur. Qual o nome do cara? Skur. KKSKR, mano. Me fuderam. Skur. Pô, é da hora.
Their potential that we did see in the prelims, but they kind of fell short here in the finals.
Yeah, that was it was very good. I mean, they ended the game with 9 kills, as we saw, in 3rd place. So they were able to do a lot of work, and even, you know, if they'd have actually been able to turn it around, that would have then jetted up to about 13 kills. So that's a very, very strong performance, because of course they would have been able to take down top esports, who would have won it. So that would have added to their kill count. So they had a very, very good game there. So I'm not too surprised to see their players coming in.
Respeita a licença lá é que... Ué, mano, não é porque o cara sola que eu tenho que gostar do nick dele, né, velho?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So, of course, here, Team Top Esports at the moment is in a very, very strong spot, and XQF is going to look to try and challenge that. Going into our last game, it's a very tense moment then going into that last game, of course, it being Erangel. Do people change their drop spots? Do they
Vocês falavam tanto da RRQ. Cadê a RRQ nesse campo, velho? Falavam tanto que não estão fazendo nada.
If you want to, you know, I'm having a little nervous breakdown over here. Guys, though, Vikendi, anything else you want to extrapolate from that? Any thoughts?
I mean, this is my first time actually watching Vikendi, and I particularly really enjoyed it. I like the teams, how they adapt when the circle shrinks away from them, the breaches that they do and stuff like that. So it was really entertaining. I thought coming in, it was going to be my least favorite map, but I think it was probably one of my favorites.
It's a map of discipline.
Mano, apesar do nosso chat não estar 100% limpo, mas eu acho que o chat aqui deve estar bem mais tranquilo do que o chat da transmissão oficial, né? Nossa, deve estar tanta gente zoando naquele chat, velho. Aí a molecada protegendo a BRK, aí os times que não classificaram zoando a BRK, a torcida que é contra zoando. Deve estar uma briga do inferno naquela transmissão oficial, velho.
Pmco, as you can see here, Team Soul is probably not going to get knocked off that position, so, you know, just keep...
É DJ Brício? Ah, eles ganharam a trocação daqueles malucos lá de carro, lembra?
Take a look at the player one as well, which is using the hashtag playername_PMCO, and it's still our Athena, so they're probably not going to get knocked off that spot, so maybe keep voting for those guys still.
Estamos falando da RRQ, T1 não ganha nem o regional. O que tem? Eu não posso falar? E tu nem joga campeonato e tá querendo opinar também, velho? Ai, como é que vocês são idiota, hein, mano? Meu Deus do céu, velho. Sujo falando mal lavado. Qualquer um pode falar de qualquer um, mano. Se eu quiser xingar os caras, eu xingo. Se eu quiser elogiar, eu elogio. A opinião minha não vai mudar. Posso não ter classificado, mas eu posso falar o que eu quiser, mano. Fechou? Então uma que é outra aí, só para H de ser trouxa. Que é outra? Como que é? Fantástico igual de valeu, e o DJ Brício de 10 ganhou uma. Ah, mas TPP também é muito foda, né, mano?
Just shooting down and putting pressure on them, and as we saw Axel right here from Team
TPP é foda, velho.
I don't know what he was thinking. He decided not to shoot purple move for some reason, and this is where Top Esports is able to actually go ahead and take advantage.
Yeah.
Right here, look at their movement. As soon as Whitecat notices that all the players are down there, he starts telling his teammates, start moving forward, and they start doing just so. You start seeing the rotations just move forward right here, and you'll see that as I fast forward it a little bit. Look at that right there. So great team chemistry. And the best part out of all this was definitely the flank, right? The flank by Years right here. He's able to just use that to his advantage. His teammates were shooting down on them. His teammates was actually throwing Molotovs on them as well on Purple Mood. And he uses that to his advantage right there. He starts his rotation. Let me just go ahead and make it a little bit more clear for you. He makes this Y rotation behind this tree. And he's able to take full advantage of that, and thanks to that,
Cosme Damião.
3 more kills, which...
Pô, velho, tô na moralzinha aqui, trocando uma ideia com você mesmo. O cara que achar que, pô, canadiza. Ainda fui bem sutil, mano.
Yeah, and they really couldn't tell where exactly they were as
Alanzeira, tu é o cara, Alan. É o cara.
They have no idea where they're at. That's why they're throwing Molotovs. They're trying to figure that out. And by Years being able to just move up to this area,
sempre que não tá na transmissão BR, prefiro aqui em inglês mesmo. Durante as pausas tem essas análises que eles fazem, a qualidade parece que é um pouquinho melhor, é mais adiantado, parece. Mas de lá o BR eu acho que é mais atrasado, né?
And first of all, congratulations on another win. Why do you think today is going so well for the team?
Vai catar esse calor. Ué, mano.
你们为什么今天打得这么好呢？
今天就是把一些压力转化为动力，然后每个
É que
人
eu
都
tô
很
tentando entender ali.
然后就每个人没有失误，然后就
Nego me rushou.
打了2把7吧，就发挥都很好。
We were working very hard, and our pressure got a little less through this, so we were playing better than before.
Well, you did manage to get 16 kills, which is incredible. That might be one of the highest kill counts we've had so far here at the Pmco. But tell me about your team fight against XQuest F, because they're your closest rivals on the leaderboard. They're also from China. So was it quite satisfying to kill them?
告诉我一下，你们和 XQ 的遭遇战怎么样？杀死他们是不是很好的感觉？
对于他们，我们一直在找机会吧，然后机会出现了，我们就给他们杀掉了。打得很轻松。
We were looking for this chance for quite some time to kill them, so it felt really good to finally do it.
Now you are top of the leaderboard, but there's one more map to go. So are we going to see you and the rest of Top Esports play carefully, or are you going to just go out and kill everyone, Whitecat?
你们现在排第1名，但是还剩下来最后一场比赛。你们这场比赛会打得小心一点吗？还是很凶？
我们就是一如既往吧，该怎么打就怎么打。
We'll just play how we need to play.
Which, judging by watching Top Esports over the last few days, is basically aggressive as anything you've ever seen in PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Now, as I just mentioned, there's only one more map before we crown our victors. So you know you do not gonna go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Nem pra estender a entrevista igual jogador de futebol, né? Então, graças a Deus aí a gente conseguiu, graças a Deus aí, a guardação foi bom, graças a Deus. Quem sabe uma trajetória aí, graças a Deus, a gente conseguiu aí, graças a Deus aí, o futebol é assim. Se tiver um graças a Deus, não é futebol, né? Graças a Deus aí, a gente conseguiu ser vitória. Mano, sabe o que eu fico imaginando? Não sei se eu sou doente por ter que ficar imaginando essas paradas, tá ligado? Mas tipo como? Imagina o Gargamito vai pro Mundial, viado. Aí a mulher vai entrevistar ele. A XS no peito. Aqui é o Garga. O terror do China. Que pode? Que isso, velho? Imagina só, mano. Imagina só. Não aguenta, não aguenta. Eu falei, RQ não ruxa. Falei aqui, o pai é foda. Aqui é o Rei Garga. Ai, caramba. Mano, imagina só, viado. Imagina só, mano. O Garga numa entrevista. Meu Deus. Que é o terror dos asiáticos. De 6S não clica. Não tô falando de jogar, guys. Tô falando da entrevista, pô. Eu sei que ele joga pra caralho. É um deus. Eu tô falando da entrevista. Imagina só ele dando entrevista no final do bagulho, tá ligado? Vou abaixar mais um pouco aqui, mano. Imagina só, velho. Falei, não cai lá em Poxim que não aguenta. Ai, ai. Gargamita é foda, velho. Só tem comercial de olho puxado, cara. Como é que é? Foi o primeiro a marcar o seu no Insta e nem nota. Ah, aproveitar que tá paradão agora, vamos dar uma passada lá no Insta. Caralho, vocês marcaram um monte de bagulho já. Não sei o que é pior. Olha a música, velho. Olha a música que tá me tocando, velho. Fala o seu, como é que é? Deixa eu ver esse comentário desse bagulho aí que eu não entendi. Fala Sion, você não acha uma desvantagem os campeonatos da América do Sul serem em primeira pessoa, sendo que os campeonatos da Ásia são quase tudo em terceira pessoa e os principais também? Ah, mano, a gente não sabia que ia ser tudo, eles iam padronizar, até porque o ano passado não foi TPP, mano, foi TPP e FPP a Star. Esse ano que eles fizeram isso. Mas tem muito camp BR que já tá aderindo já ao TPP, mano. Tem muito camp que tá indo só TPPzão. Uns é só TPP, outros é só TPP, tem FPP e TPP. Ontem eu joguei uma screen que, com os moleques dos patrocinadores e tal. Não lembro de quem que era, e foi só TPP, mano. Então, tipo, já tem algumas organizações que estão meio que colocando o TPP já pra gente dar uma aquecida. É porque a gente hateia muito, cara. Até eu hateo quando é TPP. Então os caras meio que evitam, né? Porque é chatão mesmo jogar TPP, velho.
Of course, at this point in time, it is very, very likely that one of two names will become the world champion. Will it be Top Esports or will it be XQuest F? That is the big question on everyone's minds right now. Joining me to my right-hand side to get this going, I have Seven, I have Mr. John Allen, and I have Scoom. Gentlemen, it's our final game of Erangel. What do you want?
I'm excited that it's going to be Erangel. We have seen different teams actually perform well in that map. I wonder if they're going to try to get more involved. I wonder if they're going to try to actually make a name for themselves by gunning for the top teams. I think it would make sense, especially if they want to make a name for themselves. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing what XQF is going to go ahead and try to do. We know they like to get the kills, but are they going to switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to overtake, but there is a timeline that exists. that XQuestF can take to move them on and take down Top Esports. If Top Esports go down early, even if they go down in that Circle 5 shift,
Lembrar ter legenda.
it's just so deadly when it comes to these games. If that happens and XQuestF get a good game, then they can overtake it, and we've seen how strong they can be. They have the best game in these finals so far with that 20-kill game and the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I feel like XQuest just need a top 3 minimum, absolute minimum, to actually have a chance at this, and then Top Esports need to kind of die early. But the story of the previous Erangel game, we did see Top Esports and XQF both in the top 5 finishes, so it's going to be hard for Top Esports to kind of struggle here at the end.
Yeah, and I was mentioning, I wonder one of those lower teams is going to try to just go gun at them. I know that I just spoke to Mortal and Team Soul, and they told me they're looking also to get that win, and they already have a win in Erangel, so I'm sure they want to go ahead and
Vamos cair na escola agora em homenagem ao Senhor.
to this global championship.
Vocês entenderam a referência, né, guys?
I mean, you make a great point. More commonly than not, these two teams, apart from XQuest,
Vocês entenderam a referência, né?
middle games, let's say day
Falei se bancasse um XS pra mim, a gente conversava, ele já tá falando que vai cair a escola. Novidades em breve aí.
It's very unlikely that XQuestF would be able to take over that
Não
kind
falo
of
nada
situation.
não.
So surely for XQuestF,
Novidades em breve.
there is a hunt involved almost, but they're just kind of more often than not, there isn't a hunt. More often than not, you don't see the hot drop.
Yeah.
But they're hoping to see them maybe go out early, or they take the drastic decision to do something spicy.
Yeah, I mean, if I was them personally, I would, because how consistent Top Esports has been.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the last game, and in last games you do see these wild things happening where teams don't play normal, right? Because some teams don't have a chance of maybe getting an extra position above the leaderboard, so they might play extra aggressive that you wouldn't expect, or some rotations that might not happen, some bridge camps, this and that, right? That these last game can be a bit wild. So if I was them, I would just keep it on my own hands.
Yes.
And maybe hot drop and do it yourself. Don't let other teams eliminate Top Esports.
There is a gamble in that though as well though, right? Because think about the difference between second and third. 300 points for XQF and then 279 points for Elite Gaming. Now, if you did hot drop, for example, have a bit of a rough time, not really do anything with it, there is the potential that Elite Gaming would take over and take yourself to second place, which is a massive difference in terms of the prize pool. I guess it really depends, ultimately, John, on what your priorities are. Do you want to be a world champion, or do you want more money?
Both.
That would be nice. That would be the world championship.
Let's take that one. But yeah, as you say, it absolutely is a risk. There is just such inherent problems with that.
Que
so maybe,
isso?
you know, instead of that, you're going to be looking towards the teams at the bottom to be trying to hot drop and trying to have a little bit of an influence. You know,
Vocês viram isso
get
aí?
their name out there, get a little bit of clout for taking down the top team on a hot drop, and that could even throw a spanner in the works. But they could also be targeting equally XQuest. They could be targeting Elite. They just want to be, you know, in that fight somewhere and trying to get it done.
In one of those final circles that I've yet to see on a soccer forum, actually Pachinki. I would like to go ahead and see that. I'd like to go ahead and see how that plays out and what strategy teams would deploy. We saw what happened in Milta towards the end. I believe it was the previous Erangel match. A lot of
menino fuzil.
a lot of teams
Tem dois
pushing into
fuzis.
the city, and then they had to push out towards the fields, and they got caught in that transition. So I want to see a final circle that's something along those lines.
Along lines of like an urban ending, be it Pachinki or not, would be great, I suppose. I'm a terrible human being, so I would like Pachinki Fields, especially here when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
That's rough.
It made you shudder just for a moment there, John.
Absolutely. Oh, got chills. I know it's quite hot in the venue, but for some reason, I don't know.
It suddenly got cold.
Yeah.
How about yourself, Scoom? What would you like?
I would actually like to see a normal circle. I would like to see maybe.
Deve ser mó constrangedor, né, mano? Você sabe que a câmera tá te pegando e você fica, puta que pariu, vira pra lá, velho. Vira pra lá, pelo amor de Deus, velho, tem vergonha, mano. E a câmera não vem, a câmera vem dando zoom, assim, ai meu Deus, ela tá chegando perto, tá? Não. Você não pode piscar, você não pode fazer nada, velho.
I feel like for the majority of our abnormal circles,
Pô, até tu pedindo agressiva. Não, mano, tô assistindo em inglês. BR tá mó chatão assistir lá.
Anything specific?
It's PUBG Mobile, right? Anything can happen. I've said it
Yeah.
before. When you're faced with the pressure that comes with being on the global stage, that comes with being in the competition to be the first global champions of PUBG
Quantas
Mobile,
horas de live?
here
Eu
at the
parei
Pmco.
ontem, viu? Eu abri a live à noite, fiquei até as 4 e depois eu fechei. Aí eu abri 7h30. Eu dormi, mano. Quase que eu não acordei, mas eu dormi. Deixa eu ver quantas horas são de live já. 4 horas e 52 minutos. Quase 7 horas de quase 5 horas de live. Tá. Que isso? É um avião ali, viado. Começou já?
And they lost that matchup. So just because they have the numbers, and also we've seen in previous matches, just because they have the high ground, it's not gonna go ahead and plan out just as you might think.
The plane doing its test flight here for the final game, round number 16. And of course, for a lot of these players around the world, Scoom to be able to come here live to Berlin to play in the World Championship, that in itself is enough
cultura
to be able to say what an experience this has been for a lot of these players to be able to play on this kind of stage. Because this stage is, you've played on stages before, this is a cool stage.
Yeah, this is really sick. This is probably a more fun stage I've seen.
Você ficava encarando a câmera até ela ficar com vergonha. Nossa, quer olhar pra mim? Tem um olho aqui pra mim então. Até o cara cansado. Até o cara que tá segurando a câmera ficar constrangido. Ficar não, credo. Para, fica me olhando, velho. Vai gato ser idiota. Oh! Vespa. É o Vespinha que foi pra lá, velho. Sabia que a GG tinha classificado, não? GG classificou?
Well, that's the funny thing. I feel like the transitions between these big tournaments, RRQ Athena, I think, has been surprised by the level of skill around the world coming together here to be able to fight one another. And then likewise, you're mentioning teams that
Vespa, te amo, velho.
To maybe fall. Someone like X.
Olha aí de novo. Tem dois Vespa.
Round out their placements compared to the kills. They'll be indestructible.
It would just be absolutely unstoppable. Just imagine a team getting those amount of kills every single game, and on top of that, being able to place higher. Nobody will be able to touch them. So I'm looking forward to see how teams are going to go ahead and evolve throughout the whole.
Short thought, John?
Yeah, and even, you know, building on that, you're not even sure about the format of the next season. We haven't had that information released yet, so maybe the kills will be more important moving forward. So XQuest F, they might be in with a chance, but they're going to have to put in their game of a lifetime today.
Let's see if they can.
Olha a folga do menino. Como? Como? Tipo, como? Pezão na cadeira, foda-se. Tô na Alemanha. Último round, hein? É agora que sai o campeão dessa porra. Tá até a musiquinha de fundo, velho. O Senado tá deitado? Sério? Meu Deus. Bem que ele falou que ele joga deitado. Eu falei uma vez, mano, você vai pro Mundial e vai ficar deitado, tá ligado? Sim. É, a resposta sim.
325 points. 300 points.
Olha o chulé no pé do caralho. Tá exalando. Nossa, tem um time que pulou ali, viado. Acabou o avião. Tem mais ninguém.
A low placement, a hot drop, a blunder, a disaster could take everything that they've built across this weekend away from them. One bad game,
a BRK tá indo pra base.
But the same can be said for one good game. Any of these teams that are lingering down the bottom. Third,
Que?
Meu Deus. Excuse me, the previous round, unique. There's nothing left for them to lose.
Meu Deus.
Yeah, these guys look scary and they are just going to be running this. We have a Western Circle hitting, centralizing around Gatka. That could be where it ends up. Let's keep our eyes on the top tier teams. Top Esports is certainly one of them. SSG looking to find their home, and they've been struggling.
Mano, o cara morreu com a pistola, vai tá de mano. Como assim, cara?
SSG early casualties. It's a common theme we keep seeing time and time again. Touchnet, that Cyclus is already damaged. The stims are on, the health is regenerating. Let's take a look at our top teams though, 1, 2 and 3, where they are on the map in consideration to where the actual circle is. RRQ down in 4th, Pchinki. Usual scenario for them. Top Esports already on the move. I'm seeing Skur getting damaged. They've moved all the way over your number one roster right now. They're in crates.
Doeu, viado.
Jun, he's out.
Pegou bem no osso.
That could be the bait that they just put out. See if they can bring anyone else into the wind here. See if GC Busan go for the res. I don't think they will because that was a transitional kill. They're moving past Gatka. They're safe for now. The next obstacle that may come top esports way, that's going to be 619. They're just lingering around Georgia.
Galera, já morri pra pistola. Tem cara aqui dentro. Precisa de ajuda? Não, ele tá de pistola. Puta merda, ele me matou, velho. Meu.
Can't actually spot him. Maybe gonna miss out on that for now, but that would have been a nice little addition. Top esports having to fight.
Nossa, NA cobrinha, velho.
Falling away from this, unable to find.
NA cobrinha, velho. Aí ele fala, mano, você morreu pra pistola. Ah, travou tudo, velho. O ping subiu. Lagou.
And have turned around, Lauren. GCB have come back to South George. They went to Gatka and have purposely turned and gone towards top esports. This could be dangerous. This could be attack from the sidelines.
Could be. We'll keep our eyes on it. Rose not far off. And they're deadly themselves. We've seen them being able to certainly pick up some points through those kills in this tournament so far. So this final game, I wouldn't put it past them, be able to put up some numbers. Let's look at ELG though. Again, sitting within the top 3 here. They've themselves got a lot to do if they do want to get back into this one, if they want to find some sort of form here, if they want to find maybe a position beyond where they currently sit, they have to go toe-to-toe and go frag out in this game. It's not going to be easy for them.
They're currently around the school area. Same position of where Seoul will be. Roshawk, Watertown, Venice, whatever you want to call it, just the left-hand side.
Não, e o pior é que ele deitou, velho. Ele deitou e não conseguiu fazer nada. Se ele tivesse em pé, eu acho que ele não ia morrer. Só que ele deitou, que moleque inútil, velho.
Contact still being made on several different fronts.
Ele tentou fazer bonito.
They're kind of pushing back into this one. Sixless is there on his own. He needs support. He's kind of been the man to sit down and wait it out, allow Angry to maybe come and support him. So that's the play for now. He'll sit and wait. He hears the steps. He knows they're close by.
Não vou focar no céu por enquanto não, velho. Vou esperar alguém bancar um XS pra mim, aí eu foco.
All the way down at the bottom. For Space Station Gaming on 179, there is a small chance. It gets even smaller when you unfortunately team name.
And look at these guys, they know that is blood in the water. They're going to push on this. George is looking for it, and that is a huge blunder here. Good response from Angry, though, to try and make up for some of the mistakes they're having. Shimon gets at least knocked for now. Not sure if the bleed out's going to happen. It's still pretty early in this, so that would take some time. George could get there, but Rolex could play maybe assassin in this one from the back lines. George maybe going to try and help out his teammate, but Juicy on the push, on the prowl, looking for a way forward through the building, clearing as he goes. Does he get any further?
Farpas ao vivo? Por que farpas, velho? Falei pra alguém bancar um bagulho pra mim. Meu Deus do céu.
He's actually gone above them. They are just below right now. They've got the revive. They're trying to get out of there. SZB trying to make a swift exit from the building. SSG take it over. But did they spot them escaping from the compound?
For them, this is money in the bag. 179 points. To get up to 5th place, it's certainly not out of the question. When a win give you 30. We've seen teams pulling 45, 50-point games. Money is definitely possible for these boys.
These nades are so scary. That's a little flashback. You're seeing the utility being run through here. They're using everything they have on this small engagement because it's points, it's maybe placement. It could be not just money on the line, but pride. These teams are fighting for their regions to prove they deserve to be here, that they fought so tirelessly through the qualifiers, through everything to get to this spot. We do see Top Esports on the move as well. Just to keep you updated on the top 3, they have moved over towards the hill, towards the mountain. So again, they are looking towards the next couple of options. We will keep you updated with those top 3 teams so you guys at home can keep track of how this may go down.
I'll give you an overview of the map, and Lauren can happily chime in when this all kicks off, because they're camping. There is a grenade that I'm seeing cycle through, so as soon as one knock comes through, I'd expect both of these teams just to commit to the push and maybe force them to the grave.
Oh,
Não é que eu tô irritado, velho, é que desde o começo da live a molecada tá cobrando, tipo, toda hora enchendo o saco, mano. Coloca no BR, pede pra colocar no inglês. Coloca no inglês, fala pra colocar no BR. Aumenta, fala pra baixar. Abaixa, fala pra aumentar. Eles estão o tempo todo cobrando, velho.
Okay, so now moving across the western bridge. Actually, excuse me, I'm completely wrong. They're taking
Eles estão muito na Disney, velho. Mas muito na Disney. Hoje vocês estão muito na Disney, não sei porquê. Não, agora eu não vou mais tiltar não, tô ligado que vocês vão fazer esse bagulho pra me tiltar, mano.
She was prone down. He does not want this fight. Don't have any meds. He has no real way beyond this. And with that bleed out coming in, that's going to start really hurting. They get a spot on another, and Rolex is on the push, making the play, trying to make it happen. Does Angry get the spot? I think he might have done. Shimon's going to try and make the run for it, but he's going to bleed out any second now. Old Boy's gone down to Ernie as well. That's some two heavy fraggers.
Daqui a pouco vocês começam a falar, caralho, seu, muda de tela. Tela BRK. Porra, aí, mano, aí eu vou sair daqui e vou na cara de cada um cobrar, velho. Dá só uma que é outra, velho. Porra, sem um, muda o spec, cara. Eu não duvido nada, mano. Não duvido nada. Não duvido nada.
Teams still to arrive here. Seoul, they're coming out of Rostock, playing off the back of the sunken city. They will move forward on Ruins. It's not the best place in the world, but certainly not the worst. Team 6.
Caralho, os caras tá rotacionando a pé pelo abertão, viado. Tá procurando o cara, tá na caça. Que? Tá igual um canguru pulando pra lá e pra cá, velho, olha.
They are split. They're in a 2-2 scenario.
Ah, é só pra finalizar. Ah, então por isso. Achei que ele tava atrás pra matar o cara mesmo. Não precisa, vai ganhar kill, meu querido. Vai embora. Pronto, ganhou a kill já. Partiu, valeu, falou, mano. Tá bem, cara. Que lugar é esse? Ah, perto de... É, perto de Gatka. Conheço bem aí, viu? Nossa, tirou a mira na hora, velho. Ai, já avistou. Já viu. Oh, fuzil também, fuzil creito. Tira essa sombra, abaixa o brilho. Ah, pô, para, mano. Eu vou ficar tiltado demais, mano. Coisa que acontece na live do 101, mano, esse vídeo é muito foda, velho. Esse vídeo depende do vídeo também. Mas o coisa que acontece na live do 100 é muito foda, mano. O cara que editou foi muito pica. Eu tô esperando a parte 3, velho, pra assistir em live. Eu gosto desse tipo de vídeo, tá ligado? Fica pegando um momento engraçado e tal. Acho muito foda. Ainda mais quando o cara sabe editar, sabe brincar com a câmera e tal. Nossa, aí que é pica, velho. Eu dou muita risada. E o pior é que eu fico me assistindo e dando risada de mim mesmo, tá ligado? Das paradas que eu faço, mano. Sou muito retardado, credo.
I'm concerned for them. They don't have their backlines covered. If someone just comes rushing out a Gatka, that team will be broken apart because they're in a 1-1-1 split on
da nova.
They have tried to fall back to hard cover release. They have tried to find a decent position to play from, and that's not a bad idea. This is Cool Boy again, a little bit out on a limb, a little further away from the rest.
Essa treta aí não vai dar bom não, hein, mano.
A little further back there.
Deixa você fechar, toma seu rumo. Malucão tá marotado. Deixa pra lá isso aí, velho. Narra partida? Não.
Not far away from Seoul, just towards the east of Gatka. So they're going to take their time. They want to play this smart. It's not a marathon anymore for them. They need to just play this
a resolução tá ruim.
Final hurdle in
Beleza, beleza. Deixa eu ver essa safe, mano. Vou chamar o Tia Serra pra... Tia Serra. Tia Serra. Tia Cega pra nagar comigo. Nossa! Deixou onde tem mais gente, velho. E a BRK tá safe. Chama a Tia Cega pra narrar, velho. Imagina o Vala narrando o Mundial. Tem que tomar cuidado aí, né? O cara vai ali na mão. Ali, ó. Já foi de base.
Oh, top esports are they're on the way down. This is a very scary rotate. Hopefully they take the safe route out in the west, potentially for them if they want to control this. That's Nova watching people go by. ELG on the rotation, pulling up. Careful, Leader goes ahead, but where's the rest of the side? Did they pull up here on this compound? I think they might have. Yes, they have. They're looking towards...
Corre, negado. Corre. Corre que ficou feio.
And there it is, two players now piling in. Look at the
NH
sending in support. It's gonna be
Nossa, ele tacou na subidinha da escada, velho. Esse cara vai solar. Ele vai solar. Ele vai solar, ele vai solar. Porque eu achei que tava na outra câmera. Tá falando de outro cara. Os caras se emocionam, né, mano? Ih, rapaz. Botinha aí. Será que esse cara ele tá de iPad? Brincadeira. Brincadeira.
We still have Pmco that are ready to strike when it's the correct time. Soul are still coming in. Leader wants to lead his army to the #1 spot here. He's going to call all this out. He sees them. Where's the rest of the team, though?
They are down in the buildings below. They just took that fight on the individual Nova player. Leader needs to be careful not to be caught up on his
own. Ué, que isso? É rolê?
They don't have the support there. AY got knocked. Now Leader gets out. He wants that kill and he gets it. Leader, big play for ELG now. He was out on his own. I thought he left them for dead, but no, he comes back like the leader he is and leads from the front.
So, still on transition, all the way up in the north, just hit the side of the circle.
Santa parecido com o Léo Santana, meu Deus do céu, vocês gostam de me comparar, hein? Porra. Felipe Coutinho, Léo Santana.
He's inside the circle, getting a good entry point and a good amount of compound cover. The rest of the team can now follow in, secure themselves a plot in the circle.
Não tem como aguentar o quê? O Equake nos caras falando dos lados do C1? Como assim, velho? Meu, esse Equake mandou mensagem pra mim no Instagram. Tô até com medo dele agora, velho. Sem condição.
And now we are seeing RRQ turning up towards ELG. RRQ Athena worked through the woods. They came through. They found ELG. They heard the fight. And they just got the...
Mano, eu acho que essa safe é controlada, velho. Não é possível, mano. Ela dá umas trolladas que, tipo assim, parece que é proposital. Só pros caras se fuder, tá ligado? Tipo assim, ah, vai todo mundo pra esquerda? Então toma. Vai pra direita. Os caras vão ter que tudo rotacionar pra direita. Tipo, ó, olha a gente rotacionando já, velho. Vai dar uma treta do caralho, velho.
For top esports, they still got two teams they have to deal with. Purple Mood and Team 69 is directly behind them. Everyone else, while they're still waiting, deciding what they want to do. All the teams, they're centralizing. How do they get into this? XQF is now inside the circle.
Sério, mano, não parece, velho. Pô, dá a impressão que eles conseguem escolher o lugar que fecha, porque às vezes dá umas trolladas que não é possível, mano.
Vital. Soul and top esports are very close by in the north. The engagements begin. This is XQF finding Purple Mood. But look at Paraboy down to almost no HP here. Needs to get off a hill. Oh, he gets caught in the heels. It's RRQ.
Valeu, Glenn. Tamo junto, meu querido. Faltou um ponto de interrogação no final, só pra ela fazer aquele 9?
Who else wants to turn up to this fight while it's all going on? Remember, that's just a long open wood, so the teams will be able to arrive with the vehicles, pull up, use the cover, hide behind the vehicles, and then maybe just set this one alight.
O Cleitinho vai morar na Europa, mano. Ainda bem, cara, velho. O Cleitinho vai morar na Europa, por isso que não tá jogando mais. Ele vai jogar. Vai pra Portugal. Jogar bola.
They've actually managed it. They pulled off the compound in the northeast. That is a very surprising situation.
Se eu botar C pra direita, peraí, deixa eu dar um Ctrl D.
I want to say the same for XQF, but it's certainly not going to be a quiet one. CZ from Purple Mood is just to the south. ARG's there, so it's over.
So far away. Look at these shots with the DP tapping on that. Just using that.
Esse campo é só celular. Mundial é.
For a follow-up, but no one's going to be giving him anything now. They know this guy is deadly. Do not peek that hillside.
The domino effect of that is he's essentially helping out the team that's above him. Yes, he's picking up individual points for frags, but he's relieving pressure from XQuest, who's in there. XQuest in second. He doesn't want to be doing that. He won't know that, of course. But we're talking about the knock-on effect, the storyline of PUBG Mobile and how this all unfolds. And I've only just looked. Even though we don't necessarily have the top 4 teams all the way down at the bottom.
Água do banho pra mim, Zero. Meu Deus, velho. Eu venho, se quiser.
He's found them. That was Paraboy from the distance, I believe, with the mini. Just cop for it on the sideline. So 2 players still up. They might be able to get the res. Nova's in there, though. Fruzip, the rest of his team, they're all still waiting to strike next circle. It's about to push in.
Se eu aumentar, vai ficar muito alto o som da live e vocês não vão conseguir me escutar, mano. Quem que manda essa donate, velho? Igor Carrillo! 9?
ELG are no longer in it, XQFR and Top Esports are no longer near that circle. This is where it gets tricky. This is where it gets rough. We are seeing BTR fighting the good fight, doing whatever they can to keep their team fighting as much as they can. Zuxi there going to be doing really good work.
John keeps paraphrasing on the desk how Game 5 will become the death circle. Snap of the fingers and so many teams will be eliminated. That's the exact same scenario here because the current circle is full of players. That woods is dense and everyone is just sending it across the field. RRQ, they've turned up. XQF, they're playing border control. Queso, they're making a way in on the backside as well on the west. There's so many teams on that western embankment. Tops is still playing it passive. They're in the building waiting for the blue to push them. They'll move with the blue.
Ainda tem dropzinho ainda, velho.
Go in the north for the simple fact it's an open field.
Meu, o cara pegou o drop.
They either go to the
Caralho, o maluco é rato, hein?
That means they will have to take a fight against the team who's waiting in the winds, or they play this one down south. They take the
Peraí, o Marco derrubou o Mystic? Meu!
I don't know. We are seeing RRQ still doing some damage there. Trying to find sixes from afar, tapping away. Ernie is so good at this. And I'm seeing Top Esports have made a move. They have got themselves in on this, but they are in the middle of the open. They have so little cover. Smoke's going up here. And Bigatron are just fragging out. They're finding ELG. Oh my god, this is terrifying. They have to split apart. Molotov's coming in. Everyone's looking their way. Top Esports are in danger. And Bigatron again are finding ELG. Elite Gaming have been eliminated.
That's third place, gone.
Eu nem sei quem tá em primeiro, viado. Só sei que eu tô vendo essa mulher se emocionando, eu tô indo junto, hein? Vamos! Ela tá aumentando a voz, tá dando uma emoção, velho. Tô torcendo pra o verdinho ali, ó. Acho que eles estão perto, né? É pra torcer pra quem?
TES, they're holding on for their dear life with fingertips here. They need to take
Solo
out Sol.
tá na
If they take
tela.
out Sol, that's a good entry point for them. They
Oh,
can
the
move
nades
up.
though. KK Skirt is there. Look at these nades coming. This would be perfect revenge for
Até sair em primeiro? Ih, rapaz, derrubou. Os caras tá torcendo, viado. Caralho, tá todo mundo contra eles, mano.
Can they keep themselves alive? Bigatron keep getting the kills. They're keeping on fragging out here. Purple Mood are being torn apart.
Boa, Ayala.
They get an eyeline on RRQ. This is actually done
Boa,
for Top
Ayala.
Esports. They do stay alive, remember. Down but not out, just lingering on the edge. Ronak, cool boy. Again, XQF is still doing favors for all these teams that are above them. With every single team that falls around Top Esports, it gives them more avenue of approach.
Tem 3 deles, então, desse que tá em primeiro. Quem tá em segundo, viado?
Does hardship to the main
Quem tá em
pack
segundo?
of players. It's gone to the northwest.
We still have
Mitek
11
matando.
teams, 32 players standing, but we are getting down to the final few here in the final game. This is where you make your mark. This is where you start your legacy. Top Esports did get their player back on their feet.
Outfit.
They have got themselves back to all 4. Only 1 kill this game, a quiet game for them. And you can see why. Surrounded by deadly players. You have Soul just off to the side. You have RRQ Athena, you have Unique's Remainder, and you have XQ.
A Chesque dele tá em segundo? Então vamos torcer pra Chesque dele. Ah, Chesque dele, mas os caras tem que ganhar e fazer bater de pouco. Vai, Chesque dele.
The audible cue for the bullets will ring. RRQ know there's a fight lingering just over the hill.
Milena! Valeu, Milena,
They
tamo
need
junto.
to pick their poison. Choose their battles wisely.
Atrapalha se eu colocar um celular
This
aqui.
is getting intense. The Brazilian killers pulling up on
Nossa,
this
nem
one.
consegue ver.
Moving away from the south, they're going to get themselves into this battle as best they can. Not easy territory to get away from. They've got a lot of teams.
Tá empatado. Então nós vai de Chesque. Porque nós torce pra quem sofre, moleque. Vai, Chesque, vai contigo,
And
vai.
again, Bigatron, these guys are going up here. They're having a very big game, a very high kill game.
Ah, não, os caras tem 4 ali.
joining in towards Nova, and it's not looking good. Ryzen is there,
Deitou um.
and Top
Mano, a
Esports
torcida tá...
finding Yasha.
Boa! Boa, taca mais uma. Boa! Mais uma. Taca a mãe agora, velho. É todo mundo torcendo pra Chesque dele agora, hein? Levanta e dá um pipoco. Boa! Boa! Só tem 2. Só tem 2. Os cara do Chesque ali, né? Tá como? Vai, mata, porra. Vamos, caralho. Vai, Henrique. Vocês não fizeram nada dessa porra desse campeonato, velho. Puxa.
This is going to be a photo finish, I can imagine. And RRQ Athena from the grave coming out and just dragging people with them.
For them, they know they need to seal the deal.
Mano, a plateia tá torcendo, tipo... Tá tipo se lamentando toda hora que os caras caem, velho.
If they remove Top Esports, it becomes XQuest who is the next challenge. Yes, there's a lot of challenges in front of them, I do agree.
XQF, todo mundo deitado numa cifra, 10% PP, velho.
360-degree angle, everyone else around them, White Cat. Has the info here onto Viper, meets it close to the play zone. I hear a grenade dinking in the back.
Boa, Michi. Nossa, a Chesque dele tá no meio da safe, viado. Eles vão ganhar essa porra. Esse cara vai ser campeão, hein? Tô torcendo pra Chesque dele ali, velho. Mano, enxerga esse cara, velho.
This is where XQF can set up the camp. They can set up the patrol. They are slap bang center. There is XQF. That's Killboy gone down. That's always. That's from Soul.
They were bringing in the vehicles. They were trying to set up some kind of encampment to give them a bit more of a defensive stance because they are on the edge of the circle now. Everyone for the north has to come their way. Oh, ice.
Mata os caras lá, velho.
RRQ still
cadê Henrique?
The res
mano, puxa.
Soul has been spotted though. White Cat, that's job done. That's answer back to Cat.
Ah, não, ele derrubou o maluco do Chesque, velho. Derrubou o maluco do Chesque. Vai finalizar, dá um coverzinho, velho.
He's crawled into the smoke, desperately trying to hold on here. And now we see White Cat trying to creep his way forward, parallel with Viper. Both of them side by side, trying to work their way forward into that new zone, knowing they're both destroyed, but Top Esports need to hold on. Coolboy is going up. XQS racking up the kills. Viper has fallen. This is all going well for the top few teams. Team Soul is eliminated.
Top Esports holding on for dear life. Clutching at straws against the blue. RRQ's there, they're finding more. Ernie picking up points, picking up frags. That's what they need. He continues the assault.
We're down to 6 teams here, 17 players. They're all trying to creep their way forward. You can hear the fire
Mitek tá vivo.
through the grass. Mitek's trying to make a run for it. Get up to cover. Right next to Jimmy. And Jimmy is looking scary. There it is. Sprays through the smoke. He knows what's in front of him. He's not having that. Marco's
Opa, caiu um. Pra zona. Foi finalizado. Só tem mais um. Só tem mais um. Que isso? Esse tá solando todo mundo. Só tem ele, velho. Já foi. Morreu. A Chesque dele tá viva? Cadê a Chesque dele, velho?
It's game on now. Can XQF
Cadê a XQ dele? Ah, tá lá no canto. O que tá acontecendo, meu Deus? Não tô entendendo nada. Boa! Místico tá vivo. Místico é um deus, velho. Eu não sei pra quem que eu torço mais. Morreu os times que eu conhecia. Pra quem que eu torço agora? Ah, tem que, né? Místico. Um God.
It's game on for these boys. They need to be careful. Get the res, take them back to 3. Bigatron has got other ideas.
Tess, quem é Tess? Quem é Tess?
They've got 12 kills so far. This is an incredible performance from this side. We saw what they did before.
Mano, ele tá sendo um Vito, velho. Vito 2.0. Todo mundo morre, só sobra ele e faz milagre, velho.
But G9's just gone down. It's the remnants of what they had. Two of their players trying to hold on. Ryzen's found them though, and it looks like Team Queso is not having much more luck. And look at BTR on the move and looking good. The spray from
O cara pegou carro.
do anything from this position? Surely not. No, he cannot. It's Bigatron to close out the final game.
They keep 4 alive till the very end, and they get the win. They came into this as 6th position with 212 points. But is it enough? The top teams, they fell early.
Esse time não tinha ganhado uma já? Quem foi campeão?
That is what the desk will be finding out. This is their moment, and whoever wins this, their legacy starts today.
Quem foi campeão?
Bigatron start the day, or end the day, how they began it as well. It's win after win after win here for Bigatron as they got themselves 3 chicken dinners throughout the day. What a performance by them, but overall, what a tournament.
What a tournament indeed. It came down to the last match, and I think we were all eating our nails trying to figure out which team was going to die first. Top Esports played it super safe, and actually they did great rotations, and I was pleasantly surprised by that. They kept going east, west, and they make sure they stay out of the zones, and XQuef they were smack middle of that final circle, trying to fight everybody 360.
Right. I mean, the fact that both Top Esports and XQuestF were alive until some of the very final moments in this one, John, is very impressive to say the least. Obviously, all tournament long, they've been 2 extremely formidable opponents for all of these teams, and to survive to the very end of the last game is a testament to their abilities.
It's the question of consistency versus fragging power, and that's what we saw today. Phenomenal final game. What a way to end it out. Great movements, great rotations, and all in all, a fantastic way to close us off.
Scoom?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted a normal ending, and that was pretty much a pretty normal Wrangle game. And Southeast Asia performing at the very end.
Os adultos da Indonésia parecem adolescente.
RQ Athena doing really well, Bigatron as well, and they ended it with a 1st and a 2nd, so they must be happy with ending a win.
And talking about that, Bigatron being able to go ahead and get 3 wins today, that is huge, and they are so young too. I believe they're only 16, so I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do. And this is not going to be the last time you're going to see the players from Bigatron. I'm pretty sure we're going to go ahead and continue seeing them, and they're going to be able to get more comfortable to the lights. They're going to be able to get more comfortable to this stage, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's a team to look out for in the fall split.
I mean, the last
Quero ver a colocação.
day here
Esperar
between
sair a
Bigatron and
colocação.
RQ Athena, for example, John, must be a massive boost to Bigatron, because again, for all intents and purposes, we've always said RQ Athena, they're the big ones, but unfortunately for them, at the end of the day, Bigatron was able to win things out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is, of course, time now to go over to the stage to find out who our champion is. Bye-bye from the desk. It's time to find out the Pmco champion.
Yes, we started with 35,000 teams and then some, and now we have our top 3. And to present the trophies to your favorite player that you've been voting for around the world and our top 3 teams, I am delighted to present some incredible faces who make this all happen. And they are Vincent Wang, General Manager of the Global Publishing Department at Tencent Games, Sealight Yang, General Manager of Quantum Studios of Tencent Games, and Ong Hee Shou, COO of PUBG Corp.
O que diferencia eles é a roupa e o cabelo.
It is my pleasure to reveal who you voted for as your favorite
O
player.
resto é tudo igual.
And it is Thailand's RRQ Athena's G9. I'm just looking for G9 now. That was a very intense match. Where are you,
Eles sumiram. Eles sumiram, velho.
Yes, congratulations, G9. The fans from the PUBG esports community around
Tipo assim, ela falou com a puta empolgação e os caras, tipo, ah, legal,
are their favorite player.
Sucesso, hein?
Congratulations.
Boa, ganhar a frigideira Tramontina antiaderente, meu querido. Essa aí tu faz ovo sem óleo. Essa daí tu faz legume com uma beleza, hein?
In third place.
E é banhada a ouro ainda.
From China.
Tá bobinho, menino. Não sabe nem onde vai, velho.
Elite Gaming. Congratulations, you're third.
Mano, os caras não tá acreditando, ela tá chamando, eles estão ficando, não vou não. Tá trolando, vou pôr nenhum, vou ficar aqui, velho. Se eu fosse ela, eu falo, caralho, eu vou chamar uma vez, hein. Se não vir na primeira vez, eu vou chamar outro. Terceiro lugar, $45 mil. Dinheiro, hein? Dinheiro, hein? Tudo igual, velho. Ok, irmão.
And I think you'll all agree, Elite Gaming have done
Vamos fazer as
China
continhas?
proud here in Berlin over
$45
the
mil.
last few days.
Quase derrubei o iPad, viado.
And now for our top two teams.
45 mil.
It was incredibly close.
O dólar tá, vamos colocar 3,80. 170 mil reais.
Place, also from China, it's XQuest F.
Bola de panela. Ah, o XQ dele aí, ó. Nossa, mas tá num desânimo o último ali, velho. Uma canseira. 90 conto. 342 mil. $342 mil reais, velho.
And finally, it is my honor to announce your winners of the Pmco Spring Split 2019 Global Finals. It is your Chinese champions, Top Esports! Now, as our champions walk to the stage, you may notice that they are wearing an incredible design. They are wearing our Pmco champion hoodies. It's a limited edition design from our collaboration from Bait. An incredible, exclusive fashion brand. And these are going to be available on sale at the end of August.
684 mil reais,
very limited, but you can check them out from August the 1st in PUBG
684 mil
Mobile.
reais. Suponhamos que isso seja uma org. A org pega ali, vamos ver. Vamos chutar abaixo. Para 30% que a org pega de premiação, um exemplo. Menos 30%. Sobra 478 mil. Dividido em 4 que tem ali. Mas vamos colocar 5. Tem sempre um reserva, né? Dividido em 5, dá 95 mil reais pra cada. Se no caso fosse um time brasileiro que ganhasse, né?
你们一直非常的努力，然后现在拿到了冠军，什么样的感觉？
什么样的感觉？就是牛逼。
Just awesome.
And finally, you do have fans here. You
É
have
o menininho
fans
do dente
watching from around the
em
world
beta, velho.
and in China.
É,
What
não
would
é?
you like to say to them?
Não dá pra enxergar, velho.
你们这边还有很多个国家都有很多的粉丝。
A boca dele não tá mexendo, velho. Tá bugado no vídeo.
感谢大家一直对我们的支持，谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank
Vocês
you
estão
very much
vendo
for
a
your
boca dele
support,
mexer?
for everyone's support.
Well, congratulations. Now, Before we truly celebrate our victors, I have to say a massive thank you to Tencent, to Bluehole, to the PUBG esports community for watching. PUBG Mobile is such a fantastic experience, and I'm sure you've all seen that this weekend. And we have to say a massive thank you, of course, to our headline sponsor, Vivo.
Foi mal. Tô em beta.
The official
Tô em beta, calma, desculpa.
Pmco Spring Split.
Pô, mas não tinha duas vozes diferentes falando, velho?
Now, if you would like to take your place in front of the trophy, Top Esports.
Foi sem querer, velho. Eu tô em beta.
Because there is only one thing left to say, Berlin. And I think you know what I'm going to say. Please show your appreciation for your PUBG Mobile Club Open Spring Split Final 2019 champions!
Dá pra você ver a emoção na cara deles. Ó, o da esquerda, o último da esquerda é o que mais tá emocionado, velho. Olha lá, ó, ele não vê a hora de ir embora. Já pegou a panelinha dele pra fazer aquele... né? Você vê, os caras tá animadaço, velho. Olha a feição deles. Me emociona de ver essa felicidade deles. Animadaço. Animadaço. Olha lá, o da direita tá como? Ah, meu Deus, não acredito que eu tô aqui, velho. Chega a derrubar o bagulho, velho. Mano. Eu não sei. Não sei vocês. Mas, pô, se eu fosse campeão do bagulho, viado. Eu fazia o que o Fuzi fez, mano. Que isso? Aí, ó. Ali os caras tá animado. Ali os caras tá animado, velho. Pô, o Fuzi chegou mandando um breakzão, velho. Imagina se fosse campeão. Pô, mandava mortalzão. Esse cara parece um anime, velho. Tem uma menina jogando? Caramba, eles já fizeram esse mini highlight aí pra colocar no finalzinho, tipo, super rápido, né, mano? Pegaram as imagens, pegaram um monte de coisa, tipo, rapidão, no intervalo de um jogo pro outro, os caras fizeram isso. Meu, rusharam bem ali. Essa foi a tabela. 3-4-4, 3-2-4. Quem fica? Pmco, sétimo, mano. BRK, 14º. Oh, 14º. De novo falei 14º, mano. 14º. Mano, Pmco representou, velho. Representou. Pode falar, ah, mas sétimo. Mano, a gente tá falando dos melhores times do mundo, mano. Melhores times do mundo, velho. E os caras pegou 7º lugar, viado. Os caras pegou 7º lugar, mano. Na moralzinha. Mereceram pra caralho. Mereceram. Na moralzinha, só não pegaram um sexto ali porque Deus não quis, hein? Faltou um pouquinho, velho. O pressionamento tá empatado. Ah, não, acho que estão com 228. Na moralzinha, velho. Os caras merecem toda a torcida. Representaram bem pra caralho. Já o Gabo vai abrir a livezinha no Twitter dele, certeza. No Insta. Mas você percebia que os caras estavam jogando com raça também, tá ligado? Você percebe pela emoção que os caras estavam por ter conseguido classificar pra final, tipo... Os caras estavam vivendo mesmo o bagulho, tá ligado? Aquela imagem deles chorando, velho. Tipo... Foda, deu pra ver que os caras realmente estavam, velho, querendo aquilo, mano. Os caras mereceram, mano. Fizeram bonito pra caralho. Vai sair vídeo falando... Vai sair vídeo do Gaga falando da BK. Ah, Gaga Mito não perde tempo, né, mano? A única coisa errada, assim, que eu acho, mano, é vocês falarem assim, ah, a BRK foi pra passar vergonha. Eu acho que quem passou mais vergonha foram os times aqui do SA que não tiveram capacidade de ganhar aqui, entendeu? Acho que eles viajaram pra Europa, conheceram a Alemanha, tudo pago, tá ligado? Porra, tomaram Red Bull de graça. Não sei se vocês viram stories do Drote. Então, tipo, como? Fizeram deles pau no cu de geral, tá ligado? E os times que não foi? E os times que deixaram eles ganhar? Ah, mas a BRK não representou. Se a gente não conseguiu ganhar da BRK, mano, de quem que não ia ganhar, velho? Então, tipo, mais vergonhoso foi os times daqui que não fizeram porra nenhuma na Pmco e deixaram a BRK passar. Menos vergonhosos foram eles, pelo menos foram pra lá, né? True da true, mano. Eu falo isso como jogador competitivo, como fiz parte de um time que liderou a semifinal, que tipo era um time favoritíssimo a ganhar e não fez porra nenhuma. Tá ligado? Eu acho que essa é a vergonha que a gente tem que ter. De não ter feito nada e ainda ficar zicando os caras, tá ligado? Mas é isso, mano. Agora é consertar os erros e ir pro próximo split de todo mundo, velho. Que vença o melhor de novo. Não vence quem mereceu ou quem... quem mereceu. Não vence o time favorito. Não tem essa, ah, deveria estar o T1, deveria estar a nova. Não, deveria estar o time que foi, velho. BRK foi campeã? Então a BRK merecia estar lá. Ah, nova foi campeã? Então a nova merece estar lá. É por isso que tem a classificatória, mano. O melhor time que jogar a classificatória vai ir pra lá, mano. Foda-se, já era. O jogo é jogado, só acaba quando termina e é isso. Tem que parar com essas gracinhas de vocês levam tudo pro coração, tá ligado? Como eu falei uma live esses dias, a gente tem que torcer pro nosso cenário. Se a BRK, se a TQ vai bem lá fora, quem cresce é todo mundo, velho. Então agora é fortalecer aqui o SA pra chegar lá fora de novo e fazer melhor que agora. Guys, acho que deu por hoje, né? Vamos finalizar. Finalizar com chave de ouro. Certo? Muito obrigado pela presença de vocês na livezinha. Desculpa qualquer coisa. Realmente estava um pouquinho exaltado. Mas, mano, tava tiltante hoje. Quem tá desde o início da live tá ligado, mano. Tá tiltante, velho. Pô, qualquer coisa que eu fazia, alguém pedia ao contrário, tá ligado? E tipo, não é nem pedir. É tipo assim, ô seu leigo, vai pra live BR. Tipo, o cara via mó grosseiro, mano. Aí eu acabei me estressando mesmo. Tava meio sem paciência. Mas eu não, em nenhum momento faltei com respeito com ninguém. Só do menino lá, que queria falar merda lá, eu dei uma queota nele. Mas ainda foi uma queota de respeito, tá ligado? Eu só tirei o capa. Eu finalizei. Cheguei e já tá acabando? Pô, tu chegou no final, né, velho? Aí tá na Disney. Sua voz tá baixa. É, Alan. É foda. Hoje tá foda. Hoje tá foda. Bom, guys, é isso então. Fechou? Parabéns, eu... Não sei nem que eu vou mandar parabéns pros caras, o cara não vai nem ver o que eu tô falando. Mas parabéns pra TQ, que representou e muito. Fizeram bonito lá fora. 7º. Mano, pra uma região que sempre é desacreditada, é título pra gente, velho. 7º lugar, brigando ali pelo 6º título. E do jeito que os caras jogaram muito. Fizeram por merecer. Então merecem todo o apoio. E os caras estão ligados que eu gosto pra caramba deles. E então é isso. Parabéns pra TQ. Parabéns pra BRK também, que tentou representar lá fora. Não foi dessa vez, mas bola pra frente que tem mais. O jogo não vai acabar agora não, tem muita coisa pela frente. Fechou? Um beijão. Chuva de TQ aí no chat. TQ God de coração, velho. TQ God de coração. E a gente fecha a livezinha com TQ God. Valeu? DJ Vinícius, tu é foda, moleque. Tamo junto. Tamo junto, meu querido. Beijão, guys. Não esquece, me segue lá no Insta e Twitter. Tudo aqui na descrição. É nóis. Valeu. O chat tá lindo, o chat tá foda. Pô, tu pergunta como vai agora que eu tô indo, Donate. Eu vou bem, graças a... Pô, quebrei o bagulho. Eu vou bem, graças a Deus. Só que agora eu tô de saída. Volta à noite aí, que é nóis. Valeu. Beijão.